Chapter 1, My Declaration. In this world, just surviving is already very difficult. We live in abandoned mining tunnels from before the war, using the most rudimentary tools, even bare hands, to extract minerals, and we trade them for leftover scraps from other survivor camps. We have never harmed anyone, we just want to survive. Yet even so, there are people who cast their greedy gazes upon us. The gaunt and dark man kneeling in front of Gu Hang, recounting his hardships, was named Patel. He was neither tall nor strong, and beneath his dirty and thin clothing was rough skin. From his appearance, he was indeed as he described, someone who scraped a living in abandoned mines. Patel continued, 8 days ago, a group of wasteland bandits who called themselves prisoners of the void killed 17 of our people and kidnapped 42. Divine Emperor above, the youngest of them was only 4 years old. They demanded a ransom, we paid it, but they grew bolder. Not only did they not release our people, but they also demanded more. I went to Revival City, found the officials of the Alliance, and begged them to help us. They sent a warning to the prisoners of the void, chiding them not to cause trouble. A warning. The day before yesterday, those bandits cut the throats of 2 children right on our doorstep, tore the paper of the warning into shreds with blood on it. They declared we had to come up with double the ransom in 3 days, or else they would attack our mining tunnels, kill everyone, and take everything. We were cornered. Some said to flee, others argued that even with hose and fists, we should fight those bandits armed with guns and cannons. But I knew we weren't without options. The world now has a new governor. I had to come to you for help, Your Excellency the Governor. I implore your aid to save us. Patel lowered his head, his manner sincere. From his perspective, all he could see were Gu Hang's boots. They were soft leather boots, with satin ribbons connected to golden clasps, elegant and elaborate. Those boots, who knows how long over 900 people from the abandoned cave society, would have to toil without food and drink to afford them. The boots moved before his eyes, as Gu Hang crossed his legs into a more comfortable position, and asked, before seeking the alliance, why didn't you come to me first? Patel was momentarily stunned, only managing to muster an excuse. He stammered, we are members of the alliance, and the alliance should govern this matter. Gu Hang shook his head and said, you think you are a member of the alliance, that they will protect you, and I am just an appointed governor who might not sit here for 2 years, like the previous governors who were executed because they couldn't pay the empire its taxes. In your heart, you think I am not important, until the alliance also turned a blind eye to your affairs, and you ran out of options, then you came to me. I never had such thoughts. Patel denied in panic, gritting his teeth, making a major resolution, if you can save us, then we are willing to give everything. We will pay the imperial tax at a higher rate 2 years from now. Gu Hang became even more disappointed. Let me put it this way, Patel. You know full well that I arrived on this planet a month ago, and my camp is close by, not far from you. Yet, you never visited me until trouble arose, and now you kneel before me saying, Your Excellency the Governor, please save us, but deep down, you never regarded me as a real governor. You even refused to believe my declaration on the first day I arrived. I said I wanted to rebuild the entire wasteland world, to ensure every person submitting to me would live a good life. But you didn't believe it, many of you never did, just treating me as an annoying tax collector. You offered to pay taxes in exchange for me to save your people. How do you plan to pay the taxes? By the standards of the imperial tax, all of the people in abandoned cave society could work themselves to death in the mines and still not afford to pay. Patel's face, dark and lean, showed extreme tension. Your Excellency the Governor, I believe in your words, please save us. As he spoke, he was about to forcefully knock his head on the ground. But Gu Hang stopped him. A pair of hands grasped his shoulders, lifting him to his feet without allowing resistance. Gu Hang wrapped an arm around Patel's shoulders, not minding the grease and dust on his clothes. No need to kowtow, no need to kneel. You diligent and hard-working folks, I am certainly going to help. Those predators who do not engage in productive work are our common enemy. But they are a minor issue, rebuilding the world is the big task at hand. This is not empty talk. Since you have implored me, I will save you completely, not just by eliminating some prisoners of death, but by helping you build up your territory and ensure you have plenty of food and clothing. Now, I ask you, do you believe in me?" Tears fell from Patel's eyes, and it was unclear how much was moved by emotion, how much was relieved at being saved, and how much was acting. "I believe. I fully believe. From now on, the Abandoned Cave Society will strive for your ideals. This should be our common ideal." Gu Hang patted Patel on the shoulder. "Go rest for a bit. Before long, I will personally lead my troops and rescue your compatriots. By the Divine Emperor above, my compatriots and I are deeply grateful for your assistance." After watching Patel leave the barracks, profusely thanking the guard as he went, Gu Hang turned his gaze to the military-clad man standing stiffly to his rear. "Captain Yen, your expression tells me you have some doubts." Yen Fanshu saluted him and then began hesitantly, "Are we really going to help the Abandoned Cave Society? On this wasteland planet, similar incidents occur almost every day. We can't manage them all." With a tone of regret, Gu Hang said, "It seems, Captain Yen, that you also do not believe my declaration." "I wouldn't dare." While Yen Fanshu said this, his heart was indeed full of doubt. "But, forgive my frankness, Governor, you only have 2 years. In those 2 years, we need to submit at least the minimum standard imperial tax for the entire Rajal Star, otherwise." Gu Hang picked up his thread. "Otherwise I'll be removed from my post and executed." "Of course, I know. But Captain Yen, we've been on this planet for a month now, and you've seen what it's like. This is a place that has undergone an apocalyptic catastrophe. Most of the land is unfit for living, low-energy storms continue to rage, and there are mutated monsters and desperate looters turned bandits everywhere. The remaining survivors are hiding at various settlements, struggling to stay alive. It's already very difficult for them to survive. They can't afford such high taxes. Taxing them would be tantamount to taking their lives. The contradiction between imperial taxation and planetary development is the main contradiction of Rajal Star. Previous governors have all focused on taxation. The biannual imperial tax collection acts like a death warrant, ultimately taking their lives. But I am different. I am thinking differently. Development is the true key. If Rajal Star becomes more prosperous, taxes will be a minor burden, and we will have succeeded." Yen Fanshu sighed. "You're right, development is the correct path. But development takes time, and that is exactly what we lack. You only have 2 years in your first term, and we need to deliver at least 1/4 of the imperial standard in taxes. However, Rajal Star has always only managed to contribute 1/8, and there's a half-gulf to overcome. In 2 years, trying to double the planet's output is..." "Then it's time to see what I can do," said Gu Hang with a smile. "Happily, I am somewhat confident in this area." As he was speaking, a ghostly message popped up before him, visible only to him. "First Automaton Light Infantry Battalion, 300 soldiers, training complete, unit level upgraded to T5. Limited by equipment level and personnel quality, the unit cannot continue to train for improvement." Gu Hang's smile broadened, and he patted still worried Yen Fanshu on the shoulder, saying, "Assemble our troops, it's time we sought justice for our neighbor. A new book is here. P.S. It's not about hammering, at least not entirely." Chapter 2, The Gift. Actually, this was Gu Hang's first month since he had transmigrated. He now found himself in a cosmic era, within a vast human empire that ruled over endless star domains. 10,000 years ago, a divine emperor ascended and established the Spirit Network, bringing spiritual energy to humanity. The current empire was governed by the Supreme Council seated on the human ancestral star, Terra. About 120 years prior, the planet on which Gu Hang was currently situated had been an ordinary world. A war devastated the entire planet's surface environment, turning Rajal Star into a wasteland planet. 29 years ago, the Empire government assessed that there was still hope for saving Rajal Star and dispatched a planetary governor for the first time to oversee reconstruction efforts. Within the Empire's system, a planetary governor could rule their planet in any manner, provided that, above all, the governor remained loyal to the Empire. What constituted loyalty? Paying taxes was loyalty. Not paying taxes, or not paying enough, meant execution, followed by the replacement with someone loyal. To this day, over 29 years, Ray Jalstar had gone through 5 governors. Even the 3 who preceded Gu Hang each lasted only 2 years. The imperial tax on Ray Jalstar was due every 2 years, and all 3 of these unfortunate souls didn't survive past the first taxation period. And now, Gu Hang had arrived. A month ago, he had just transmigrated, still adapting to the memories of his new body, when he found himself on a starship headed for Ray Jalstar. He needed to ensure that in 2 years, Ray Jalstar would pay a quarter of the standard tax, with the Star Sector government footing the bill for the insufficient 3/4. This was a favorable condition procured by his political family, the Gu clan. By the second tax payment 4 years later, full taxes must be paid. A cruiser belonging to the Star Sector Navy was stationed in orbit above the planet to offer him support. The forces he brought to the surface numbered only 3,000 slaves, 300 mech soldier servants who had their frontal lobes removed and underwent mechanical enhancements, and 30 Navy Marine Corps soldiers, led by Captain Yin Fangshu. The main political power on Ray Jalstar, known as the Alliance, was established by the first generation of governors 29 years ago. In theory, upon arriving on Ray Jalstar, Gu Hang should have landed in the Alliance capital, Revival City, to take on the identity of the Alliance leader, and begin exercising the powers of the planetary governor based on the Alliance government. But he didn't do that. Instead, he set up a camp not far from Revival City with his people, and immediately began doing things that baffled others. For example, Captain Yen couldn't understand why Gu Hang would train those 300 mech soldiers. These slaves, stripped of their self-thinking, were ill-equipped to operate armored vehicles or artillery and could only be fitted with basic gear to serve as cannon fodder, having seemingly little value in training. Yet, he had to feel ashamed of his shallow insights. He watched in disbelief as the mech servants actually underwent a dramatic transformation in a very short period. Under Gu Hang's command, he saw these mech soldier servants quickly complete a series of pre-departure tasks such as forming ranks and checking gear. During previous training, they also demonstrated tactical skills far surpassing their former abilities. Shooting, physical fitness, tactics, all of these were greatly improved, and combined with their innate fearlessness of sacrifice and absolute adherence to discipline, they became high-level soldiers. This was already the standard of the Imperial Guard Star Realm regular troops. Although he still didn't think these mech soldier servants could match his elite Marine Corps in one-on-one combat, that was beside the point. He had only 30 elite Marines, while there were 300 mech soldiers. More importantly, Captain Yen had no clue how Gu Hang managed it. It completely surpassed his understanding. Weren't mech soldier servants supposed to depend only on their level of enhancement at the time of their modification? Weren't subsequent trainings meaningless? While he was lost in thought, he heard Gu Hang's resonant voice, "Captain Yen, make your squad move faster." How can the elite Marines be slower in pre-battle preparations than the mech servants? Coming back to his senses, Captain Yen, slightly abashed, saluted Gu Hang and then turned, bellowing at his subordinates who were equally stupefied by the transformation of the mech servant battalion. "What are you loafing around for, you lousy bunch? Move it! The 5 slowest will sleep with the mech soldiers starting tomorrow." Watching Captain Yen go and kick his squad's butts into gear, Gu Hang chuckled softly, withdrawing his gaze and refocusing on the panel of information that appeared before him. The ethereal, floating text before his eyes formed multiple options. Current favor points, 2. Total territorial income, 5/Tera month. Hero. Troop tags. There were 4 items in total, and Gu Hang clicked on the second item, total territorial income. Here, he saw more detailed information. Frowny Face Governor's Temporary Camp, 5/Tera month. There was only this one. According to Gu Hang's understanding, this monthly total income depended on the sum of incomes provided by territories recognized by the system as belonging to him. And right now, his territory was only this temporary camp. Upon seeing the system and learning that he had become the governor, he was initially eager to find out, with the planet as his territory, how much favor would it provide him each month? However, after disembarking from the starship onto Revival City, this number had remained 0. He guessed at the time that a territory in name only would not be recognized by the system, it had to be under his actual control. For him, a governor parachuted in to take control of a loose wasteland alliance government and to integrate the entire alliance was no easy feat. If it were easy, his predecessors would not have all failed. Therefore, he decisively abandoned the paths taken by the previous governors, turned his head, requested servant slaves and some armed forces from the starship, left Revival City, found an open space, and planned to start from scratch, making use of the golden finger that had accompanied him through his travels. After he led people and established a temporary camp completely under his control, the number finally changed from 0 to 4. The initial 4, Gu Hang guessed, was from the population. The additional point that came later was likely because the camp had been built larger and more complete. In the 2 items that followed in the system, Hero displayed his own panel, and in troop tags, there were 2 items. Navy Marine Corps First Squad, Comprehensive T4 level, upgradable. Number 30, Equipment, T4, Training, T4, Experience, T4. This was the status of the 30 men led by Yen Fanshu. The other was the just upgraded Mechanized Infantry Battalion. 1st Mechanized Infantry Battalion, Comprehensive T5 level, not upgradable. Number 300, Equipment, T5, Training, T5, Experience, Dash. The T level likely corresponded to the overall strength of the unit. The smaller the number, the more elite. The Mechanized Infantry Battalion started off as a low-tier unit, equipped with rifles, hand grenades, machine guns for the squad, mortars and grenade launchers for the platoon, but lacked heavy weapons, only qualifying as a light infantry battalion. He spent 3 favor points to enhance this light infantry battalion. Over 4 days, this brainless troop, which only followed orders and was considered of very low training value, cannon fodder, underwent a complete transformation. Reaching a T5 level of training, it could almost be considered to have reached the standard of strength of the Imperial Regular Army. While the T4 level of the Marine Corps counted as a regular elite unit. It was precisely because the originally cannon fodder mechanized infantry had been upgraded that Gu Hang had the confidence, after hearing about the situation with the abandoned cave society, to forcefully get involved. This was an opportunity, and he now had the ability to seize it. He hoped to use this event to bring the abandoned cave society under his actual rule, rather than merely being a governor in name. And in the future, he would expand his sphere of direct control, step by step, until it encompassed the entire planet. Chapter 3, Prisoner on the Run. From the temporary camp to the abandoned cave society, there was a total journey of 4.5 hours. The elite troops of the Marine Corps spread out in squads of 5 as vanguards and scouts. Gu Hang, along with the victim Patel and the majority of his mech servant battalion, advanced steadily. Midway, Gu Hang received a report from the Marine Corps scouting team. They had come across a small transport convoy that likely belonged to the prisoners of the Void tribe. Gu Hang authorized Yen Fanshu to lead the Marine Corps and a part of the mech servant soldiers to annihilate them and to capture as many prisoners as possible. Captain Yen, a naval elite, easily handled the small task without any surprises. However, Gu Hang's mood didn't brighten after he heard the prisoners' testimonies. Gu Hang had Patel brought over to him and said, "It seems that these bandits never intended to let you go." Patel had also seen the condition of the transport convoy, his expression filled with fury. Yes, they transported a large amount of high explosives. They could not only blow open the gates of the abandoned cave society but even collapse the mines and bury us all alive. Gu Hang shook his head and added, "That's not all." According to the intelligence Captain Yen obtained through interrogation, they had long ago negotiated with the greenskins dwelling in the ruined high walls. Your entire population of over 900 from the abandoned cave society was to be traded as quality provisions to those green-skinned beasts. What? Patel was aware of the prisoners of the Void Gang's absolute malice towards them, but was still shocked by their brutality. The term green-skinned beasts aptly described those mutants. They didn't merely exist on Rajal Star but were widespread across the universe, also referred to as the cancer of the cosmos. They lacked gender differentiation, reproducing by shedding symbiotic spores in their bodies, which then grew from the ground, as did their food. Technically, they didn't need to buy any provisions, but these green-skinned beasts had two favorite activities: fighting was one, and eating the brains of sentient beings was the other. The former was their instinct, while the latter was their means of technological advancement. These beasts that sprouted from the land were indeed primitive and savage at first, fighting with stone axes and clubs. But as they consumed enough and sufficiently intelligent brains, their technology would rapidly evolve, advancing to iron weapons, firearms, and even interstellar travel. Their belligerent nature, destructive to everything, meant the stronger they became, the more they turned into a scourge ravaging all existence. Logically, such a race should be an enemy of all humankind. The Empire did have an extermination decree against the green-skin orcs: kill on sight and then purify the land to destroy the spores, ensuring they would not resurface. But policy is policy, and enforcement is another matter altogether. On Rajal Star, where taxes could not be collected and even basic food and shelter could not be guaranteed, conflicts among various powers were rife, and the entire planet was in chaos. Even the governor was driven to farming himself. In such conditions, it was unrealistic to expect gangs like the Prisoners of the Void to consider the fate of all mankind. Not only were they not opposing, but doing business with these man-eating beasts was intolerable. Clearing out the green-skinned beasts was something Gu Hang was determined to do. Of course, not right now. According to the testimonies, the so-called green-skinned tribe in the High Wall ruins numbered in the thousands, and had at least evolved to possess automatic weapons, making their equipment not significantly different from that of the humans on the planet. To thoroughly eradicate those brutes was beyond the power that Gu Hang currently had at his disposal. Fortunately, the High Wall ruins were quite far from their current location, so there was no need to worry too much, for the time being. What they needed to focus on was the gang of wasteland plunderers threatening the abandoned cave society. Now, Gu Hang had their exact intelligence. For kilometers outside the mining area where the abandoned cave society was located, the Prisoners of the Void had set up a temporary camp. These scoundrels had never considered the possibility of the abandoned cave society daring to come out for a field battle, so they made no preparations for defensive fortifications. Good opportunity, we can launch a surprise attack. Our mortars can cause considerable impact. Yan Fanshu appeared excited. All right, let's do it. After a brief rest, what would have been a 2-hour journey, they completed in just over an hour. They hastened their pace, worried that the lack of arrival of the transport convoy for a long time might alert the bandits to unusual activities. After the rapid forced march, they still needed some time to rest before launching the attack. The 30 elite Marine Corps soldiers were fine, but it was the mech servants who needed to rest. They wouldn't complain of fatigue, but they did indeed get tired, and fatigue could lower their combat effectiveness. Following Yan Fanshu's recommendation, the soldiers would set out again after 45 minutes of rest, and an hour later, the mortar positions would commence bombardment. From their position, already within sight of the Prisoners of the Void camp, Gu Hang patiently led his troops in resting, consuming nutrient paste, and sitting to replenish their strength while setting up the mortar positions. He knew that patience now was for the decisive battle that would follow shortly. Kaya was feeling inexplicably restless at the moment. These days, even being a plunderer was not easy. They hadn't opened for business in a while, and all their supplies were running low. Food was the least of their worries, as they would have plenty once they breached the abandoned cave society. Even if the miners didn't have much in the way of food reserves, slaughtering several hundred people to make jerky would last them a long while. But damaged weapons and depleted ammunition were more difficult to replenish. The major powers were quite unwilling to do business with these plunderers, only the green-skin tribes were willing. Although green-skin technology left much to be desired, with a high failure rate for weapons and ammunition tending to misfire, and when it reached their hands, it was far less powerful than in those of the green-skins themselves. But it was better than nothing. To be honest, Kaya had little interest in the most plentiful mineral produced by the abandoned cave society. It was heavy and of little value, making it hard to fence. But the 900 people in the mine were valuable commodities. They could serve as nourishment for them or could be herded to the high wall ruins to exchange for green-skin munitions, which was a delightful prospect. Herding people was indeed easier than herding sheep. For this reason, the prisoners of the void had almost mobilized everyone. Apart from a few old, young, women, and those left to guard their lair, the main force was led out by Kaya, totaling over 100 people. Abandoned Cave Society had many people but few guns, nothing to fear. Their prolonged survival in the wastelands mainly relied on the favorable geography of their location. Kaya had personally scouted that mine, and it truly was easy to defend but difficult to attack. The entrance was securely sealed with ores and metal, and a heavy gate barred it from the inside, impenetrable by human strength. Yesterday they had already tried blowing up the gate, but to no avail. The explosive payload was insufficient. Frustrated, he had no choice but to send his confidants back to the base to fetch explosives, including some reserved concentrated explosives. His patience had worn thin. If he couldn't fool those miners into opening the gate, well, when the explosives arrived, he'd just blow it open. It was supposed to be resolved today. There was no need to rush, but Kaya still felt irritable. By his calculations, his transport team should have been back by now. So, why was there no sign of them? He had been hurrying his subordinates earlier, trying to establish contact with the transport team through the radio, but to no avail. This made him even more uneasy. Half an hour ago, he sent out a squad to search the return route, but until now, there had been no response, not even radio contact. He became fully alert. Such bizarre circumstances could not but instill fear and hesitation in him. People who weren't cautious enough were long buried in the wastelands, their bones turned to dust. He made up his mind to dispatch 4 or 5 squads to scout the area. At the same time, he ordered his entire troop to prepare to move out and check on the situation themselves. Suddenly, a subordinate came to report, "We've made contact with the transport team. They're on their way back and should arrive soon." Kaya's brows instantly furrowed. Why haven't we been able to contact them until now? They said the radio had some issues, they just fixed it. They sent the message immediately, fearing that we might be worried. After pondering for a moment, Kay ordered, reply with, "Damn you, have you motherfuckers been fucking zombie dogs on the way? That's why you're so slow? Hurry up. Any more delays and your spoils will be halved." Finishing his instruction, he strode outside, shouting to his brothers who were getting ready, "Move, move, move. We're leaving right now. Stop stuffing those damn bullets and bring as much as you can, leave the rest. Let's go. Prepare to break out. We've been marked." The subordinate who received the order was a bit confused. He caught up in 2 steps, asking, "Boss, this? What about you? Get the fuck going with the message, and grab your gun and follow the team after." "Why?" Kaya smacked his head. "We're definitely being watched. The message is meant to deceive the enemy. Better if it works, or else you're dead meat if you're slow." After saying this, he paid no more attention to the bewildered youth, grabbed his own gun, and called out to his brothers to prepare to leave camp. Just as he reached the entrance, he heard a whistling sound from the sky. His face instantly turned pale. That was the sound of artillery shells. "Get down!" He quickly threw himself to the ground, cursing non-stop, "Fuck! They're actually shelling us, spit spit, let me catch them, spit." The roaring explosion nearly drowned out his own voice. He could only vent his fear through swearing and bravado. He guessed that someone was targeting them, and even feared the worst, that he was surrounded. What he hadn't expected was that those watching him also had artillery in their hands. Luckily, he wasn't too unlucky that aside from his ears ringing and his head feeling a bit dazed, he was mostly unharmed. He crouched and looked around. The caliber of the artillery firing at them couldn't be too large, seemingly only mortars of some sort. If it were heavy artillery, the 10 or so concentrated rounds would have left no one unturned in the camp. Still, even so, the mortars had caused significant casualties in their fragile camp without sturdy fortifications. In a glance, at least 20 of his brothers were dead or missing limbs. The rest were shell-shocked. Now was clearly not the time to be dazed. Staying here meant certain death. He bellowed, "Run! Move! Get out!" But just then, gunfire erupted from outside. They were really surrounded. Following the artillery, came the infantry. The only piece of good news was that the gunfire sounded distant, suggesting that the small squads he had sent out earlier were engaging the enemy. This was their only lifeline. He screamed, "Support them! It's do or die time. If you don't want to meet your maker, then fight like hell." It was then that the second round of shelling hit. Chapter 4, Is This a Mech Servant? What a pity. Gu Hang, who was holding the binoculars, uttered these two words. He lamented that the enemy reacted quickly, having moved before the bombardment began, otherwise the artillery could have been even more devastating. He also regretted that their firepower was still insufficient. If the 60mm mortars had been replaced with larger caliber howitzers, the infantry could have just cleaned up the battlefield afterward, as the main problems could have been resolved by the artillery directly. But under these circumstances, there was nothing to be done. In any case, after 2 rounds of shelling, the enemy had lost a third of its fighting strength. Though it seemed there was a chance for 2 or 3 more rounds, the results were unlikely to be as good. The remaining enemies would still have to be dealt with by the infantry. Patel, on the other hand, was very pleased with what he saw. From the information provided by the captives, he knew that most of his people, aside from those who had died, had already been transferred and imprisoned in the lair of the captors, so there were no concerns about friendly fire when shelling the temporary camp. Thus, watching these bandits who endangered his hometown get bombed, with every round crumbling their ranks and causing incalculable death and injury, brought him genuine joy. "O great governor, may all these bandits be killed. I, Patel, am willing to serve you for a lifetime." As he thought this, he saw the governor roll up his binoculars and signal the soldiers standing by to move forward. He hurriedly followed. Locate the target accurately, fire, and kill. Feeling the slight warmth on his cheek from the HS-3 Type Eagle electromagnetic rifle in his hands, Yin Fengshu felt much relieved. The situation on the battlefield is always changing. He had thought that taking advantage of the enemy's unpreparedness with multiple rounds of mortar fire would deal a devastating blow to these native bandits. Most of the remaining ones would have been dazed by the explosions, allowing his infantry to just clean up the battlefield and deal with a few surviving enemies. But the enemy was more alert than expected. Even as mere wasteland plunderers, they should not be underestimated. The enemy dispersed several squads in advance, forcing him to launch an attack immediately, lest they be discovered by the enemy. The artillery strike was initiated a few minutes ahead of schedule, and the infantry he led had to eliminate those enemy squads hundreds of meters from the enemy's camp first. Eliminating these bandit squads wasn't difficult. But the upcoming battle, he found a bit troublesome. The damage caused by the mortars was less than expected. It was up to him and his infantry to tackle the tough fight. Winning was not in question, but what about the losses? If they were to suffer substantial losses while having the upper hand against a bunch of wasteland bandits, that would be quite embarrassing. Additionally, excessive losses could affect the plans of His Excellency the Governor. He had full confidence in the 30 Marines he personally brought down from the starship, but not so much in the mech servant soldiers. They were cannon fodder by design, equipped with garbage, and more importantly, the battle instincts implanted in the brains of the mech servant soldiers were also oriented toward being cannon fodder, emphasizing recklessness without fear of death. Being cannon fodder might be an advantage, but not when acting as the regular army. He was genuinely worried that these mech servants would be too impulsive and suffer too many casualties. However, once the battle began, he immediately felt a great deal more at ease. During the elimination of the peripheral plunderer squads, these mech servant soldiers didn't show too many special attributes, as the main targets were dealt with by the Marines. Special operations were what the Marine Corps excelled in, especially since they were equipped with targeting aids, rapid enemy location, precision shooting modules, a variety of accessories. They had an overwhelming advantage over the plunderers both in terms of training and equipment level, so it was very normal for them to achieve victory without injuries. The mech servant soldiers, who missed their opportunity to shine, showed remarkably good training in the process of attacking the camp. Instead of charging forward like cannon fodder, each squad maintained open formation, advancing in groups of 3. There were assault troops, fire support, and squad machine guns provided suppression from the rear as they advanced. Though the mortars a kilometer away could no longer inflict significant damage, they could still continuously lob shells to accompany the soldiers' advance and suppress enemy fire. The tactical moves of these mech servant soldiers, in the eyes of someone as elite as him, seemed somewhat rigid, but they were standard and effective enough. Those raiders who wanted to break out were pinned down inside the camp, unable to come out. They could only occasionally fire some bullets from within, but without any accuracy. They didn't dare to show their heads, let alone take aim shots. Soon, several assault teams had already entered the camp. The mech servant soldiers' professionalism was still online, advancing in turn, covering each other, cutting in from multiple angles, minding the blind spots in their vision. All the necessary technical maneuvers were being employed. Those bandits, who had thought that at close range they could finally mount a substantial counterattack, were still met with the ruthless slaughter by the mech servant soldiers. Of course, the mech servant soldiers were certainly not invincible. Close quarters combat inevitably led to casualties, but the numbers were much better than what Yan Fanshu had previously estimated. Was the training organized by the governor really effective? It wasn't just for show, there was a real enhancement in combat effectiveness when it came to fighting. 300 cannon fodder turned into 300 regular soldiers, and the transformation took place in such a short time that he found it truly unbelievable. But this was a good thing. With the mech servant battalion at this level, he finally didn't have to worry about suffering too many losses in the storming battle. Those robbers simply couldn't withstand the onslaught of the mech servant soldiers. This battle was secure. Yan Fanshu found it unbelievable, but for Kaya, it was utter despair. His reaction was not slow, but still, he couldn't reverse fate. His brothers, trapped in the camp, had already dwindled to less than half their number. The howling mortars had stopped bombarding. He had thought this would give them a breather, even a chance to counterattack, but it didn't happen. Those attacking soldiers with mechanical eyes were the most despairing thing for him. He had heard of mech servants, and some big powers also had them, but they were just like slave labor. They wouldn't think independently, could only follow orders to do some low-end repetitive manual labor, not suited to being trained as soldiers. If one insisted on doing so, they could only get a bunch of cannon fodder. If there were any advantages, it was that they would not leak secrets, absolute loyalty, absolute obedience. And these now were mech servant soldiers? Was there such an outrageous type of mech servant? In their cold eyes, not a hint of stupidity could be seen, only ruthlessness. They were well trained, their movements brisk and orderly as they slaughtered his subordinates. A counterattack? Quite a few of his fierce bandits indeed tried to fight back, but scattered counterattacks were useless. If any mech servant soldier was wounded, it didn't affect their emotions in the slightest. Even hiding in the temporary houses made of building debris and rubble was futile. Those mech servant soldiers would throw 2 to 3 grenades in succession, then enter without hesitation, guns in hand, fearless of casualties, and often without incurring any, they could kill the bandits who stubbornly resisted. Now, he knew, everything was over. His temporary camp was bombed to ruins, everywhere there were debris and craters, his brothers lay dead or wounded across the field, killed by the bombs, scraped to death by shrapnel, their bodies shredded by the well-equipped soldiers with Eagle electromagnetic rifles at long range, executed at close quarters by mech servant soldiers. The prisoners had perished. But Kaya still had one last card to play. His tribe was beyond saving, but perhaps he still had a chance to save himself. Pulling out a green, dirty glass bottle the size of his palm from his chest, he looked hesitant. He had seen what became of those who drank this stuff, and it wasn't much better than death. But if he didn't drink it, he would die right now. Eventually, he gritted his teeth, pulled out the cork, and gulped down the potion. Chapter 5: The Green-Skinned Beast. How tough is the green-skinned beast known as the Cancer of the Cosmos? Gu Heng saw it with his own eyes today. The battle was drawing to a close, and as he personally led the remaining troops into the fray, planning to finish off the fight and, incidentally, get a close-up whiff of the smoky scent of war, he heard a huge beastly roar, much like that of a bear. Then, a genetically modified giant at least 2 meters 20 in height, muscular and hefty, with dark green skin, appeared before him. This creature was almost naked, with only a few strips of cloth hanging from his body, clearly a result of his suddenly enlarged form bursting through his original clothes. His skin was dark green and appeared very coarse. The weapons in his hands were wildly styled, with most components looking quite haphazard. In the hands of an ordinary person, they would seem like a handheld cannon or rocket launcher, but in the hands of this giant, they were as normal as a shotgun, and he could even use them one-handed. After making his presence known, he immediately drew the attention of the surrounding soldiers. The mechanized infantry battalion soldiers, with their G7-type striker rifles, aimed at him, pulled their triggers, and the automatic rifles' rapid fire fiercely enveloped him. However, a shocking scene unfolded. The dark green mutant giant was hit by so many bullets, yet nothing happened to him. In that instant, at least a dozen rifles were fired at him. He didn't fall, and of course, the soldiers didn't release their triggers, fully unleashing their rounds. With the beast's large frame and lack of evasive movement, most bullets hit their mark. Logically speaking, unless it was made of iron, any flesh would be torn to shreds. But it wasn't. The creature was still standing there, unharmed. Some bullets were deflected, some lost all their kinetic energy and fell, and others lodged into the skin and muscles but failed to penetrate further. A bit of blood was shed, but it was nowhere close to a severe injury. Kaya, having just completed his transformation, recovered from his initial confusion. He retained some self-awareness, knowing that even though he had transformed and grown stronger, his primary goal was still to escape as quickly as possible. Thus, he started running towards the outskirts of the camp. His increased stature and stronger muscles didn't make him clumsy, instead, they made him faster and more agile. Once he was in motion, the chances of the mechanized infantry battalion soldiers hitting him plummeted. If he hadn't been reckless and just kept his head down and ran, he might have really had a chance to get away. But during the process, his attention was constantly drawn to the nearby mechanized infantry battalion soldiers, and he couldn't resist the urge to attack them. On the one hand, being shot irritated him. The striker rifle bullets weren't fatal, but they were still painful. On the other hand, the drug's effect swiftly invaded his brain, urging him to unleash a bloodthirsty massacre. Finally, he couldn't hold back any longer. He was still running, only at a slightly reduced speed. He turned his head and aimed his ugly, bulky gun at a mechanized infantry battalion soldier and pulled the trigger. Thick black smoke belched from the muzzle, and the burst of buckshot disintegrated the entire upper body of that mechanized infantry battalion soldier, splattering flesh and blood everywhere, with plenty splashing onto Kaya himself. The green-skinned beast, bathed in blood, became even more ferocious. He worked the bolt action, fired another shot, and another mechanized infantry battalion soldier met a gruesome death. Another go, but the bullet didn't fire. His shotgun only had 2 rounds. Kaya instinctively reached into his chest pocket, as if to reload, but came up empty. His clothes had been torn apart, let alone any ammo he might have been carrying. He simply tossed aside the wild shotgun and lunged directly at a third victim. The targeted mechanized infantry soldier raised his gun to fire while retreating in combat, but before he could get off more than a few shots, the extremely fast green-skinned beast was already upon him. A large hand scooped up the soldier, who was then brutally torn in two. Holding the corpse above his head and letting the blood pour down from above, Kaya felt complete satisfaction, even believing that his already invincible physique was reaching new heights. The little rationality that remained made him understand that the drugs he had taken were further enhancing his body's potential, which might not be a good thing. But those slight worries and struggles were quickly overwhelmed by a flood of combat desire. All he wanted was to keep killing. A hand grenade was tossed at his feet and exploded, but Kaya had already rolled away to avoid it before it went off. A machine gunner had set up a firing position 100 meters away, and a succession of bullets came screaming towards him. But thanks to the combat instinct that had been implanted by the drug and was now coursing through his blood, Kaya weaved through the gunfire with serpentine agility, not only dodging most of the bullets but also maintaining his forward charge. At this moment, his eyes were blood red, intent only on tearing the machine gunner to shreds. But just then, he suddenly stumbled and, due to inertia, fell heavily to the ground. He couldn't feel his left leg, as if it had been severed by something. Looking down, his left leg was still perfectly attached to his body, hardly injured at all. Yet no matter what he did, he couldn't move it, as if the leg attached to his body wasn't his own. Using his hands and his remaining leg, he barely propped his body up and raised his head to see a man in luxurious clothes, protected by several Navy Marines, approaching from behind the machine gunner. He opened his mouth wide to roar, but a burst of machine gun fire hit him full on, stifling the roar back into his throat. Even the squad machine gun, which was much more powerful than the striker rifle, couldn't kill him quickly. However, the Eagle electromagnetic rifles in the Marines' hands were on another level. The metal spikes accelerated by electromagnetic fire could penetrate his epidermis and muscle defenses. After the 4 Marines emptied their magazines, Kaya was riddled like a hornet's nest. But he was not dead yet, still gasping for breath, even as the gaping wounds on his body were slowly self-healing. Gu Hang stepped forward in stride. "This is Kaya? The leader of the captives? The one who can fully transform humans. Those greenskins have some outrageous technology." He actually didn't care about Kaya the individual, but the condition displayed by this mutant was worrying. Kaya could no longer speak, only emitting meaningless roars from his throat. Gu Hang didn't bother to say more. With a wave of his hand, the soldiers behind him took over the cleanup. The electromagnetic rifles fired a series of metal spikes, turning the green beast's head into minced meat. Dealing with a greenskin is a troublesome matter. Killing it is just the beginning. The area where its blood flowed, where its corpse lay, must all be burned with high-temperature flames. Otherwise, it wouldn't take long for a bunch of mushrooms to grow here, and then it would turn into a spawning ground for little green monsters. First would come the goblins, then orcs, and later on orclings. Although this green-skinned beast was supposedly the leader of the captives who had mutated for some reason, who knew if there would be similar cases? Anyway, the fight was over, and there was plenty of time to clean up the battlefield. Gu Hang also needed to tally his gains. Resounding victory, earned 19 points of grace. Losses 9, kills 146, prisoners 11. 1st Automaton Light Infantry Battalion, losses 9, kills 105. Navy Marine Corps, losses 0, kills 41. Chapter 6, Time to Upgrade. After the battle had completely ended, a new interface popped up in front of Gu Hang. Looking at the words "Glorious Victory," there was a strange look on his face. Would there also be epic triumphs, slight advantage, bloody close victory, and the like? He could not only see the overall spoils and losses but also the detailed situations of each branch of the troops. And more importantly, the 19 ennoblement points he received after winning the battle. The earnings from this battle were almost 4 times his regular monthly income. Wow, so this is a warmonger system, huh? Is fighting the most profitable thing, and farming just a service for warfare? He opened the system interface and saw that the hero option was flashing slightly. He clicked on it again, and it was his own name that was flashing. Hero, Gu Hang, Faction Leader, LV1, enough experience for an upgrade, 10 ennoblement points. Physique, 7, Spiritual, 14. Traits. Psychic Caster, you possess the power of spiritual energy and can consume spiritual talent to release psychic spells. Governor of Rage All-Star, you are the legitimate ruler of Rage All-Star, with a higher chance to legally unite the forces native to Rage All-Star. This was his personal information. Of the two traits, Governor of Rage All-Star was due to his status. Needless to say, the other trait, Psychic Caster, was his personal ability. Gu Hang was a legal psychic. The Gu family he belonged to would, of course, train their core offspring. Education, politics, business, providing social resources, these are a given. Someone like Gu Hang who showed spiritual talent at a young age certainly wouldn't be overlooked either. His talent in spiritual energy wasn't bad, and as could be seen from the system, the 14 points in that attribute showed that. Gu Hang also had a pretty clear understanding of what attributes were about. Strength, agility, neural response, resistance to damage, all abilities based on the body were categorized under physique. A strong body was essential for growing into an outstanding warrior. In this era of supernatural strength, even with technological advancement, individual valor still had its place in warfare. The most elite warriors, with the most advanced equipment, slashing starships would be an exaggeration, but storming the front, capturing trenches, conquering strongholds, these were easy feats. The green-skinned beast from before was a proof of that. If Gu Hang hadn't been there, even though the creature wouldn't have survived, who knew how many additional machinists and perhaps even marine troops' lives would have been lost to kill it? Spiritual energy was even more mysterious, and in many ignorant worlds, it was known as witchcraft or magic. This was a supernatural force from the dark side of the world. The ultralight speed travel of the starships, many high-specification powerful equipment and weapons, all used this supernatural source. The Empire had special energy worlds, where they collected spiritual energy and condensed it into crystals. At the same time, the higher the spiritual technology content of cutting-edge devices, the more they required high-level psychics to operate them. Powerful psychics themselves, without any equipment, could also demonstrate a strong combat capability with their psychic spells. Earlier, when Gu Hang dealt with the green-skinned creature, he used a psychic spell. A soul slash temporarily severed one of its legs, making it a live target. This was also the only psychic spell that Gu Hang had mastered, which was hard to learn. Spending decades poring over psychic spells wasn't something Gu Hang wanted to do. However, the upgradable option in the hero interface offered him a new path. Why wouldn't he relish the prospect of direct upgrades? Before this, the option to upgrade was non-existent. He noticed the words "enough experience." He speculated that it came from winning a war. It seemed that the upgrade option would only appear when there was enough experience. As for the 10 points of grace needed to upgrade, he gritted his teeth and paid directly. After receiving 19 points of grace this time, plus the previous 2 points, he had a total of 21 points, which was enough. Suddenly, a new prompt appeared before him. Please choose one among the following attributes to generate a new talent: Constitution, Spirituality, Command, Leadership, Unique. What's this now? Constitution and Spirituality need no further explanation, obviously related to personal strength. The next two, Command and Leadership, seemed similar yet certainly had their differences. Gu Hang speculated that the former meant military command, enhancing the ability to lead troops in war. The latter referred to the leadership abilities of a ruler or governing official. As for the last option, Unique, a special talent given based on each individual? As to what it specifically entailed, that was anyone's guess. Gu Hang tried choosing Unique, but then received a new prompt: Unique sequence upgrade path not unlocked, upgrade failed. No idea what the conditions for unlocking are. With no other option, he could only choose from the first 4. He chose spiritual talent. He did not choose Constitution because it was clear that he had more talent on the path of a psychic caster than that of a warrior. Although bonuses to command or leadership were great, they were likely not very effective in the early stages when army size was limited and the realm small. In contrast, individual strength played a more significant role in small-scale conflicts. What's more, if he were to become a powerful psychic master who could move mountains and fill seas, having tremendous personal strength might well surpass the effects of enhancements for the whole army or entire power. After making his choice, Gu Heng immediately felt a warm surge from his chest flow through every part of his body, all the way to his extremities. His complexion even turned rosy due to this, and fortunately, only the mechanical soldier servants saw him. These modified beings that do not actively think wouldn't ask any questions. Exhaling a warm breath, Gu Heng felt filled with strength. He could sense his muscles becoming more defined, his joints more flexible, his senses sharper, and his thoughts quicker. A holistic enhancement. But, didn't I choose spiritual talent? Why does it feel like my constitution has improved? Summoning the system again, he saw the datafied effects of the upgrade. Hero, Gu Heng, Faction Leader, LV2, insufficient experience to level up. Constitution, 8, Spirituality, 15. Traits, Psychic Caster, Rage All-Star Governor. Talent. Spiritual Energy Shield. When receiving damage, spiritual energy can be expended to offset the damage. Spirituality plus 1 inch. Constitution did indeed increase, which seemed to be a natural result of the level-up enhancing basic attributes. His constitution was somewhat low, so the increase was noticeable, whereas the rise in spirituality was less obvious. Yet, spirituality was still able to grow by 1 point, thanks to the new talent Spiritual Energy Shield. An increase in constitution was good, as being healthier and stronger was always beneficial. The boost to spirituality allowed him to release more psychic spells and increased his spell power. However, the most crucial part of the Spiritual Energy Shield talent was its actual effect. With just a thought, he could feel a miraculous energy saturating his body, immersing every cell. If an external blow struck, the corresponding damage would be nullified by the spiritual energy, lasting until he chose to turn off this ability or ran out of spiritual energy. The functionality of the Spiritual Energy Shield was also excellent. It was a switchable passive effect, incurring no cost when active until damage was received, eradicating the worry of being unable to activate skills in time for ambushes. And in critical moments, temporarily turning it off to save some spiritual energy for a counterattack, even at the risk of injury, was an option. Overall, the operation was very flexible. This practical skill of exchanging mana for health was something Gu Heng was quite satisfied with. Chapter 7, Chapter 7, Chapter 7, Can it get any worse? Chapter 7, Chapter 7, Can it get any worse? While the outside was buzzing with activity, there wasn't a peep inside the abandoned cave society. They had many people, but only a few guns, so they didn't even dare to step outside to see what was happening at their door. It wasn't until Patel made contact with Nayli through their secret channel and confirmed that he wasn't an imposter or a traitor that they opened the door and let him in. They only let in one person, him. At first, he was worried that Governor would be displeased, but that wasn't the case. Gu Heng generously allowed him to enter first to explain the situation. The governor's troops would stay outside the abandoned cave society for 2 days, waiting for his message. As for what message they were waiting for, Gu Heng didn't specify, but Patel had a rough idea. The governor had fulfilled his promise of rescue, and now it was time for the abandoned cave society to show their sincerity. To this, Patel didn't feel uncomfortable. What was so bad about the abandoned cave society being completely obedient to Governor? As he entered through the door, he returned home. Familiar faces appeared before his eyes, one after another. Their complexions were both pale and blackened. Pale because they lived underground all year round, away from sunlight, blackened because the sweat from labor mixed with the coal dust, and they had no conditions to wash regularly. He was the leader of the abandoned cave society. In the cave, he knew every one of the more than 900 faces. People rushed to ask him, "Patel, are we saved? Were those damn bandits all killed? Who saved us?" Face to face with these many questions, Patel at first replied while walking, answering them one by one. But later, it became impossible to address everyone's questions individually, so he could only shout out a unified response while trying hard to make his way through the crowd. Yes, we are saved. All those bandits have been killed. The governor saved us. Hearing the answers, the people wept with joy. Having finally made his way through the crowd, he looked back at his compatriots' malnourished and by no means pretty faces, feeling both proud and anxious. Proud, because he had brought help and saved everyone. Anxious, because he didn't know what the future held. Heaving a light sigh, he turned his head and saw his uncle, Butch. Butch's hand had been crushed by an overturned cart full of ore, got infected afterwards, and had to be amputated, nearly costing him his life. During that time, Patel was elected. After Butch recovered, he didn't attempt to seize power, there was nothing to seize. In the environment of the abandoned cave society, there was no room for exploitation or oppression. Leaders were elected, and the settlement was so poor that even as leader, there was little difference in terms of labor and living conditions compared to the others. Due to the disability, Butch couldn't do heavy labor anymore. But he was still contributing his remaining strength, assisting Patel, his junior, with all his heart. Butch patted his shoulder with his remaining hand. "You've worked hard." "It's what I should do," Patel replied. The two of them entered a small room where Patel recounted the entire ordeal of seeking aid to Butch. Butch let out a long sigh. "It's a disaster, not a blessing." The old comrade's attitude seemed somewhat pessimistic. Patel disagreed with his view. "What do you mean disaster, not a blessing? I don't see any disaster here. This is definitely our opportunity. The Governor General has said that he will not only save our lives but also provide salvation to the end. He has come to build the entire world, and our abandoned cave society is just the first stop." With a sigh, Butch said, "How can you just believe what those big shots say? In their eyes, we are no different from rats or bugs in the gutter. When have they ever considered us as humans? They say a few nice words when they need you, acting as if they really care about you, but once you're no longer useful, you're ruthlessly discarded." Patel said, "I don't think the Governor General is that kind of person." Butch sneered, "What do you know, you young fool? How many days have you known him? What else can we do?" Patel sidestepped the issue of trust and countered, "Could our situation possibly get any worse? Over 900 people working themselves to death beneath these mines, no one dares to slack off, those who do get starved to death. Even so, we still can't get enough to eat or wear, accidents happen frequently, and every winter, some freeze to death. We don't have extra property to buy guns and arm ourselves. When danger comes, we can only lock ourselves in the cave and pray it passes by. We haven't perished previously because we were too poor, even thieves didn't want to expend too much effort cracking a turtle shell for just a nibble of meat. Now, faced with the greediest lot, hell-bent on breaking in and selling the living for provisions, all we can do is sit and wait for death. I absolutely do not want my people to continue living like this. Besides, what else do we have to lose?" This speech silenced Butch. After a while, he finally spoke. "We would lose our freedom." "Ha ha ha. Freedom." Patel laughed loudly, his laughter nearly reaching beyond the door, and anyone unaware might think he was truly happy. "Can freedom be eaten?" This time I also visited the capital city revival town of the Alliance, and I've seen the slaves. Slaves live much better than us, we don't even have a life as good as cattle and horses. If giving up freedom means no more starvation, freezing, or being eaten by others, then I am willing to give up freedom. Butch was left without any further argument, he could only sigh again. "I don't oppose any of your decisions, I just hope we won't regret it." "We will never regret it. I believe you won't regret it." That very day, Gu Heng saw Patel return with several influential members of the abandoned cave society, all of whom expressed their complete submission to him. This was all within Gu Heng's expectations. The people of the abandoned cave society had no choice. In a humble tone, Patel said, "Governor General, there are a total of 907 people in the abandoned cave society, awaiting your first command. Let's take a look inside the cave." "What? You want to go inside the cave? Not welcome?" "No, But, our conditions there are very poor, you. He truly did not want Gu Hang to enter the mine, not for any other reason but because the conditions inside were abysmal. Over 900 people living together in cramped caves, even with ventilation, the smell inside was unbearable. The living conditions were primitive, with filth and excrement everywhere. Patel was afraid the conditions in the mine would soil the governor's exquisite clothes, even more afraid they would dirty his heart. Gu Hang waved his hand and said, "I need to see what your situation is really like before deciding what to do next." Chapter 8, The True Salvation. Chapter 8, The True Salvation. Although Gu Hang's arrival was unexpected and no grand welcoming ceremony could be hastily put together, the people of the abandoned cave society still went to great lengths to make some display, trying to let the governor feel their respect. As Gu Hang entered through the somewhat cleaned-up entrance of the mining cave, he saw that all the lights inside the cave had been lit. The citizens of the abandoned cave society stood in 2 rows, lining both sides of the mine's tunnel, greeting the arrival of the man who would determine their future fate. Gu Hang was not the first to come in. His military supervisor, Captain Yin Fengshu, had already led over 100 people inside ahead of him. Along the way, robot soldiers had formed a human wall, separating the pathway from the residents of the abandoned cave society. The soldiers stood erect with their guns, while the surrounding civilians all knelt down as Gu Hang passed by. Wherever Gu Hang went, the people there would kneel to greet him. Aside from people, the abandoned cave society had nothing else to put on a display with. Within the crowd, Gu Hang walked, observing the conditions throughout the abandoned cave society. The people had pallid complexions, all looking rather unhealthy. In the cave lay some mining tools, like hoes and carts, purely manual work, nothing to speak of in terms of equipment. As he walked, Gu Hang arrived at a cavity within the mine that the people of the abandoned cave society used as a square and for major living areas. Numerous crude wooden structures were haphazardly built. This must be many people's homes. Even more residents of the abandoned cave society gathered here. As Gu Hang stepped into their midst, hundreds of people, led by their leader Patel, all knelt down in unison. Respect was shown in ample measure. Here, a temporary platform had also been erected. Gu Hang stepped onto it, and a microphone was already in place. Not only could his voice be heard by the people in the small square of the mine, but it could also be transmitted to those not in the square through speakers placed throughout the mine. After all, the mine square was not large enough to accommodate 900 people. Standing on the platform, Gu Hang gazed at the faces under the dim yellow light. He could see the relief of survival from a disaster on their faces and the gratitude they felt toward him as their savior. But at the same time, their expressions did not lack the perplexity about the future, the doubts about him, the man who would decide everyone's fate from now on, and the numbness left from a hopeless life in the wastelands. The responsibility was great and the journey long. But he still slowly began, "Residents of the abandoned cave society, I am your governor, Gu Hang. Today, I saw everyone bowing to me, showing their submission. This is good, it proves that you have made the right choice. Your leader Patel pleaded with me for salvation, and I granted him that. I led my troops to the abandoned cave society and annihilated the bandits who threatened your lives. 146 corpses are neatly laid out outside, and 11 prisoners will soon be judged in the presence of you all. The salvation you desired has been provided, but the salvation I want to give has just begun. On the harsh, merciless wasteland, whether it's natural disasters or man-made calamities, our survival is always under threat. Today the prisoners of death came, tomorrow something else might come. You need the ability to protect yourselves, and I will arm you. This is the first salvation I will bestow upon you. You toil day and night in the mines, only to live a life without sunlight, never full, never warm, with people dying every winter. You have the right to a better life, and I will ensure that everyone willing to strive for it will have a better life. This is the second salvation I will bestow upon you. A safe environment, plenty of food, and warmth may be your greatest desires now. But once you have had your fill, you will have more desires, better living conditions, finer spiritual comforts, and even self-actualization, honor, and faith, and I will provide you with the platform to pursue these higher aspirations. This is the third salvation I will bestow. In my plan, only after I have granted you these three salvations, only after I have made your lives safe and prosperous, can we talk about truly saving you. Gu Hang finished his speech, and at this moment, whether fortunate enough to see Gu Hang's face in the plaza or crowded elsewhere, only able to hear his voice through the loudspeakers, all the residents of the abandoned cave society were in an uproar. When Gu Hang mentioned that the bandits outside had all been killed, people were already exuberant. Those bandits had killed and captured their brethren, trapping them in the cave for many days with their food supplies depleted. They lived in constant dread until now they were finally rescued, and their gratitude could not be more genuine. And when Gu Hang mentioned arming them, some residents, especially the young and hot-blooded, were even more stirred. The people of the abandoned cave society always knew the importance of having guns and ammunition in the wasteland. In this survival of the fittest world, without the ability to protect oneself, one is just meat waiting to be bitten into, for everyone is starving after all. But guns don't come for free, military trade is the most valuable on the wasteland. And the people of the abandoned cave society, barely able to feed and clothe themselves, simply cannot afford them. Only with weapons will they feel secure. Faced with situations like the present one, whether they could fight back or not, they would at least have a fighting chance, and not be left to sit and wait for death, depending solely on others for rescue. The second point, the promise of food and warmth, sparked even greater passion. Gu Hang's words struck deep in their hearts. We work so hard, we suffer so much, why can't we have a full meal? They don't understand the exploitation of the external market, the value disparity between raw and processed products, but the Governor General has promised them food and warmth. That alone was enough to make them fully support whatever the Governor General planned to do. The third point, the so-called higher pursuits, people didn't feel as strongly about that. In fact, some were perplexed. Just staying alive was tough enough, they rarely allowed themselves to think about anything more, not understanding what self-actualization or sense of honor meant. Cheering along, it was because of the momentum built by the previous points that whatever the Governor General said must be right. But there were always a few who, despite the torment of a painful life, managed to keep thinking. Their eyes lit up when they heard the Governor General mention this. The vast majority in the abandoned cave society were inspired by Gu Hang's speech. They could see a path of light and hope unfolding before their very eyes. Chapter 9, Chapter 9, Chapter 9, How many devices are free to use? Chapter 9, Chapter 9, How many devices are free to use? Butch's mood was complicated. As people age and undergo more hardships, and with the safety of the entire abandoned cave society resting on his shoulders, it was inevitable that he would overthink and become overly suspicious. In his view, the hundreds of people in the abandoned cave society huddled together for warmth on the dangerous wasteland, seeking survival. No matter the situation, thinking more and being more cautious even if it meant missing many opportunities, was much better than making one misstep that could lead to utter catastrophe. When the Governor General came with troops to the rescue, he was undoubtedly grateful. Without outside help, all of them would have died. But to be honest, what he most hoped for was that the Governor General would come with his troops, annihilate the bandits, and then leave. Even if it meant they had to pay a higher cost, that would be acceptable. He had considered the worst-case scenario, where taxes would double in 2 years, possibly leading to half of the abandoned cave society starving to death, but it was still better than everyone dying. Now, however, the Governor General not only did not require them to give anything but was also willing to offer more, which made Butch very anxious. If there was no cost at all, it might mean the greatest cost of all. After listening to Gu Hang's speech, he too was unavoidably impassioned for a moment and cheered jubilantly along with the crowd. Everything the Governor General spoke of course, was what he hoped for, what he dreamed of having. But was it really possible? The people of the abandoned cave society, besides their strength, had nothing. No technology, no equipment, even the mines, relics from before the war, had limited reserves and were difficult to exploit. If the veins were of good quality, how could they have possibly ended up in their hands? How could such people pursue a better life? Butch could not imagine. He didn't want to think this way, but he couldn't help fearing the worst, feeling that Gu Hang's words were all deception, and perhaps they would end up being sold off as slaves or something of the sort in the future. But he was no longer the leader of the abandoned cave society. The current leader, Patel, seemed brainwashed, fervently trusting the Governor-General's words. After the Governor-General's speech, the young man was beside himself with excitement, and at the slightest beckoning, he scurried off to discuss the grand plans for the development of the abandoned cave society. Sold out and still counting the money for the buyer. Butch could only retreat to his cramped and musty little space, brooding in private. His brooding didn't last long before his door was knocked on. Opening the door, Patel walked in. The room was pitch black, and Patel asked, "Why don't you light a lamp?" "To save a bit. According to the Governor-General, a happy life can't be saved into existence." "Heh, now you're spouting nothing but the Governor-General's words." "He saved us. I've never denied that. He also wants to bring us a bright future." Butch replied noncommittally, having given up on persuading Patel. What else could be done at this point? Truth be told, the abandoned cave society had no strength. Even if Patel listened to him, what could they do? Could they revolt against the Governor-General? Thinking this, he grew even more disheartened. He listlessly asked, "Aren't you supposed to be discussing important matters with the Governor-General? What do you want with an old wreck like me?" "The discussions are already done. I came to ask for your help." "That was quick?" "The governor values efficiency highly," Gu Hang said. "What do you want me to do?" Butch asked. "Lead our people to the surface and establish a settlement. We can't continue to live in the mines for much longer. The poor living conditions will lead to disease," Patel explained. "But..." Butch hesitated. Of course, it would be great to live on the surface. Who would choose the mines if they had a choice? In fact, the abandoned cave society had plans to expand to the surface and had a camp there. Then, the prisoners of oblivion beat them up. The dozens of people they captured were taken from that surface camp. The surface was too dangerous. With the abandoned cave society's capabilities, they simply couldn't defend it. "I know what you're worried about," Patel said, "but we have the power to protect ourselves. The governor will leave behind 100 robotic soldiers to be responsible for defense here. At the same time, 100 sets of soldier equipment will be transported here. We'll select people from the abandoned cave society and arm a platoon." Now it was Butch's turn to be surprised. He thought the governor was bluffing, but he hadn't expected the promise to be carried out so quickly. No, it should be said, 2 promises. Arming the abandoned cave society's own soldiers so they could protect themselves was one thing, building houses on the surface to improve living conditions was another. Change was immediate. On this matter, Butch couldn't refuse. But he was curious about something else. "You want my help to construct the surface camp, what will you be doing yourself?" "It certainly wouldn't be training the military. That kind of thing would surely be managed by someone from the governor's side. Not to mention military authority, even if the abandoned cave society handled it themselves, they lacked the capability." "Me?" Patel said with a mysterious smile, not keeping the suspense any longer. "I'm going to build our own production line. There will be new mining machines delivered, as well as alloy smelting furnaces. The governor doesn't just want to help us improve the efficiency of mineral extraction, but also to directly establish a production line for producing alloy steel." Hearing this, Butch was genuinely astonished and found himself at a loss for words. Establishing a military force, returning to the surface to live, these things were certainly good, but plainly speaking, they were all illusory. How could the abandoned cave society, on its own, afford a decent military force? Wouldn't they still rely on the governor for support? This was at the core of Butch's pessimism. For the abandoned cave society to lead a good life, they had to possess enough value themselves. He never expected others to provide unlimited, gratuitous support to the abandoned cave society. It was impossible. Even if it was just a temporary measure to win hearts, it was for a greater benefit. Whether it was to build a good reputation or for a darker scheme, it was never a good thing. But now, he knew he was wrong, egregiously so. Indeed, Gu Hang wouldn't provide unlimited, gratuitous support to the abandoned cave society. He did want something from them. However, what he needed was something that the abandoned cave society currently couldn't offer. But that didn't matter, as Gu Hang could enable the abandoned cave society to develop. Once their productivity increased and their inherent value rose, then they would be able to pay the price that Gu Hang was asking for. Of course, by that time, the debt the abandoned cave society owed Gu Hang would likely be much more than just a life-saving favor. But Butch was content. This opportunity was what he had been dreaming of. He was completely invigorated now, having thrown his previous worries to the winds. When do we start? Patel asked teasingly, didn't you say before that it was a disaster, not a blessing? And something about losing freedom? Butch's face turned red, but he stubbornly retorted, you little brat, what do you know? Is our freedom worth more than the equipment the governor is bringing in? Ha 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 ha. Seeing his uncle change his attitude by 180 degrees, Patel laughed out loud. This wasn't mocking his uncle, this was joy for the future of all of them. Chapter 10, Chapter 10, Chapter 10, Technological System. Chapter 10, Chapter 10, Technological System. You have successfully allied with the Covenant Empire faction, abandoned cave society. After finishing his speech, Gu Hang reopened the system interface and saw this new message. The Covenant can do this? In the system's judgment, even a small place like the abandoned cave society was recognized as a faction? He looked further. Current grace points, 11. Total revenue of territories, 6/Terra month. Governor's temporary camp, 5/Terra month. Abandoned cave society, 1/Terra month. The total revenue had risen slightly each month. Gu Hang pursed his lips, not particularly satisfied. The population of the abandoned cave society wasn't large enough, and their productivity wasn't strong enough. By contrast, his temporary camp, although built from scratch, had more than 3,000 people. Of course, there was still considerable room for development on both sides. He believed that once productivity and prosperity increased, the monthly grace income would also see a substantial rise. But as far as Gu Hang's current knowledge was concerned, relying on monthly fixed income would at best ensure a basic guarantee. To become wealthy, one must rely on warfare. What grace system? This is a war frenzy system. After wiping out the main force of the prisoners of war, he had gained 19 grace points. The windfall gave him a taste for more. Once the work at the abandoned cave society was done, he dispatched Yen Fengshu, instructing the captain to take half of the elite Marine Corps and a mechanized servant infantry company to launch an attack on the prisoners of war bandit stronghold based on the confessions of the captives. It should be an easy battle. The main force of the prisoners of war had already been annihilated outside the abandoned cave society, and most of those left in the camp were the old, weak, sick, and disabled. After all, bandits have families too. The handful of bandits left behind weren't much of a concern. They added up to barely 50 people, and it was unclear how many guns they could muster. The forces that Yen Fengshu took were more than enough to annihilate them completely. Gu Hang hoped that Yen Fengshu would save as many of the still living abandoned cave society prisoners as possible, but if not, he couldn't force it. Besides, what Gu Hang was looking forward to more was the harvest of grace points. Although he knew the enemy was weak and the grace earnings wouldn't be high, it should be better than simply waiting for the fixed income each month, right? Thinking this, he continued to look down. Then, a bigger surprise came. He saw that the system had silently added a new function. Beneath the Heroes and Soldier cards options, a new choice quietly sat there. Technology. Gu Hang was far from calm. He had previously felt that the system was a war frenzy system, not only because it awarded many points for winning battles but also in terms of the system's functionalities. Whether it was individual leveling or the training and leveling of troops, it was all in preparation for war. It seemed to be a cycle system where the more you fought, the stronger you became, and the stronger you became, the more you could fight, with farming being a secondary element. But unexpectedly, the system's functionalities had not been fully disclosed to him. Could there be other new functionalities in the future? And what conditions would be needed to unlock them? It was unknown. There would be plenty of time to delve deeper later. Right now, what Gu Hang was most eager to see was exactly what this technology function entailed. Upon opening it, the system interface displayed a sky full of stars, except that each star was dim, waiting for him to light them up. Upon closer inspection, these dark stars seemed interconnected in a rather intricate manner, varying in size. Each star seemed to represent a specific technology. You may invest favor points to initiate a random technology unlock. The success rate and the level of technology unlocked will increase with more points invested. The minimum tier requires 10 points for one unlock, the second tier requires 100 points, and the third tier requires 1,000 points for one unlock. A gacha, lottery mechanism? Could it be a scam? Gu Hang had some psychological shadows regarding these gacha things. But there were no other options. He currently had only 11 points of favor. After one draw at the lowest standard, they'd be gone. Judging from his understanding of similar mechanisms, drawing once at the lowest level often didn't yield any good results. But the problem was, if he didn't spend them here, he had nowhere else to use the 10 points of favor. In terms of heroes, he was now at level 2, capped by experience. Even with favor points, he couldn't level up. As for troop training, from non-elite to T5, it cost 1 point of favor for every 100 people, from T5 to T4, 1 point for every 10 people, and from T4 to T3, 1 point per person. Now, his mech servant battalion was T5 and couldn't be upgraded due to hardware limitations. The elite troopers of the Marine Corps could be upgraded, but elevating just 11 of them to T3 wasn't very meaningful, especially since their equipment wouldn't improve, thus, their comprehensive combat ability wouldn't reach the mark. With that in mind, if he didn't want his favor points to mold away, drawing technology was indeed his only choice. So, he might as well draw. Hopefully, he wouldn't be unlucky. As his thoughts commanded, 10 points of favor quietly vanished, and in their place, a star in the dimly lit sky lit up. Basic technology, alloy plastic steel. A research product of the Empire Mechanical Doctrine, it is a qualified multifunctional material, based on steel, blended with various minerals to forge. It has different properties depending on the specific formula used. It can be used for soldiers' bulletproof inserts, construction materials, vehicle armor, spaceship components. As expected, it was just the most basic technology, and it was in the domain of raw materials. But upon further understanding, Gu Hang's mouth dropped open. I've struck gold. Alloy plastic steel was not an exceptionally rare material, and the performance gap between different ratios and manufacturing processes could be drastic. The best quality plastic steel could be used to make core material components for precision instruments, while the poor quality ones could only serve as construction materials. If it were just the process, the formula, and the blueprints, their usefulness wouldn't be that great. Given Gu Hang's current poor state, he didn't have the means to implement the process or blueprints. But, what the system provided was akin to spoon feeding. The illumination of one technology provided three things. Firstly, there were theories, processes, and design blueprints. With these, as long as there were sufficient technological talents and an industrial base, one could apply this technology on a large scale directly in build factories. That wasn't peculiar, but what came next were two items: black box manufacturing machines. Black box is an adjective, implying that no one can know how the equipment operates internally. Just by inputting the rawest materials, it can directly produce finished products. And such black box manufacturing machines numbered two, each distinct. The first one is a finished product black box, which required only iron ore and any ratio of materials to directly produce the highest level of alloy plastic steel material. The second one is a master black box, similarly requiring only the most basic materials to produce the smelting furnaces capable of manufacturing qualified alloy plastic steel. This was amazing, Gu Hang thought, looking at the two machines that he could materialize at any time, along with the knowledge in his mind, and realizing how powerful the technology system was. The food was literally being fed to his mouth. Indeed, Gu Hang lacked any significant technological or technical talents under his command, but with these devices, he figured that even a group of baboons could manage to put together an alloy plastic steel production line. 10 points of favor, a massive profit. What battle frenzy system! I declare, this is the ultimate farming system. Chapter 11, Chapter 11, Chapter 11, Black Box Manufacturing Machine. Chapter 11, Chapter 11, Black Box Manufacturing Machine. Helping the abandoned cave society establish production capacity was already part of Gu Hang's plan. Gu Hang looked down on the meager mineral output of the abandoned cave society. These people struggled just to feed themselves, so what surplus value could they have? Only by developing them could he achieve his goals. And Gu Hang's goals were not merely to have these people pay their taxes. He wanted to make the entire planet more prosperous. He needed more armies, more weaponry, more material foundations. The abandoned cave society was a starting point, but it was also an important showpiece. If he succeeded, he intended to continuously replicate similar models. But first, he had to make the showpiece work. Originally, his plan relied on the quintet starship floating in the sky. When Gu Hang set out from the star sector capital to take up his post as the planetary governor of the Rajal star, he certainly did not go alone. He was one of the current core members of the Gu family, an old political household in the Tianma star sector. The quintet, a watch-class strike cruiser belonging to the Imperial Navy of the Tianma star sector, carried him all the way from the star sector capital. After completing the task of escorting the governor, the quintet did not leave. It would orbit the Rajal star for a 2-year mission. It was to obey the governor's orders and be the strongest support for the governor to revive the entire planet. It was only Gu Hang who received this treatment. The previous governors had to make do with an escort ship. In theory, with the quintet looming in orbit, Gu Hang could walk sideways on the Rajal star. Above the wasteland, there was nothing that could threaten the quintet. On the contrary, the quintet could carry out terrifying orbital bombardments on any location on the planet's surface. At the same time, the quintet could also bring great help to Gu Hang in other aspects. This 11-kilometer-long giant of the Starsea was equipped with a crew of over 100,000. There were androids, slaves, combat personnel, technicians, elite marines, mechanics, spiritual energy masters. All kinds of people, performing different functions. In a sense, such a giant ship was like a city drifting in the sky. Primarily, the crew relied on conscription and replenishment from various planets, but due to the lengthy space travels, chances to depart were rare. Many of the crew were simply the offspring of the starship's personnel, born and likely to die on the starship, never having left it in their lifetime. This huge sky city could provide Gu Hang with many things. The initial 3,000 slaves, 300 android soldiers, and 30 marines he started with were brought down from the starship. He originally planned to meet the construction needs of the abandoned cave society from above as well. The quintet could provide manpower, weapons, and equipment. When Gu Hang said he wanted to select 100 soldiers from the abandoned cave society and arm them, it wasn't just talk. He planned to get the ammunition from the starship. However, some of the production equipment in his plan was not so easy to obtain. He originally intended to get it from Revival City. After all, he was the planetary governor, the head of the Rajal Star Alliance. Even if his control over the alliance was insufficient, skimming a little off the top was still feasible. But now, it seemed unnecessary. The technology function offered by the system provided much more than skimming could. Without a second thought, he called Patel over, informed him about the production line endeavors, and managed to excite the leader of the abandoned cave society immensely. After sending Patel away, Gu Hang left the abandoned cave society and went to the outskirts. His soldiers were also stationed outside. The people of the abandoned cave society had gradually come out, and under the leadership of a person named Butch, they started to build their ground camp. Patel began to select the 100 abandoned cave society soldiers who were to be trained, and soon settled on the candidates. To be honest, Gu Hang was not very satisfied with these people from the abandoned cave society as the source for soldiers. They were all from laborious backgrounds, but also malnourished, making it difficult to nurture robust physical conditions. Not only did they appear somewhat small and thin, but their bodies also had many hidden injuries due to prolonged hard labor. Although they had the mental resolve to endure hardship, they were still not considered a very excellent source of soldiers. But he had no other options for the time being. The 3,000 slaves brought down from the starship who were in the temporary camp weren't much better. Next, Gu Hang left 100 android soldiers behind and, with the rest of the people and the 100 newly recruited youths from the abandoned cave society, headed to the temporary camp. He did not plan to wait for Yin Fangshu, who was off to clear the remnants of the forsaken prisoners, to return. That man wouldn't run into any trouble. After completing his mission, he would leave behind a small squad of elite Marines to take charge of commanding the android soldiers remaining in the abandoned cave society. Those brainless servant soldiers have hardly any ability to fight independently. After several hours, Gu Hang returned to the temporary camp. The entire camp was still a bustling construction site. After initially leveling the ground, sourcing materials locally to build a rudimentary fence and temporary buildings, most of the servants were busy with one thing: constructing the landing field. The landing field was for starships, not for the entire starship to land, but to facilitate transport ships flying down from the starships to dock with the ground. This was not a particularly efficient mode of transport. On some planets with better conditions, space elevators and orbital starports were the mainstay of interstellar transportation. However, again, it was a matter of conditions. Where could Gu Hang afford to construct space elevators and starports right now? He could only rely on the ships carried by the starships to transport materials between space and the ground. This required a landing field, or rather, an airport, to improve efficiency. The work to complete the project thoroughly wasn't small, but there was no need to do everything at once. Getting something operational was the priority. After briefly checking on the progress of the project, Gu Hang found a deserted place outside the camp and materialized 2 black box manufacturing machines. Those 2 manufacturing machines really were black boxes. Made of unknown materials and pitch black, these 2 machines were shaped like large, square black boxes. They were 2 different sizes, resembling 2 buildings. Each of them had 2 doors, one for inputting materials and the other for outputting products. Gu Hang scratched his head, feeling somewhat dumbfounded. The system never mentioned these black boxes would be so big. How was he supposed to move them? He could only resort to using engineering machinery, as relying purely on manpower was too exaggerated. But on second thought, Gu Hang felt there was no need to transport these 2 devices to the abandoned cave society. The finished black boxes could be put to use by importing or from the abandoned cave society, although doing so somewhat went against his promise to Patel to establish a production line for the abandoned cave society. But in fact, there was no conflict. The finished black boxes were certainly for producing top-tier alloy steel materials and wouldn't have a high output. As for the production line of the abandoned cave society, it could rely on the various parts produced by the mother machine black boxes. These parts would be transported to the abandoned cave society, where they would be assembled on-site to construct an alloy smelting plant. One could imagine that, as both camps continued to develop, the transport exchanges between them would become very frequent. Building roads was certainly necessary, but so was transportation equipment. He didn't want his subordinates to have to push handcarts, taking 8 hours to make a round trip. Vehicles and construction equipment were very much needed. He looked up at the sky. It seems he still needed to fleece the quintet for resources, including the 100 sets of weapons and equipment promised to the abandoned cave society. However, the thought of having to deal with that woman made Gu Hang feel a bit annoyed. Although the word count is still low, I ask my dear readers to please support the new book as much as you can during its early stages. If you can recommend me, that would be even better. I've always wanted to write a book with a sturdy setting, and for this one, I will put in the effort and hopeful for a good outcome, not letting everyone down. Thank you very much, Red Cloth to all. Chapter 12, Chapter 12, Chapter 12, Commodore Captain. Chapter 12, Commodore Captain. The mere thought of having to deal with Gu Hang was a bit annoying to Elysia. As a bona fide colonel of the Imperial Navy and captain of a strike cruiser, she was an undeniable big shot in the Tianma Star Sector. Between the identity of a Navy colonel and a planetary governor, which one carried more weight? In the entire Tianma Star Sector, there were only 7 cruisers permanently stationed by the Imperial Navy. By comparison, there are 9 planets in the Tianma Star Sector, almost an equal number. The two roles were not part of the same system. The status of a planetary governor was special, but it generally belonged to the Empire's administrative system. A starship captain, on the other hand, was part of the military system of the Imperial Navy. Theoretically, the head of a star sector had no direct authority over the Imperial Navy. Of course, reality was not so. The Tianma fleet was established by the Tianma Star Sector, its officers and soldiers mostly recruited and selected from the various planets of the Star Sector. The starships were also financed by the Star Sector's government. Logistical support was provided by the Star Sector as well. In terms of their mission, the Tianma fleet was responsible for the defense of the Tianma Star Sector, cooperating with the Star Sector government, which indeed didn't allow for much independence. All in all, it wasn't easy to compare the status of the 7 cruiser captains of the Tianma Star Sector with that of the 9 planetary governors. It was about even, one could say. But when it came down to Gu Hang and Elysia personally, it was a different matter. Of the 9 planetary worlds in the Tianma Star Sector, the other 8, though varied in level, were at least rulers of their domains. Only the Rage Owl Star was a long-standing thorny issue. According to past practice, Gu Hang taking on the role of governor was almost like being handed a suspended death sentence for 2 years. How could that compare to Elysia? Elysia also came from a prominent family. The Fufata family she belonged to was an ally of the Gu clan and a supporter of the current Star Sector leader. And she herself was a rising star in the military, the most dazzling newcomer among the Tianma Star Sector's navy, the only woman among the 7 captains and the youngest of them all. To have reached her position, her family background was certainly important, but one couldn't overlook her own abilities either. Gu Hang and Elysia were worlds apart. However, the female colonel had her own troubles. Since she had become captain of the quintet, almost 2 years had gone by, and yet the voices of doubt continued unabated. Age, experience, gender, these all became targets for criticism. As for ability? Merely talking about one's ability was too idealistic and would not appease hunger. It needed to be translated into achievements that were beyond question. She was indeed gearing up to fight a splendid battle. Punch the greenskin warlord, kick the chaos traitor, exterminate the void insect species. Anything would do, just a spirited, exhilarating victory that would see her triumphantly return and shut up anyone who dared to criticize her henceforth. But instead of finding a battle, she ended up on Rage Owl Star, providing support for the young governor, a political ally of the family. A 2-year stint. She was very irritated, yet she had no way to resist and could only set off for her assignment in a huff. Already quite annoyed, that guy kept causing her trouble too. She now was also unclear about how the Gu clan really viewed Gu Hang, whether they took him seriously or not. If they valued him, why dispatch him to such a place? It wouldn't be too bad to entrust him with the big task of developing the problematic Rage Owl Star, but the Gu family hadn't even invested much in the way of resources, had they? But to say they didn't value him, why then would the Star Sector government assign one of the Tianma fleet's only 7 cruisers, the very one she captained, the quintet, to stay on standby for 2 years? She couldn't figure it out. And she didn't need to think too hard about it either. She considered herself a soldier, so she would just stick to her orders strictly. The orders she received were to ensure that the Rage All-Star remained loyal to the Empire, to assist the planetary governor, and to provide military support. In this regard, she had never thought about making things difficult for Gu Hang. As long as the governor made a request, she would fulfill the duty of the Imperial Navy. She thought that her tasks would involve simply providing deterrence from orbit and executing strikes when necessary. There was no pressure, just carrying out her duties methodically would be enough. But Gu Hang didn't need her help with the bombardment. Instead, he had taken away a group of servants and soldiers. She hadn't expected this. At first, she didn't want to comply, but after Gu Hang nagged and cajoled her, she was finally swayed into letting him take the manpower. Once she came to her senses, she still felt regretful. "I can help you fight, but you can't just take away my people." This was not within the scope of her duties. Moreover, this was the Imperial Navy troops she was dealing with. True, there seemed to be 100,000 people on board the ship, which might seem like a lot, but a giant starship, 11 kilometers long, required that many hands to operate. If Gu Hang took away too many people, it would directly affect the starship's combat capabilities. What's more, the Navy's strength was all aboard the starships. Detached from the starships, 100,000 people thrown onto the planetary surface would not even make a splash on the scale of a star. Compared to the Imperial Guard with its corps of millions, specializing in ground combat, they were not even in the same league in terms of numbers. Gu Hang had taken more than 3,000 people, which did not yet affect the starship's operation, but such an action could not be allowed to happen again. This time, she received another communication request from Gu Hang. Colonel Elysia was determined, unless there was some combat mission, she had no intention of satisfying any requests. Adjusting her mood, she sat up straight and instructed the technician to patch through Gu Hang's communication signal. Gu Hang's head then appeared on the screen in the center of the command platform. "Colonel Elysia, hello, it's been half a month, and you've become even more beautiful." The female colonel retorted with a stern face, "Your Excellency the Governor, please don't sweet-talk me. Just get to the point. Don't be so serious. I actually have some good news to share with you." "What news?" "Our troops wiped out a rebel force on Rage All-Star today. Nearly 200 enemies of the Empire were eliminated. Bandits and wasteland robbers were turned into rebels and enemies of the Empire in Gu Hang's narrative." Strictly speaking, there was nothing incorrect with what he said. Elysia wasn't fully aware of the specific situation on Rage All-Star, but even so, she knew that there was some embellishment in Gu Hang's words. But what mattered most was 200 enemies? She displayed disdain. "You're proud of such a minor victory, to boast about it in front of me? I know you don't care about these 200 people, Colonel, but what if in the future, this number could be 2,000, 20,000, or even 200,000? Or what if it's about annihilating a green-skinned warlord? Eradicating a heretic cult that does not worship the divine emperor? Or even eliminating an indigenous evil god?" Elysia's expression turned serious. Hearing Gu Hang speak this way, she subconsciously started to ponder if what he said was true, and they had indeed eliminated tens of thousands of Imperial traitors, wiped out a green-skinned warlord, or killed an evil god. What would the merit of such achievements be? Wasn't she after merits? Hadn't the thing that dissatisfied her the most about coming to Rage All-Star been that squatting here for 2 years was simply a waste of time? But she wasn't so easily misled. "You talk as if Rage All-Star is about to be turned upside down. Are there such enemies there?" she expressed her skepticism. "There could be." Gu Hang's smile carried an inexplicable flavor. Chapter 13, Chapter 13, Chapter 13, Help each other out. Chapter 13, Chapter 13, Help each other out. It can be done. This unexpected answer allowed Elysia to vaguely grasp the implication behind Gu Hang's words. Still, she deliberately asked, if there are such enemies, Your Excellency, please give me a precise coordinate, and orbital bombardment will follow. Whether they be greenskins or the heretic cult, I will bring down the Emperor's most terrifying wrath upon these foes. How could the Empire's enemies dare to expose themselves in broad daylight? They won't act openly and aboveboard. I need some time to dig these enemies out. And that will require your help, Gu Heng said. Yalizia fell silent. She now fully understood the meaning behind Gu Heng's words. These enemies, if they already existed on Rage Alstar, that would be best. If they did not exist, then they could be made to exist, but that would require the assistance of the governor's authority, something Yalizia could hardly manage on her own. Gu Heng's voice rose again. I don't need much, nor do I need additional manpower from you. 200 sets of servo-soldier armaments, some armored vehicles usable on land. These things are of no use sitting idle on starships. However, they could trade for opportunities. It's true that this is helping me, but it is equally helping yourself. The Savior of Rage Alstar, how do you like that title? The heads of countless enemies of the Empire will forge your medals of merit. And what you need to pay is but a trifle, some mere land force equipment. I will find the enemies for you, I can even help you take their heads. I don't want to be executed by the Ministry of Internal Affairs Tax Bureau in 2 years' time, and you don't want to waste 2 years in orbit around Rage Alstar. So why shouldn't we help each other? This is not a trade, this is our mission here, and it's our future prospects, he concluded. Ahem, Yalizia tried to speak but found her throat a bit dry. The truth was, she was somewhat tempted. She had thought she would be stuck in orbit for 2 years, and upon returning, continue to face all kinds of rumors and not know when she would find a real chance to fight. But now, Gu Heng's words had opened a new door for her. She began to seriously consider the feasibility of this affair, weighing what she would have to give and what she would gain in return. And the conclusion didn't seem hard to reach. At worst, she would just have provided manpower and armaments, only for Gu Heng to still accomplish nothing, her time wasted here for naught. But what of it? Her 2 years stationed here was a certainty, it was an order from the Naval Department, immutable. The loss of manpower and equipment supplied to support the ground operations wasn't her concern, as supporting the governor was part of her duties. Any missing equipment could simply be requisitioned and replenished later. And crucially, it wouldn't cost her a dime, the Empire's treasury would foot the bill. Beyond that, there were no other costs. Could it be that she had to worry about someone threatening the starship? She found the very idea laughable. And if Gu Heng succeeded, she would earn the merit of purging the planet of all enemies, their heads serving as a soldier's medals. Those who had kept Rage Alstar from providing sufficient resources and taxes to the star sector, once eradicated by her, would see the planet return to its rightful course. Was this not the honor she sought? Of course, this action wouldn't be as heroic as showing one's prowess in a decisive naval battle, destroying the enemy's main warships, but at the very least it would count as merit, proving that her 2 years were not spent in vain. Upon returning, it wouldn't just silence the naysayers but would add color to her resume, which otherwise would only show practice and training achievements, mere subjects of mockery in the eyes of veterans. Biting the bullet, Yalizia said, if that's the case, I agree. That's great. The crew of the quintet was very efficient. It didn't take long for 2 transport ships to take off from the starship. Watching the ships descend to the desolate gray planet below, Yalizia gradually began to reconsider. The scale of my starship's marine corps is not large, actually, the stockpile of equipment isn't that much. No, that's not right. Hadn't I made up my mind not to give even a hair this time, no matter what Gu Heng said? That Gu Heng, he painted such a grand vision, and I just bought into it like that? The thing is, he hasn't offered any benefits yet, not even a concrete promise, so how did I end up giving away 200 sets of personal military equipment, plus 4 armored vehicles? I'd been swindled by that man again. But what he said made so much sense. It hit right at what she was thinking. Sigh. With a sigh, Elysia forced herself not to fret over it anymore. What's done is done, what else can be done? She could only hope that Gu Hang would do as he said. After getting what he wanted, Gu Hang was in a great mood. Soon, he saw 2 transport ships coming from Quintet land at his still unfinished airport. A large number of servants had already prepared. Once the ship's hatch opened, they unloaded everything. After a complete inventory check, nothing was missing. The 200 sets of personal military gear were primarily built around the G7 assaulter rifle, complemented with some squad machine guns, mortars, and combat suits. These combat suits came with bulletproof inserts made of alloy plastic steel. Their performance was acceptable, after all, they were a piece of protective gear. Gu Hang directly allocated 100 sets to the newly conscripted Abandoned Cave Society Company. Next, he used the soldier tag feature in the system to spend the last bit of his grace on them. Abandoned Cave Company, overall dash, not upgradable. Type, light infantry, quantity, 100 people. Equipment, T5, training, dash, experience, dash. This was the current attribute level of the Abandoned Cave Company, and based on Gu Hang's previous experience, in about 3 days, the result of the training bonus would fully manifest. By that time, this new force's overall level would also have reached T5. This was the lowest standard for the Imperial Regular Army. If there were equal numbers, they could completely defeat the bandits and minor warlords on Rage All-Star, keeping casualties to a minimum. At the same time, the transport ships also brought down 4 Strider V-type light armored vehicles. These armored vehicles, with 3 pairs of wheels and rapid-firing autocannons mounted on their weapons platforms, were quite formidable combat vehicles. Unfortunately, the mechanized soldiers couldn't operate these vehicles, nor could anyone from the Abandoned Cave Society Company, so they had to arrange for the 30 elite Marines to be deployed in the 4 vehicles as mobile forces. With this, Gu Hang had under his command a force of more than 400, equipped with 4 high-level armored vehicles. This was already a military force that could not be ignored. His gaze turned in the direction of the Alliance capital Rejuvenation City. Chapter 14, Chapter 14, Chapter 14, Hypoxia. Chapter 14, Chapter 14, Hypoxia. Don't get me wrong, Gu Hang certainly didn't lose his mind to think that, with just over 400 people and 4 armored vehicles, he could take down Revival City by force. That's unrealistic. Revival City is the capital of the Alliance, a place with a permanent population of 130,000 residents and more than 10 times that number in refugees who rely on the city for sustenance. It directly or indirectly controls countless small and large survivor settlements in the surrounding areas, numbering in the hundreds. The conventional military force comprises tens of thousands of fully armed soldiers, a significant number of cannons, locally produced tanks, and propeller aircraft. If needed, they could even conscript a number of mercenaries far exceeding their regular armed forces at any time. The difference in military strength is too great. However, Gu Hang's intention to take over Revival City didn't necessarily rely on military means. At least not on the army. The 400 men at his command would indeed be like eggs striking a stone if they sought to trouble Revival City. But in orbit, the quintet floated there, with its Starship Colossal cannon aimed at Revival City, and the power of orbital bombardment was enough to erase the city from the surface of the planet within a day. This was the greatest military deterrent. Another point was the use of political means, starting with legitimacy. Moreover, Gu Hang was the planetary governor, and the Alliance government was theoretically the only legitimate authority on Rage All-Star, so he naturally was the highest leader of the Alliance. Before him, every planetary governor who came to this planet was based in Revival City, inheriting the Alliance authority, and thus exercising the power of the governor. Actually, that's precisely what Gu Hang did initially. When he first obtained the system and wanted to secure a piece of territory for himself, he thought he had the perfect start. After landing, the entire planet was his territory. Wouldn't the fixed income from the system be maxed out? And with the help of the system, no matter what trouble he encountered on the planet, it would all be easy to deal with. After farming for a couple of years, would he be unable to pay the taxes? Reality quickly slapped him in the face. After landing, he was warmly welcomed, but the system didn't make any movement at all. It didn't acknowledge his nominal leadership over Revival City, let alone the whole planet. As a result, Gu Hang, the esteemed governor, went off to do his own thing. He had actually given this some thought. Firstly, if the system didn't recognize his territory, then without any territory, he wouldn't be able to activate the system's abilities or receive any income. If the system wasn't useful, then of course he had to find a way to make it useful, otherwise what's the point of having a golden finger? Secondly, the system not recognizing the territory indicated that there were huge problems in Revival City. It would be very difficult for him to obtain real power through political maneuvers. Gu Hang didn't think that he, a transmigrator who had never learned any techniques of power struggle, had the capability to outsmart those local power brokers. Even with the quintet in space it was useless, as orbital bombardment was a last resort. Could he really flatten Revival City to the ground? That would be mutual destruction. Unless it was the end, or he needed a scapegoat, he wouldn't resort to it. It was at best a deterrent. Thirdly, based on the first 2 points, he basically understood the core issues the former governors couldn't solve on Rage All-Star. Apart from the planet inherently having a harsh environment, dangerous conditions, and insufficient productive forces, there was likely another reason they couldn't fully and completely grasp power. The objective conditions were already poor, and internal strife just made it impossible to develop and submit the imperial taxes normally. Gu Hang couldn't walk down the same old path, otherwise, there was little hope. It was because of these multifaceted considerations that he decided to set out and start anew. But this didn't mean that he didn't want Revival City. It was the largest gathering place nearby, with abundant manpower, a developed light industry system, and a commercial trade exchange hub. Gu Hang still needed to take it, and he couldn't drag it out for too long, or relying solely on his own slow development, he would indeed not be able to pay the taxes in 2 years and face execution. He had roughly sketched out a plan. "Get me connected to Revival City," Gu Hang called out. "Yes." Zhang Chao responded loudly and set about operating the radio. He was the only person who followed Gu Hang from his family, a clever young man who served as Gu Hang's attendant. Before long, the communication was established, and an exhausted-sounding, aged voice came through the radio's loudspeaker. "Greetings, Governor, this is Revival City, I am Milian Hodgson." The elderly man claiming to be Milian Hodgson had met Gu Hang once when he had just landed on the planet. This dignified old man was the chairman of the Alliance Council and served as the de facto ruler of Revival City during the absence of the planet's governor. After the new governor took office, he was supposed to step back into an advisory role. However, it was clear that Gu Hang, the unorthodox governor, had completely caught Hodgson off guard. Tired at heart. In front of Hodgson, Gu Hang was far less courteous than he had been when speaking to Eulysia. He was not interested in persuading him with emotion or reason but made his demands in the tone of a command. "I need 100 tons of food, 10,000 sets of textiles and clothing, and various types of industrial consumer goods. I will send you a list, and you are to deliver it to my camp within a week." As his words ended, there was no response from the other end for quite a while. Gu Hang's brow furrowed. "Respond." He was clearly dissatisfied. A hesitant young voice responded from the other side, "Go." "Governor, the chairman, he. What happened to him?" "The chairman has fainted." Gu Hang's first reaction was disbelief. "It's not so easy to faint, and I've only asked for a tiny bit of stuff." However, judging by the chaos coming through the radio, it seemed to hold some truth. His second reaction was a twinge of guilt. Is it not great to be so provocative? Then the third reaction was, to hell with guilt, he deserves it. He did it on purpose. To provoke Hodgson into fainting was unintended, but it was no big deal. Gu Hang cleared his throat and continued, "Anyway, you've heard my demands. This is an order from the governor. The supplies must not fall short, and they must not be late. That's all. About 40 minutes later, Revival City, Inner City Council Hall. The silver-haired old man was gasping for air with an oxygen mask strapped to his face. After regaining consciousness, Hodgson had convened the Alliance Council and publicly informed all the councilmen of the governor's demands. The council was in an uproar, with the members arguing loudly amongst themselves. The headache worsened for Hodgson, still wearing the oxygen mask, as his vision periodically darkened. He sadly thought that if this continued, he really wouldn't live much longer. He had to forcefully pound on the table for several minutes before the room slowly quieted down. He took a deep breath of oxygen, then slowly removed his mask, and continuing to argue will not produce any results. Let's vote. I want to see how many of you have the courage to defy the governor's orders under the muzzle of the Empire's cruiser's orbital cannon. Chapter 15, Chapter 15, Chapter 15, I will always trust the governor. Chapter 15, Chapter 15, I will always trust the governor. Hodgson called for a show of hands, but there was still silence below. The council members looked at each other, none willing to be the first to express their stance. Hodgson grew impatient. He pointed to a middle-aged man. You have a big stake in the food trade, you speak first. The one pointed out by the chairman of the council was the council member Wohan. Throwing caution to the wind, he stood up. We cannot accept the governor's demands, it's too much. He has never done anything for us, yet repeatedly asks for our supplies. Last time, it was for supplies for the slaves he brought along, and the burden of those 3,000 people was already heavy enough. This time is even worse. 100 tons of food. 10,000 textile articles. Does our governor even understand the concept of these amounts? But we must obey the governor's orders, said another person helplessly, otherwise, we'll be seen as rebels. The colossal cannon doesn't reason. We can't do without the Empire's aid and supplies, nor can we do without interstellar trade, and it all has to be signed off by the governor. Wohan sneered, you, prospering as Blackbird Heavy Industries broker in interstellar trade, care about trade shares, you naturally rush to lick the governor's ass, not caring whether Revival City's economy can withstand it or not. The named man retorted immediately, you've hoarded 2 months' worth of food, just waiting for the winter to raise the prices. The food you send to the governor will come from your stockpile, delaying your chance to make a profit, right? You're the one exposing Revival City to the colossal cannon by your disregard of the governor's commands. Seeing the council members below about to start arguing again, Hodgson had to bang on the table once more. Enough, stop arguing. Hodgson's withered voice rose. I asked you to vote, not to repeat your reasons. I just want an answer. When you vote, think for yourself. If you give the supplies, where to allocate them from, if not, how to deal with interstellar trade quotas, Empire aid quotas, and orbital strike deterrent. Now, vote. Those in favor of abiding by the governor's orders, raise your hand. Those who don't raise their hand are against it. There are no abstentions. After finishing, he raised his hand helplessly. Once he took the lead, the other council members, hesitant, reluctant, but eventually one after another, raised their hands. In the end, even Wohan, who had earlier ranted about whether the governor understands the concept of 100 tons of food, 10,000 textile articles, also raised his hand helplessly. This elicited a sneer from the bystanders. Unable to retort, he could only mutter quietly, what can I do? Are we really going to give up our quotas? Damn, this governor is really outrageous. Why doesn't he just stay put in Revival City? At least then we'd have 19 ways to make him behave. Watch your words, growled Hodgson hoarsely. The man obediently closed his mouth, though his gaze still held a trace of defiance. After the meeting, Hodgson sat in his wheelchair, pushed back to his room by a young man. The young man did not leave, but reported an issue. Grandfather, after the meeting ended, Wohan convened his supervisors and reached out to several mercenary brokers. He wouldn't dare harm the governor, he couldn't bear that price. But he might target the goods soon to be shipped from Revival City. Hearing this, Hodgson said expressionlessly, let him be. whatever the consequences, he'll bear them himself. Just keep an eye on him and his people, see what exactly they do. I'm worried he will enrage the governor and bring disaster upon Revival City. Ah, Hodgson sighed, what can be done about that? I may be the chairman of the council, but that is all I am. Even if I knew about this, how could I stop Wohan? His voice held a tinge of desolation. It was his grandson, standing behind him, who offered words of comfort. On the first day the governor arrived, he publicly declared his manifesto, saying he wanted to rebuild the wasteland world and improve everyone's life. He likely won't easily let anger towards the whole of Revival City lead to irrational actions. Ha, Hodgson chuckled dryly. You don't trust this new governor? No, I always trust the governor. Hodgson waved his hand, only the governor can save Rage All-Star. But what he didn't say to his grandson was the other half of his thought. I just don't know if it will be this governor. Gu Hang received a message from Revival City, saying that they had agreed to his request, but it would take 8 days to transport the designated supplies to the specified location. He was a little surprised. These people had agreed too readily, and he had thought there would be more haggling. But it didn't matter. Although the outcome wasn't what he had hoped for, the supplies were real. In the end, it wasn't a loss. It was still early, and he didn't dwell on this matter any longer. Yen Fanshu should be back soon, because Gu Hang had already seen the battle settlement interface pop up on the system. A complete victory, awarded 1 favor. Losses, 0, enemies killed, 45, prisoners taken, 13. 1st Automachinary Battalion, 1st Company, losses, 0, enemies killed, 38. Navy Marine Corps, losses, 0, enemies killed, 7. Earlier, he had sent Yen Fanshu to lead a team to eliminate the remaining prisoners of death, where there were only a small number of defenders, and the infirm, women, and children. As expected, his people suffered no losses while completely annihilating the enemy. According to Gu Hang's orders, all the remaining prisoners of death should have been executed. He had no intention of sparing these cannibals, these plunderers who trafficked in human lives. Their bodies were hung in their destroyed camp, using their blood to write a warning. The fate of cannibals. As for receiving 1 favor after the battle, it was within expectations. The enemy was too weak to offer much of a reward. He didn't care much about it. Once Yen Fanshu returned, he had new tasks to assign to the captain from the Navy Marine Corps. Afterward, he checked on the 2 black box manufacturing machines. These 2 machines were located not far from the camp, guarded by dedicated soldiers in the Mech Servant Battalion, who had constructed a makeshift factory around them. Other than the authorized workers, no one else was allowed inside. When Gu Hang arrived, both machines were in operation. Earlier, a batch of ore had been transported from the abandoned cave society and was now in place. The ore was fed into the machines by the workers, and the black box manufacturing machines began to operate. Noises of grinding, vibrating, and high-temperature treatment emanated from them, but they were not too loud. The materials fed into the black box manufacturing machines underwent a series of mysterious and unknowable changes and eventually transformed into high-quality alloy steel, which was then ejected from the output. The gleaming alloy ingots, perfectly demonstrating their strength and toughness, were made of top-quality material directly outputted by the black box manufacturing machines. The workers, who had been waiting nearby, then carried this produced alloy steel to the input of another manufacturing machine. Then, the parent black box also began its work, and soon after, an important component for constructing a smelting furnace was ejected from the output and pulled to another side of the warehouse by the workers. There, a considerable number of parts had already been stacked, including large, one-piece castings and smaller, yet precise parts. They were sorted and stored, waiting to be transported back to the abandoned cave society, where they could be assembled on-site into a smelting furnace capable of producing alloy steel. Gu Hang was very satisfied. Chapter 16, Chapter 16, Chapter 16, I accept even if it costs my life. Chapter 16, Chapter 16, I accept even if it costs my life. Alloy plastic steel, within the entire Empire civilization, is the most basic and widely applied multifunctional material. It can be used in construction, the manufacture of machinery and weapons, and also for repairing and reinforcing facilities in vehicles. Its high strength and corrosion resistance allow it to be used in extremely harsh environments, capable of handling work needs in a variety of distinctly different settings. And this was especially important on the harsh environment of Rage All-Star. As far as Gu Hang knew, Rage All-Star did not possess the technological capability for mass production of alloy plastic steel. The entire planet was still using relatively basic and primitive ordinary steel. In comparison, alloy plastic steel was far superior in performance. Obviously, if they could master the ability to produce alloy plastic steel in large quantities, the abandoned cave society stood to make a substantial profit. The scarcity and widespread demand for alloy plastic steel made its price high. With the black box, Gu Hang was able to keep production costs very low, even more so than other planets' manufacturers specializing in this industry. Moreover, the benefits that came from alloy plastic steel were not just limited to profits. However, if they were to produce on a large scale, Gu Hang was worried that the abandoned cave societies or output might not be sufficient. The abandoned cave society was short on labor, and Gu Hang had not acquired the equipment to mine or, moreover, the quality of the abandoned caves or veins was average at best. For now, it was still sufficient, but as more and more smelting furnaces were being created by the black box, there was bound to be a shortfall in the future. But by that time, there should be a stable output. Finding a market wouldn't be a concern, since they wouldn't have to worry about sales. Large-scale raw material imports were also an option, and the abandoned cave society's pillar industry would definitely shift from resource extraction to metal smelting. These parts that have already been produced should be enough to assemble a smelting furnace. Send them over to the abandoned cave society, production can already begin. Patel never doubted that the governor would keep his promise. If he said he would build a production line, then it would certainly be built. But he never dreamed that it would come this quickly. He saw a group of slaves, or rather, workers, from governor's camp, escorted by mechanized soldiers, pushing carts and delivering all the production parts. Having already received the news in advance, Patel, along with the able-bodied members of the abandoned cave society, helped unload the cargo. The instruction manual was already prepared, and a technical worker from governor's camp would instruct them on how to assemble the smelting furnace. At first, Patel was worried that he and his illiterate men would not understand the process. But when they actually began the work, they found it to be much simpler than they had imagined. The instruction manual contained text, but more importantly, there were various diagrams that were not difficult to understand. First, they installed the furnace body vertically, then carefully aligned each connection point. Next, they used fasteners to securely fix each part of the body together, to ensure the robustness and stability of the furnace. Then came the furnace lid, observation window, exhaust pipe. Last, he personally installed the furnace door. The entire assembly process was very simple yet extremely precise. Just follow the steps one by one, the only requirement being meticulous care to ensure that every detail was repeatedly checked and confirmed. The installation took them half a day. They placed the energy crystals that arrived with the transport team into the smelting furnace's energy module and started the heating system. The entire body of the furnace gradually heated up, with the temperature rising steadily. A batch of ore, already prepared, was fed into it. The workers of the abandoned cave society quickly became soaked with sweat in the heat wave, yet they still stood by their posts until the alloy plastic steel smelting furnace finally began operating, emitting a roaring sound. Several hours later, night fell. The alloy metal liquid produced has cooled into ingots within the molds, neatly stacked. Patel didn't realize that the batch of alloy plastic steel he produced was far inferior in quality compared to the top-grade plastic steel coming out of the governor's camp's black box. But even if he knew, it didn't matter. As long as it was qualified plastic steel, that would do. On Rage All-Star, this was already a very superior industrial product. Butch, who had originally overseen the construction of the abandoned cave society's ground camp, couldn't help but come over to see the finished products. The current and former leaders of the abandoned cave society looked at the batch of alloy plastic steel ingots and laughed foolishly together. A tremendous sense of satisfaction filled their hearts. No one could feel the power of industry more intimately than they did. From today on, the abandoned cave society would no longer be the place that could only rely on manpower to mine low-grade ore and sell it at cheap prices for meager food supplies. They had industrial capacity now. They could directly produce alloy plastic steel and sell it at a higher price. They would no longer have to endure hunger and cold. They would live the good life as the governor had said, as long as they were diligent and hardworking. Butch exclaimed, "Even if the governor demanded our lives, I would accept it." Patel laughed and patted his uncle's shoulder. "The governor won't take our lives, he wants us to live better and better." Soon, the second smelting furnace was also delivered to the abandoned cave society. The production capacity of alloy plastic steel was further strengthened. But the problem that Gu Hang had previously worried about did indeed arise. Just 2 smelting furnaces nearly devoured all the ore produced by the abandoned cave society. To continue expanding production capacity, more raw materials were inevitably needed. Energy was also a problem. The smelting furnace used energy crystals, which was also a sort of black technology under the Empire's system. According to Gu Hang's understanding, this was essentially a battery, albeit much more powerful than any he remembered. High-density energy was bound and concentrated within a solid crystal, safely releasable when needed. These energy crystals could be directly mined in certain worlds. In many others, energy industrial planets generated power through various methods and compressed it into energy crystals through special processes. Without a doubt, Rage All-Star itself lacked such production capabilities. The energy crystals Gu Hang was using now were pilfered from the quintet. But he couldn't always keep pilfering. There was also good news, however. First, Gu Hang still had enough energy crystals on hand. Second, apart from using energy crystals, the smelting furnace could also be powered by electricity. Gu Hang still had time to set up an electricity supply for his territory. This too was a headache. High-end solutions were not worth considering for now. The primitive approach to power generation was just boiling water, but he needed fuel to burn. Fuel, raw materials. Rubbish town? Gu Hang muttered to himself. The rubbish town he referred to was a survivor settlement located 100 kilometers north of the abandoned cave society, where Gu Hang could find the output he needed. Chapter 17, Chapter 17, Chapter 17, I want an explanation. Chapter 17, Chapter 17, I want an explanation. About 100 kilometers north of the abandoned cave society, in fact, was almost within the realm of the high wall ruins. It was a core city before the era of disaster, which by now had become ruins. Low-energy storms, mutant creatures, green-skin orcs. Whether it was the environment or the things that lived there, all posed a great threat to humanity. However, the massive urban ruins also concealed the wealth of the pre-war period. Rubbish Town was right next to the high wall ruins. Initially, scavengers established this gathering point as a supply station and trading spot for expeditions to the high wall ruins and excavation missions. Later on, it developed continuously and eventually turned into a fairly large town. There was no central government or ruler in Rubbish Town, but rather merchants known as agents controlled the situation, creating a social structure of agents, mercenary caravans, adventurers, and mercenary scavengers. The armed adventurers took and guarded various resource points, scavengers entered to excavate resources, caravans bought and sold resources, and agents operated behind the scenes, monopolizing the business. The garbage scavengers brought back would be initially processed into various types of materials, mainly metal, which also constituted the main output of Rubbish Town. Another main output was energy. This brings us to mention Low Energy Storm, the most terrifying disaster on Rage All-Star. The so-called Low Energy Storm was a huge trauma left over from the war. Inside the sweeping winds would rise high-density low energy and energy residue left after an outbreak of spiritual energy. This type of energy normally couldn't be harnessed, and instead, it caused fatal damage to human bodies, machinery, and electronic equipment. Humans could not survive in such an environment, and even the mutant creatures birthed by low energy dared not move in the core of the storm when the low energy storm was at its fiercest. The high wall ruins were one of the areas where low energy storms occurred most frequently and violently. But after the storm, there would always be some legacies left behind. The violent low energy combined with some minerals occasionally produced something called hot ash stone. This thing wasn't the same as a high-density energy crystal, but it could generate sustained high temperatures once ignited. That could be used to generate electricity. Raw materials, hot ash stone, these were the two major outputs of Rubbish Town. Gu Hang still remembered how the abandoned cave society used to produce ores, which were mostly sold to Rubbish Town. They actually wanted to sell to the closer Revival City, but Revival City didn't want the raw ores. And the nearest place that had the capability to perform initial processing of raw materials was only Rubbish Town. The prices they offered were low, which was one of the important reasons why the abandoned cave society used to struggle to make ends meet. Let bygones be bygones. Gu Hang was interested in the fact that there were connections between the abandoned cave society and Rubbish Town. Gu Hang made up his mind that as soon as he returned, he would have Patel contact Rubbish Town. His direct territory needed to continue developing, which required plenty of raw materials and energy support. As for the trading goods, he had already thought it through. Food. Rubbish Town didn't produce food, they usually imported it from Revival City. What Gu Hang intended to create was an economy where the abandoned cave society produced an alloy steel, as well as other industrial products in the future, to be sold in Revival City, buying food from Revival City to sell in Rubbish Town, and procuring raw materials from Rubbish Town to expand production. A very good cycle. The 100 tons of food he had requested from Revival City could now play a part. Aside from supplying the governor's domain, he planned to sell the rest to Rubbish Town. This batch of supplies would arrive in 8 days, and Gu Hang patiently waited. During these 8 days, 2 pieces of news arrived, one good and one bad. The good news was that the monthly fixed income from the grace of the large-scale alloy steel production initiated by the abandoned cave society was rising rapidly. Current grace points, 1. Monthly fixed income, 12. Governor's Camp, 8/Terra month. Abandoned Cave Society, 4/Terra month. It had doubled. Neither of the two territories had increased in population. The main change during this period was the significant boost in the production of alloy plastic steel. The increase from 1 to 4 for the abandoned cave society must be a reflection of the production boost. The increase at the governor's camp should be a reflection of productivity as well. The difference lies in the fact that the abandoned cave society used 2 newly erected smelting furnaces, while the governor's camp relied on 2 black box manufacturing machines. Although the output of alloy plastic steel wasn't as high as that of the abandoned cave society, the quality was much better, and they had also produced 2 smelting furnaces. All in all, expanding production was definitely a good thing. Not to mention the products themselves, the wealth represented by the increase in the monthly fixed income within the system was also substantial. Gu Hang hoped to maximize the monthly fixed income before the grace points were distributed this month. He could try to boost the population, open up trade routes, expand production. In the past few days, aside from inspecting the soldiers' training, he had been considering these plans. But on the 7th day, he received some bad news. The goods were robbed? Gu Hang's face darkened as he pressed the man before him for answers. The man lamented, "Yes, we were transporting 30 carts of goods from Revival City when we decided to take a rest before continuing. While we were sitting on the ground singing, hundreds of raiders jumped out and robbed us. Why didn't they just go for a hot pot meal while they were at it?" Gu Hang sneered, "Not a single item left, but no casualties? Are the Wasteland Raiders this compassionate now? It's not that there were no injuries. Look at my nose, Governor. A gun butt came crashing down and broke my nasal bone. He kept talking, noticing the governor's face growing ever darker, and his voice got quieter and quieter. He began to feel an imposing pressure filling his heart, as if a mountain was about to bear down on him. Struggling, he spoke again. "We surrendered." The robbers seemed more than just simple bandits, not the usual wasteland raiders. I recognized two of them. They seemed to be mercenaries lurking around the outskirts of Revival City. At first, we were very afraid, but after we surrendered, they indeed didn't kill any of us. They just took the ox carts away. He paused, then continued, "I suspect that when we set off, someone noticed the goods we were transporting. Those mercenaries, blinded by greed, didn't dare to act near Revival City, so they followed us all the way." Gu Heng cut him off. "You're saying you were robbed just 15 kilometers from my camp?" "Yes. Your group was small, not carrying enough guns, and after they surrounded you, you surrendered immediately." "Then the raiders didn't kill you but just took the goods?" "Yes." "Fine." Gu Heng had lost interest in talking with this man any further. He left the temporary housing for the bedraggled transport team members and called over Yin Feinshu, ordering him to take the 20-odd Marine troopers in the camp, along with the trained abandoned cave company, to the scene of the incident to investigate and attempt to track down the raiders. As for himself, he returned to his room and instructed his attendant, Zhang Chao, to establish communication with Hodgson, the chairman of the Revival City Council. "My goods were robbed. I need an explanation from you." Chapter 18, Chapter 18, Chapter 18, It's a Pity to Burn into Ashes the Monster. Chapter 18, Chapter 18, It's a Pity to Burn into Ashes the Monster. The governor's assertiveness had rendered Hodgson silent. He knew that silence at this time was quite disrespectful, but he indeed felt very embarrassed. What could he report to the governor? But he knew he couldn't keep silent forever. "I will try my best to find out who did this." "No," Gu Heng interrupted him, "if you simply bring out a group of mercenaries or some looter to take the blame, then there's no need. What I want is simple. The 8-day deadline was set, and by tomorrow, I want to see everything I was promised, not a thing less. Otherwise, have Revival City send a new batch right now. It's still possible to make it on time, or I could go get it myself." Hodgson felt his throat was very dry. Asking Revival City for a new batch of supplies was nonsensical. 100 tons of grain and 10,000 pieces of textiles couldn't just be conjured up. Even in Revival City, not everyone could have their fill. The core of the governor's speech lay in the latter part. He could go and get it himself. Where would he go to get it? It seemed to depend on his response. If he could provide a satisfactory answer, perhaps the governor could go after the thieves, and he would only need to provide a name. If he couldn't provide an answer, then the governor would likely come to Revival City to retrieve it. Wherever he went to fetch it, the process would probably not be gentle. So who would have to endure this harshness? By this point, Hodgson knew he had no other choice. He gave Gu Heng a name, then added, "Give me 2 or 3 more hours, and I will send you the exact address as well, Governor." "Fine, I'll give you one final 3 hours." After the communication had been cut off, Hodgson pressed another button, summoning an attendant. He wanted to say something but, before he could speak, an unbearable itching sensation caused him to cough loudly. The cough was fierce and intense. On the other end, the attendant's voice was also filled with panic. "Councilman? Councilman? What's happened to you?" Hodgson couldn't speak. "I'm on my way." "Hold on." A few minutes later, 2 people burst into Hodgson's office. One was the attendant, and the other, brought by the attendant, was Lambert Hodgson, Hodgson's grandson. By that time, Hodgson had stopped coughing. He was slumped in his chair, gasping for breath. Seeing that his grandfather was not in serious trouble, Lambert finally relaxed a bit. "You? Don't talk about that now." Hodgson raised his hand to stop his grandson's questions. "Go immediately to the Wuhan company, and make sure to find out where those mercenaries they hired took the goods intended for the governor." Lambert was stunned. Did he really make a move? Yes. But? No more buts, we only have 3 hours. Has the governor lost his temper? Lambert guessed. Yes. Hodgson sighed, our governor is much more decisive and ruthless than I imagined. Gu Hang did not consider himself to be ruthless. He just knew, and insisted on one approach: he could not afford to engage in squabbles or resort to political tactics with these people. It wasn't about whether he could outsmart them with schemes and deceptions. The main issue was, even if he could, what would that accomplish? It would be inefficient and time-consuming, and Gu Hang did not have that time to spare. He preferred a straightforward, decisive approach. He called his men, took the radio, and with 100 men, leaving another 100 behind, they set off. Gu Hang planned to catch up with the team led by Yin Fanshu, which had set out earlier, to see if they could find any leads at the scene of the incident and attempt to track the enemy. If there were gains, all the better; if not, he would wait and see what news Hodgson would bring him in 3 hours. The worst-case scenario was simply that he would have to take more than 200 men to Revival City to demand the supplies he needed. His own men were definitely not enough. When the time came, he might even need to ask Colonel Elysia for some modest help. He believed Elysia wouldn't refuse; by then she should be able to achieve quite a bit of merit. Gu Hang hoped that scenario would not happen, but if it came to that, it would be unavoidable. And he would definitely take the most thunderous, resolute measures. How could a swordsman not command a deterrent presence? If anyone thought the governor's deterrence was insufficient, he did not mind setting an example through concrete actions. Let's see if Revival City would be willing to be that example. 2 hours later, Gu Hang and his troops arrived at the site of the incident and met up with Yin Fangshu. The Navy captain had made some discoveries here. We've found some clues. The raiders tried to cover their tracks when they left, but their methods were rather amateurish. I've dispatched a squad to follow them and we should be able to obtain further information soon, Yin Fanshu reported. After hearing Yin Fanshu's report, Gu Hang nodded. Finally some good news, then let's wait. Let's see whether Revival City's response will be quicker, or if your squad finds those raiders first. Revival City? Yin Fanshu sounded puzzled. I thought we were talking about raiders. Are you suspecting people from the so-called alliance in Revival City? Is that hard to guess? Yin Fangshu scratched his head. Yes, it's quite easy to guess. Even though I didn't guess it, I won't admit it. Gu Hang looked at Yin Fanshu with a bit of helplessness. Good at warfare, but so obtuse with things like this. Gu Hang said no more. His gaze swept around the vicinity. The traces of the raid weren't that obvious. There had been almost no fighting, no deaths, hence no bodies, and not even much blood. All the transport vehicles had been taken, and almost nothing was left behind at the site. From this perspective, being able to track the raiders hours after the crime, especially since they attempted counter-surveillance, indicated Yin Fanshu was not incompetent. Thinking this, Gu Hang felt somewhat satisfied. It was fine as long as their military skills were solid. He didn't expect them to be all-rounders. What followed was a period of patient waiting. News from both sides arrived almost simultaneously shortly after. The elite Marines dispatched had returned a telegraph. They had found traces to continue the pursuit, deducing several possible escape routes and destinations for the raiders. On the other side, the chairman of the Revival City Council had contacted Gu Hang through telegraph, providing 3 specific locations and ranking them according to the likelihood of accuracy. Both sets of intelligence, examined against each other, shared some overlap. Finally, Gu Hang roughly identified the target: Mantan River Valley Manor. It was a private domain belonging to an alliance councilman named Wohan. Mantan River Valley Manor was his property, the foundation of his wealth, and one of the few pieces of quality land around Revival City suitable for agriculture. After Wohan made his basic wealth accumulation, he didn't just produce grain, he also engaged in the grain trade and made quite a profit, which led him to become an alliance councilman. Now, Wohan's main business was in the grain trade, with Mantan River Valley Manor's grain production being only a small fraction for him, but he still valued it highly, treating it as a holiday spot, his stronghold. It sounds like a beautiful place, a shame to reduce it to ashes. Chapter 19, Chapter 19, Chapter 19, Valley Manor. Chapter 19, Chapter 19, Valley Manor. Valley Manor, indeed a rare place of beauty in this wasteland world. At least, that's how it was from a scenic viewpoint. A narrow river meandered gently by, its untainted water source nourishing the surrounding land and fostering a patch of green. A fence built of broken stones enclosed the large area of shade. Scattered buildings adorned the area, and crops in the fields grew robustly, swaying with the wind as if to boast of the forthcoming bountiful harvest to the world. The time was approaching dusk, and the river's water reflected the sunset's glow, twinkling with gold, like a mirror that made the surrounding scenery even more beautiful. The sky slowly turned a soft orange, the afterglow of the setting sun gradually disappearing, replaced by the brilliant starry sky. Rajal Star had no natural satellites, no moon, so the farmland around the small river bay was half bathed in the sunset's afterglow, half illuminated by starlight, presenting a beautiful and peaceful scene. So beautiful, Yin Fengshu remarked with emotion, I haven't seen such a sight in a long time. Since I've been either on a starship or, after landing on Rajal Star, all I've seen is devastation. The last time I witnessed a scene like this was many years ago. I can't bear to ruin it either, Gu Hang responded casually, but I'm even less willing to let the goods I want stay here, than be harvested by that man named Wohan as a means to jack up grain prices after he's hoisted them. Such a beautiful manor and farmland, if fate has brought us here, we will make it even better. An hour ago, the troops led by Gu Hang had already arrived at this place and dealt with the sentries on the perimeter. Next, they began to regroup nearby. The manor became tense due to the sentinels' loss of contact, but Gu Hang didn't care. His men had already surrounded the area, they could ignore anyone trying to flee, but it was impossible for anyone to leave dragging a large amount of supplies with them. While the soldiers regrouped, Gu Hang admired the scenery, and the people inside the manor trembled. When the sun had just set, the designated time for the attack had arrived. He said to Yin Fengshu beside him, let's begin. Scattered soldiers started their assault outward, and 4 black armored vehicles emerged from the sparse woodland, their engines roaring and echoing through the valley. The leading mechanized servant infantry, wielding strikers, charged towards the defensive line of Valley Manor, their bullets cutting through the air with piercing screeches. At the same time, mortars began pounding Valley Manor, with explosions raging like thunder from hell, smoke filling and enveloping the manor. Where the artillery reached, vegetation was engulfed in flames, the ground became utterly shattered, and sparks and debris harshly struck the stone walls and rooftops of the manor, emitting bursts of thumping sounds. The raiders also immediately mounted a resistance, taking advantage of the buildings and stone walls to return fire. The sound of gunfire was so intermingled that it was impossible to tell who was shooting, one could only see bullets flying through the air, kicking up dust and stone chips. The raiders' resistance was exceptionally fierce, with perhaps a couple of hundred people inside. Facing mortar bombardment, a hailstorm of bullets, and casualties, they still dared to stand firm and fiercely return fire. Both in terms of equipment and combat will, these foes were far more formidable than the prisoner bandits they had encountered before. The prisoner bandits had been using handcrafted iron pipe rifles. Not only were they horribly inaccurate, but their power was also weak, hardly making a dent in the mechanized servant infantry's plastisteel plate vests. At that time, the main casualties in battle were caused by mutated green-skinned beasts. The mercenary troops active around Revival City, however, weren't equipped so poorly. They at least had automatic rifles to use, with much more intense firepower, bullets that were stronger, and a high degree of accuracy. They were even equipped with machine guns. Taking cover, they had the advantage against the attacking mechanized servant infantry, and from time to time, a soldier would be shot down. A fallen soldier wasn't necessarily dead. Their bulletproof vests and helmets, though lightweight, were still made of alloy plastisteel with excellent performance and could save their lives. Those who fell were generally shot in the legs, and a considerable proportion could return to the ranks after their wounds healed. But overall, the struggle in the attack was visibly growing. And as the soldiers got closer to the manor, the more difficult things became. The closer the distance, the more precise and fierce the enemy's fire became, and the soldiers would suffer particularly heavy casualties. At a distance, the enemy's bullets hardly pierced the body armor, but up close, they didn't have to pierce through to be lethal, as the unprotected face, neck, and limbs were much more likely to be shot. Under normal circumstances, if Gu Hang wanted to quickly take down the manor, there would have to be casualties. If they were to assault by force, he feared that it might cost them half a company in casualties. To avoid heavy losses, they would need to be prepared for a long siege. Digging trenches on the outer perimeter, extending inward, a prolonged standoff and exchange of fire, and non-stop bombardment from mortars until the enemy's manpower and ammunition were reduced to a relatively low level. Then they could launch a final assault, which would keep casualties within control. However, Gu Hang was not willing to suffer high casualties, nor did he intend to drag out a protracted fight with these mercenaries. He had weapons that could settle the situation decisively. And he had two of them. The first were the 4 Strider V-type armored vehicles. Once they closed the distance, their mounted machine guns roared in rapid fire. The 45mm twin-barreled cannons fired rapidly, spewing out projectiles hard to say whether they should be called bullets or shells sweeping across a section of broken stone walls. Each large-caliber bullet carried immense destructive power, shattering stone and splintering debris, leaving the walls unrecognizable. The mercenaries relied on the walls for cover, but they were utterly incapable of withstanding such a ferocious attack. The 4 Striders advanced while mercilessly sweeping their fire. Shells ripped through the walls and tore apart the bodies of many mercenaries, the grisly scenes terrorizing those nearby. After the Strider versus open fire, the mercenaries' intensity of resistance was firmly suppressed. With the mechanized Servant Infantry Company held back, the Wasteland Infantry Company moved up with the 4 Striders, forming a second wave of attack. Even the mortars' positions began to advance with the Striders' forward push, and as the distance closed, the precision and destructiveness of the mortars continued to increase. At that moment, a mercenary suddenly emerged from the side, carrying a tube-shaped weapon in his hands. It looked rough in construction, but it was undoubtedly a rocket launcher. Whether by a stroke of luck or truly exceptional skill of a seasoned veteran, he nailed it with a single shot. Aiming, firing, the rocket propelled by a long tail flame, solidly hit one of the armored vehicles that was firing. The mercenary smiled, promptly discarding the launcher and preparing to find new cover. However, just as he ducked behind the wall, he felt the wall next to him crumble, was violently flipped over, and landed on the ground, his vision filled with a mist of blood. He saw his own hand flying away, saw his lower body not far to the side. He was desperately aware of his situation. He had been hit by a high-caliber machine gun, his waist blown apart. The cover he relied upon did not provide any protection, the stone wall was blasted into flimsy fragments. But what seemed impossible to him was that the very vehicle he had hit with the rocket launcher had killed him. The last seen in his eyes was the armored vehicle emerging from the gunsmoke, without a scratch on it. Why was this? He died in pain and confusion. Chapter 20, 20 chapters, all about geniuses. Chapter 20 chapters, all about geniuses. For walkers were the first weapon Gu Hang could deploy to shatter the defenses of Valley Manor. And the second weapon was he himself. He had joined the battle in person. Gu Hang sat in an armored vehicle, his eyes fixed on a bunker. There was a hole dug there and overlaid with heavy stone to construct the upper structure, leaving space for firing ports. Inside were mounted heavy machine guns, posing a significant threat to infantry. Even the autocannons on the walkers struggled to shake the sturdy bunker. The bunkers built by the mercenaries were 3 in number, forming their second line of defense. Realizing that the simple stone walls couldn't hold any longer, a large number of mercenaries had already retreated. They planned to rely on these bunkers to continue their resistance. Gu Hang closed his eyes. He could feel the vibrations of souls and the taste of blood. Within his psychic perception, the resisting mercenaries formed blurry shadows, detected through his psychic vision. He locked onto the nearest bunker, and an unseen blade in his real field of vision slashed across the heads of two mercenaries inside, decapitating them. In reality, the two mercenaries' bodies showed no outward signs of anomaly, but they fell backward rigidly, as if beheaded, their bodies twitching from nerve spasms. Then, Gu Hang dealt with the machine gunners in the other two bunkers in the same manner. He felt his spiritual consumption was manageable, at least it was less than what it took to deal with that mutant green-skinned prisoner. The reason might be twofold. Firstly, after being modified with drugs, the green skin's extremely robust body also resulted in an enhanced spirit strength. The energy used to sever one of its legs had been much greater than that needed to kill several mercenaries. On the other hand, after his last upgrade, his spiritual attributes had increased slightly. This slight improvement meant that he could control 150% more spiritual energy than before the upgrade. The value of one attribute point was enormous. Killing these mercenaries, whose will was slightly stronger than that of ordinary people, was not too strenuous. The simultaneous silence of the three bunkers' firepower caused a significant gap in the mercenaries' defensive line. Under the cover of mortar fire and advancing armored vehicles' autocannons, the infantry seized this opportunity to charge forward at a fast pace. Some mercenaries tried to re-enter the bunkers to restart the heavy machine guns, but those that tried were either torn apart by the armored vehicles' autocannons or accurately picked off by the elite Marine Corps. Those who actually made it inside were clearly visible to Gu Hang's spiritual vision, and with a soul severance, decapitating the enemy was effortlessly done. By this point, the morale of the mercenaries had completely collapsed. They knew they couldn't escape. Leaving cover on flat terrain, they couldn't possibly outrun the pursuit of the armored vehicles on foot. Not to mention the fearsome psychic. A considerable number of mercenaries were laying down their arms and raising their hands to indicate surrender. This marked the destruction of the second defensive line of Mantan River Valley Manor. The main forces of the mercenaries within the manor were almost completely annihilated. Exactly how many people had surrendered, and how many had been eliminated, was not something they had time to tally up yet. However, based on simple inquiries and confessions, the remaining enemies shouldn't have exceeded 20, and they were all concentrated inside the central building. This location wasn't far from the small river bay, it was the residence of the master's family. Not all of the 20 men were mercenaries, mostly they were Wohan's personal bodyguards. Moreover, they had learned about the storage location for the supplies that had previously been looted, a few warehouses not too far from the main building. They had just returned not long ago, and the goods had not been completely unloaded. Livestock still tied up, and wooden carts loaded with wares were all nearby. Gu Hang had already dispatched abandoned cave companies' troops to sweep the warehouses. On one hand, to guard against any people that might still be inside, and on the other to inventory whether the goods were complete and exactly how many there were. The remaining personnel then surrounded the last building that had not been conquered. That building was built rather elegantly. The 4-story Western-style building had a substantial footprint. Whenever Wohan wasn't in Revival City, he would generally live here. Inside that house were his servants, housekeepers, and a series of others who served him. As for the tillers of the entire manor's land, the serfs, they weren't allowed near this place. The serfs lived in a more out-of-the-way location, where there were some simple plank houses, holding roughly 200 people in communal living. That area had already been seized by the soldiers, and the unarmed serfs obediently stayed inside the houses, not daring to move. At least 20 or so armed individuals were inside the main building. The soldiers of abandoned cave company had already tried to persuade them to surrender, but the soldiers sent to negotiate was met only with bullets. Thankfully, the distance was somewhat far, so only 2 bullets hit his chest, which were stopped by the bulletproof inserts. The young soldier, with pain in his chest, scurried back, cursing up a storm after his narrow escape. The company commander Prabhav went up and kicked the young lad a couple of times. "What's there to panic about? Could those 2 bullets have taken your life?" The young soldier shrank his neck. He had dared to charge fiercely during the fight, and he wasn't afraid to go alone to negotiate up close, but he was scared of this company commander. Logically, he really shouldn't have been. Commander Purbov was an old acquaintance, originally a local from abandoned cave society, the head of an ore extraction team. When everyone was conscripted from their hometown, the leader had Purbov lead the team. After they were reorganized into the military, Purbov was also promoted to acting company commander, in charge of training. A head of an ore extraction team, what did he know about military training or command? Yet, during the days of training that followed, the commander miraculously acquired the skills and ability to lead and command troops. Even he found it incredibly strange, as if during those days of training, his memory, comprehension ability, and even including muscle memory were all enhanced dramatically. He quickly became a competent officer. He knew how to train the soldiers, he knew that at times he couldn't be as lenient with everyone as before, and that the discipline and rigor essential to the military could not be lacking. But at the same time, he retained his understanding and care for everyone, because they all came from the same hometown, his kinsmen and brothers, whom he regarded as family from the bottom of his heart. Under his training, the soldiers also, as if touching a superhuman trigger, acquired a range of skills befitting a qualified soldier. They went from initially not even knowing how to shoot to becoming proficient marksmen who could execute accurate tactical maneuvers, understand combat terms, know how to form teams, how to attack, how to retreat. Throughout the whole process, Purbov felt it was magical but also natural. He could feel all those changes happening within himself, the process was just too fast. Perhaps every one of these 100 or so people was naturally soldier material, all of them geniuses? Of course, from the perspective of Yin Fangshu, an old soldier and experienced officer, this speed was downright horrifying. Purbov, when sharing these experiences with Yin Fangshu, had also heard such comments from him. Worried there might be an issue, he approached the governor, but only received this response. Don't overthink it, under normal circumstances, you're all geniuses. Chapter 21, Chapter 21, Chapter 21, The Wind Ballad. Chapter 21, Chapter 21, The Wind Ballad. The governor said there was no need to worry, then there truly was no need to worry. No matter how great the heavens or earth may be, the governor holds the greatest sway. The exceptional training results and performances triggered a significant shift in the mentality of all 100 men in the abandoned cave company. Upon learning they were going to war, they mustered their strength, eager to achieve a resounding victory and proclaim their loyalty and bravery to the governor. Indeed, they went to do battle, but it didn't quite play out as Purbov initially thought. After completing the encirclement of the manor, he requested the honor of leading the first assault to the esteemed governor but was denied. He could only follow behind the armored vehicles as part of the second wave of the attack. Of course, this was easier than leading the first wave, with fewer casualties, but he and his warriors felt it lacked honor. Now, as his youngsters were shouting before the governor, Purbov felt it was quite embarrassing. After chastising the young warriors, he turned to Gu Hang, saluted him militarily, and asked, "The enemy has rejected our offer of surrender, may we proceed with the attack?" Company Commander Purbov appeared eager, just waiting for the governor to nod, and then he would lead his brothers into the fray. He had the attack planned out. Mortarmen were to bombard the first and second floor's windows while the squad machine guns strafed the main entrance. After this routine, the most skilled infantry squad from training would charge through the battered main entrance and windows to secure the lobby. An attack is to be launched, but you don't need to move. What? I'll take care of this myself, said Gu Hang before calling out, Yin Fangshu. You two, bring 2 assault teams. Yes, sir, the captain saluted, then turned to select his men. Governor, Purbov was starting to feel anxious. But Gu Hang raised his hand to prevent him from continuing. I know you're eager, but hold off on that for now. The governor's gaze returned to the building in front of him, his eyes changing to a blue-white in this moment. He saw a swirl of wind, gathered inside the house. There's a formidable enemy inside. We, the people of Abandoned Cave Company, fear nothing. Purbov's chest puffed out boldly. You gave us new life, Governor, and we are willing to prove our loyalty with our lives. That's commendable, Gu Hang said with a smile, but loyal warriors shouldn't sacrifice needlessly. Your lives have greater value to fulfill. Watching Prabhav about to speak again, Gu Hang waved his hand. Carry out the order. Yes, sir. The commander, though reluctant, returned to his troops. Seeing several warriors crowding around him, eagerly inquiring if they could charge in, he relayed the governor's order once more. Like him, the warriors were reluctant and tried to encourage him to ask for permission again, but he scowled and sternly sent them back. Gu Hang didn't concern himself with what the commander was doing. He continued to observe the situation inside the building with his spiritual vision and calculated how much spiritual energy he had left. He had used some previously, but it wasn't severe, and it should suffice for the upcoming conflict. By this time, Yin Fanshu had readied his elite marine squads, and he too would join the battle. All told, this team that had descended from the quintet lived up to their elite reputation. Their equipment was exceptionally good, and their tactics and skills were high level, making them reliable allies. Even so, they wouldn't simply break through the doors or windows head-on. It's a sign of idiocy to forsake available advantages in favor of brute force. The abandoned cave company still had a role to play in this battle. The company's mortars, as well as those from the servo company and the squad machine guns, had been individually deployed. The machine guns strafed the windows in the main entrance for a sustained suppressive fire. Mortar shells were lobbed through the windows. With the distance being short, well-trained warriors could accurately hit their mark. Even the occasional misfire that hit the exterior wall wasn't an issue, just reload and keep bombarding. Although the territory now under Gu Hang's control still lacked the capability to produce and replenish ammunition, the current stockpile, which was essentially pilfered from the starship, was sufficiently ample and not yet to the point of needing to be conservatively managed. After 2 bombardments, Gu Hang and Yin Fanshu, leading the marine troops, made a sudden intrusion. They were not attacked the moment they entered. The areas they attacked had all been subjected to a barrage of fire, and no mercenary dared to stay in rooms covered by machine guns and artillery. Next, the Marines began to rapidly sweep outward. They were well trained and split into multiple small groups, kicking down doors one by one after ensuring no one was outside or in the corridors. They strictly followed the tactical requirements for breaching: use a battering ram to open doors, toss in tactical grenades, engage with crossfire to seal the room, then enter. Whether the rooms were empty or not, they followed the same fixed procedure each time. If no one was there, it just meant spending a bit more time and wasting a grenade. If there were people, they often didn't stand a chance to resist before being swiftly taken down by the Marines' efficient and deadly action. That's how they cleared each room inside the villa. Gu Hang walked up the stairs, hearing the sporadic sound of gunfire from various parts of the house that quickly subsided. The situation had been settled. He could see that swirl of wind, always concentrated in one particular room, remaining motionless. Not even daring to resist? What a waste of my caution. After the Marines had cleared each room, one by one, Yin Fanshu came to Gu Hang's side and reported softly, "All the rooms in the villa have been cleared. Only this one ahead remains." "Good," Gu Hang ordered, "proceed with the breach as usual." "Yes, sir." The prepared Marines began their operation. However, this time it wasn't as easy and calm as before. The very instant the wooden door of the room was smashed open, a dense, visibly white spiral of storm bullet blasted from inside out. The Marine who had just broken down the door was caught off guard and was about to be hit without any means of defense. But in that instant, the storm bullets suddenly dissipated. At the critical moment, Gu Hang intervened. The collision of spiritual energy shattered the spiral storm bullet. The residual force still amounted to a strong wind that blew the breaching soldier backward. Quite in disarray, the wind swept through the corridor outside, causing everyone to stagger. Disheveled but unharmed, at least no one was injured. A man's voice came from inside. "Don't come any closer. Stay back, all of you." His voice was filled with panic. Clearly, the person inside was not a strong warrior. But the Marines outside wouldn't weaken because of this. Although they realized the enemy possessed extraordinary energy, they continued their operation without the slightest hesitation. Amidst the wind, Yin Fangshu was the first to react. He personally leaned in and immediately saw a middle-aged man with a pale face, surrounded by 2 bodyguards. The black-clad bodyguards attempted to shoot at him, but Yin Fangshu's actions were much faster than the bodyguards. As their guns were just being raised, the captain's electromagnetic rifle had already fired first. The metal spikes accelerated by electromagnetism instantly killed the 2 men. Immediately after, he turned the rifle towards the middle-aged man. When he saw the other party raise his hands to attempt something again, he did not hesitate to fire once more. A mini-storm flickered around the man, the power of spiritual energy flashing, blocking the metal spike bullets. But following Yin Fangshu, several soldiers entered and fired together. The storm shield's defenses became precarious in an instant. Finally, Gu Hang entered. Chapter 22 Chapter 22 Chapter 22 Primordial Rathal Sect. Chapter 22 Chapter 22 Primordial Rathal Sect. Several Marines' electromagnetic guns were firing fiercely. The middle-aged man, under the ferocious shooting, had no strength left to launch a counterattack like before. He could only barely maintain a storm shield to avoid being shot to death. But he was not going to hold on much longer. Superhuman strength was indeed powerful, but it couldn't withstand the full-force shooting from several electromagnetic rifles. The fact that he could hold on for a few seconds was actually quite surprising. Seeing that the storm shield was about to fail, and the frail human body behind it certainly wouldn't withstand a single metal spike before being killed. But just at that moment, the Marines stopped firing. At this point, there was of course only one person who could make them stop, Gu Hang. Capture one alive. Yin Fangshu raised his fist, signaling a ceasefire. At this moment, the storm shield around the man was already very weak. The rotating white cyclone had become very faint, almost about to dissipate. The guy himself was pale, half from being frightened by the desperate situation at hand and the other half from the discomfort of excessive consumption of spiritual energy. Gu Hang stepped forward with just a wave of his hand. An invisible soul blade found the exposed weakness of the storm shield and cut it straight open. The backlash of spiritual energy immediately made the middle-aged man spit out a mouthful of blood. Gu Hang looked into his face and then said, "Wohan, isn't it? We've met once, when I had just arrived at this planet." Hearing Gu Hang's words, Wohan's somewhat vacant eyes became slightly more animated, as if he had come to his senses. Without time to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, he began to speak, "Governor. Lord Governor. I can explain. At this point, he sort of choked up. Why not continue? Even don't know what to say for your defense? Wohan indeed didn't know what to say. Lying through his teeth was pointless. He had just stolen some goods, and they had just been delivered back, not even having time to be put into the warehouse, when the governor's troops had already arrived, utterly defeating the mercenaries he had cooperated with for many years. Captured in the act, with both the person and the goods seized, how could he possibly defend himself? I lost, Lord Governor. I accept all charges against me. I completely surrender to you, begging you to spare my life. I am willing to pay any price. As he spoke, he struggled to move a bit and knelt on the ground, bowing deeply to Gu Hang. He had put his attitude as sincerely as possible. Gu Hang smiled happily. When faced with a dead end, you finally think of turning back. It's a bit too late. Wohan, I regret to say that you were once an alliance councilman. You should have been a member of the planetary government led by the governor, potentially becoming an officially recognized imperial official. But you have committed serious crimes, plundering goods, attacking the governor, deceptive compliance, and colluding with a cult. I fully admit. What? Colluding with a heretic cult? No. When Wohan heard the last four words, his eyes widened. He was no oblivious commoner, he understood the truth perfectly well. If it were only the first three charges, he might still have a glimmer of hope. After all, his greatest offense was merely opposing the governor. Now, he had lost, but not completely. He still had assets in Revival City, still had influence, and he controlled a very important part of the food trade. These would surely be of value to the governor, and if he surrendered completely, willing to hand over everything and serve as a loyal and reliable dog to the governor henceforth, perhaps he really could have a way out. Or perhaps, if he could just get through this tight spot, in a couple of years when this governor was finished, he might still be a significant figure in Revival City. However, if he got involved with a cult, that would be the end of him. Throughout the entire empire, so-called heretics and cults are considered the most significant internal traitors, a crime of extreme severity, unforgivable offenders. Within the empire's borders, there was only one belief, the great divine emperor. On Rage All-Star, the situation for cults was relatively slightly better, but only just. This was because there were too many factors threatening human survival on Rage All-Star, leaving little room to carry out widespread purges of heretic cultists. But that didn't mean there would be any leniency shown to those confirmed as heretical members. The heretics on Rage All-Star were essentially equivalent to the Primal Allbeast sect. The name of Rage All-Star originated from a kind of large predatory terrestrial creature that lived on the planet before the apocalyptic war, bearing a body like a bear clad in feathers, a head similar to an owl, and antlers like a deer's. According to the existing records, this creature looked somewhat silly and cute, with a gentle and docile temperament, but extremely fierce when enraged. The sect believed that on the once beautiful Rage All-Star, the owl beasts represented a positive image. The first owl beast was born with the planet and became a deity, protecting the entire planet. The war that destroyed the world enraged the primordial owl beast, and its wrath transformed into a low-energy storm that raged eternally on the planet's surface, never ceasing until the sins of humanity were redeemed. The Primal Owl Beast sect was dedicated to atonement. Aside from their own religious rituals, their most significant act of atonement was to sacrifice sinners who did not embrace their faith to the deity, in hope of forgiveness. They indeed caused quite a bit of destruction. The horrific blood sacrifices were one thing, as human life on Rage All-Star was cheap, being eaten by mutated monsters, starving to death, or dying of illness seemed not much different from being sacrificed in a cult blood ritual. But the key was they didn't target just a few individuals. The goal of this band of cultists was to have the entire planet atone for the deity. They created several events that destroyed entire settlements. They strove to expand the area polluted by the low-energy storm, which resulted in less land for farming, made mining veins inapplicable, and ruined factories built with investments. This made them public enemies. Regardless of whether it was from the perspective of imperial law or the local situation on Rage All-Star, Wohan knew, if he were pinned down on colluding with the cult, he would be undoubtedly doomed. Now, he deeply regretted why he had used the Storm Shield sorcery when the opposition burst through the door. And he didn't even manage to escape. He could only try to defend himself in this regard. Please believe me, Governor. I have not colluded with any cult. I don't even know them. One day I found out that I could use. Guhang nodded. I have heard your testimony, and I will verify it. Next, you will be interrogated, reveal everything you know. And finally, I will hold your trial in Revival City and make the final judgment. Don't worry, it won't take long, you will soon receive your due end. I've been surprised, chapters 22/23 should have been tomorrow's content, I set the timing wrong. Consider it a bonus for today, brothers. There will be 2 more updates tomorrow as usual. My reserves have suffered a hit. Chapter 23, The Captain's Thoughts. Chapter 23, The Captain's Thoughts. The battle by the river bend had ended. The serfs, who had been shivering in the crude shacks and communal bunks next door, were driven out. A low-ranking officer from the abandoned cave company announced to them that they had been liberated by the planetary governor and had gained their freedom. Upon hearing these words, the serfs showed no reaction. These people had never considered freedom to be anything of value, they didn't even understand what freedom meant. Did freedom refer to the precarious life of wandering the wastelands in the past? Did it mean the biting cold and hunger when trying to eke out a living at the foot of Revival City? They were quite free back then, free to do as they pleased, but there was no food or clothes, and every day they would see dead people, starved, sick, or killed by robbers, all sorts. Especially in winter, it was most difficult to endure. Compared to those times, they were quite satisfied with their current life. Although the food was poor and the work was hard, they were laborers in the fields, and their masters would not let them starve to death, at least not until they lost the ability to work. Now, a group claiming to be subordinates of the planetary governor had arrived, and after a flurry of fighting, it seemed their masters were finished, and they had been liberated, regained their freedom. But they were at a loss. Ah? I'm free? They were nearly moved to tears. However, the next announcement put their minds at ease somewhat. They didn't know what was good about freedom, but at least they knew bread was a good thing. A large supply of food was distributed. The serfs, who, were now free people, devoured the food ravenously, having been accustomed to going half-fed every day. While they were eating, someone announced the next set of arrangements to them. They were no longer serfs but free citizens under the planetary governor's jurisdiction. The governor himself would personally take charge of the entire Mantan River Valley Manor, which required a large number of agricultural workers. They would be provided with room and board, and in addition, a modest bonus that would grow with production. They were free to come and go as they pleased, and those who wished to stay were welcome to take up employment. Only a fool would not stay. Instantly, the panic, confusion, and helplessness in the serfs' hearts all but dissipated. They didn't need to understand anything more, knowing that they wouldn't be starving or braving the cold winds was enough for them. After they had eaten their fill, it was time for them to go out and work. Corpses had to be collected and burnt, fences destroyed during the war had to be repaired, and trampled or blasted fields had to be sorted out, to save as much of the harvest as possible. The entire manor was bustling with activity. After Yen Feinshu had more or less finished making arrangements, there wasn't much else for him to do. He gazed at the rolling hills across the river bend, lost in thought. Using the spiritual energy user he had just encountered, or rather, the cultist, as a reference, he pondered his own future. When he was assigned to the surface as a guard for the planetary governor, he originally thought his prospects had dimmed. He remembered the day the governor was about to leave the starship and descend to the surface, seeking armed protection from Captain Elysia. The general lady initially planned to give the governor 300 mechanical servants, a perfunctory gesture at best. But who would have thought that on that day, he, out of boredom, would shoot the breeze with a colleague and mention the joke about an inexperienced woman being promoted to captain and general at warp speed? More importantly, the captain overheard it. Before the Divine Emperor, he actually didn't have much of an issue with the female captain in his heart, it's just that his colleagues all joked about it, and he joined in casually. But why did the captain hear it exactly when he started to speak? Damn it! And just coincidentally, the governor named Gu Hang was complaining that 300 mechanical servants was a bit too few, thus, with a grand gesture, Elysia allowed him to take 30 Navy Marine Corps soldiers with him, joining the governor's command. Amidst the jubilant cheering and schadenfreude of his colleagues, the young Navy Marine Corps captain could only lead 30 men down to the surface. He was in despair, seeing life as bleak. Everyone knew that the governors of Rage All-Star were consumables every 2 years. As a mere captain who had offended the captain and was cast down to the surface, it amounted to exile. Even if he protected Mr. Governor well, the latter was bound to be executed for failing to submit taxes eventually. He would also waste 2 fruitless years on Rage All-Star, making no progress. But he still had to fulfill his duties. On one hand was the sense of responsibility as a soldier, on the other was the fact that it was one thing for the governor to be executed by the Department of Taxation, but quite another if he died under his protection, which would greatly increase his accountability. As for the Lord Governor ultimately managing the taxes and securing the position of planetary governor, leading the planet's revival, and later being grateful for his minor help from early on, becoming his backer and enabling his meteoric rise? He had dreamed of that, but when awake, he dared not think about it. Of course, he hoped the future would be like that, but it was too improbable, especially since His Excellency the Governor was entertaining wildly impractical hopes. He wasn't planning to start by quickly taking over the Alliance's government to find a way to get the taxes, but was thinking about developing his territory from scratch. Divine Emperor above, where would you find the time for that? On second thought, what did it matter to him? After all, it wasn't himself who would be executed when the time came. Then, as time went on, he began to feel more lively. Thoughts that only surfaced in his dreams when he first landed on the planet started to sporadically bubble up during his waking moments. Could Gu Hang really succeed? The reason for thinking this way was certainly not just because Governor Gu Hang always appeared in control. He had seen many posers. He did not know, nor did he want to confirm, whether the governor was one of them. He didn't want to judge by attitude, he only believed in facts. The fact was that the governor was a rare spiritual energy user who would join the soldiers in combat. They had won 2 battles and taken 2 camps. These results were not significant enough to save anyone's life, but the governor was indeed pushing his plans forward. Moreover, Lord Governor somehow acquired 2 black box manufacturing machines. Those magical devices, the Empire Mechanical Church would probably pay a hefty sum to purchase. These performances gave him more confidence in the Lord Governor, beyond just a sense of duty, especially regarding those 2 black boxes. It seemed, might there be some hope after all? And today, he met a spiritual energy user with the governor. At first, he thought that Wohan was just an ordinary spiritual energy user, but according to the governor's judgment, he was a member of a heretic cult. Cults, heresies, these make for very good enemies. If that so-called primal owl beast sect was firmly identified as a heretic cult, then the credit for eliminating them would not be small. But he still had doubts. Was it really a cult? Was it some fabrication by the Lord Governor, a pretext to seek more assistance, or was it real? I've been caught off guard. Chapters 22/23 were supposed to be for tomorrow. I set the timer wrong. Consider it an extra update for today, guys. 2 more will come as usual tomorrow. My manuscript buffer took a hit. If you haven't read Chapter 22, you can go back and check, it's already up. Chapter 24, Chapter 24, Chapter 24, Spoils of War. Chapter 24, Chapter 24, Spoils of War. That matter isn't so important. On the return journey, Gu Hang replied to Yin Fanshu's question. Captain Yen had sought him out and voiced the doubts in his heart, to which Gu Hang had given an answer. What difference does it make if it's a sham? The Navy needs merits, I need a target, and a cult that does not believe in the Divine Emperor is one of the long-standing causes preventing Rage All-Star from recovering. This merit will satisfy Colonel Elysia and will also provide me with ample benefits, as well as unite the people of this world. Therefore, the cult should be real, and that Wohan should be a true cultist. After a pause, seeing hesitation still lingering on Yin Fanshu's face, Gu Hang smiled and patted the captain's shoulder. Besides, it is real. The Primal Owl Beast sect is a cult, and that person named Wohan is indeed connected to the primordial owl beasts. How did you determine that he is a heretic and not just an ordinary psychic? Gu Hang pointed to his head and explained, the power of a psychic comes from within, from our spirits. We have enough talent, enough spirituality, to borrow spiritual energy from the omnipresent yet imperceptible spirit realm and manifest psychic spells. The power of heretics, on the other hand, comes from the filthy evil gods they worship, not from themselves. These 2 types of power are completely different, and clearly distinguishable to my senses. As he spoke, Gu Hang silently added that the divine magic wielded by the priests of the imperial state religion was roughly the same idea, but he did not say this aloud. Upon hearing this, Yin Fanshu rubbed his head. I really hadn't understood all this before. But since he is indeed a true heretic cultist, then there's no problem. Don't worry, Gu Hang said, we are on the right path. Gu Hang was quite serious about reassuring Captain Yen. This man was one of the few capable subordinates under his command. He had come alone to Rage All-Star without taking over the powers of the alliance government and had no support base to speak of. The only person he could rely on was Captain Yen. The people of the abandoned cave society seemed to have settled down for now, but they were a bunch of illiterates, unreliable for significant matters. His little attendant Zhang Chao was trustworthy enough, but lacked sophistication. Perhaps with enough training over time, he might become talented, but he was far from it right now. The rest was up to Yen Fanshu. He was, after all, an Imperial Navy captain, a legitimate officer of the Imperial Navy. He didn't care that Yen Fanshu was still part of the Navy and not his man, and that he was under his command only by order of Eulizia. It made no difference, as long as he was serving him for the time being, was capable, and trustworthy, that was enough. Gu Hang turned his head, looked past Yen Fanshu, and observed the entire battalion. The entire troop, nearly 300 men strong, were pulling ox carts along the road back to the governor's camp. The bounty from this mission was plentiful. He left 20 soldiers from the abandoned cave company at Mantan River Valley Manor to ensure the safety of the manor while also making sure the tenant farmers worked hard. A man named Si Lama was chosen from among the tenant farmers to manage them. The rest of the soldiers, about 200 in total, along with roughly 100 tenant farmers, set off on the return journey together. Those tenant farmers were responsible for transporting the reloaded supplies to the governor's camp. The so-called carts were ox carts, pulled by a type of livestock known as barbaric oxen. These barbaric oxen presumably were not native to Rage All-Star, but rather a species introduced from another planet long ago. After surviving the apocalyptic wars, they not only avoided extinction but even underwent further mutations while still retaining traits that made them tameable. In today's wasteland world, barbaric oxen are a vital source of draft power. The supplies that had been transported from Revival City had come by ox carts, and now all of them had fallen into Gu Hang's hands. After inventory, the supplies matched what Gu Hang had requested from Revival City. The materials could be considered returned to their original owner. In addition, Gu Hang had seized nearly 200 sets of individual weapons and equipment, primarily rifles. The variety of rifles was quite diverse, and the overall production level couldn't compare to the striker rifle. At least the latter was the standard rifle for the Imperial Army and the Navy Marine Corps. Although it was used by cannon fodder, the minimum manufacturing standard and technical level were up to par. As for the weapons used by these mercenaries, which were locally produced on Rage All-Star, it's hard to say. Not only was the quality inconsistent, but even the best among them wasn't as good as the striker. But at least they were more reliable than the metal pipe rifles that pirate bandits carried, which Gu Hang wouldn't even bother accepting as scrap metal. They could at least be considered military-grade products. Gu Hang planned to make use of this batch of equipment as well. With this batch included, he now had around 100 sets of strikers, along with 200 sets of locally made equipment. He could arm another 300 soldiers. Having the weapons and equipment was one thing, but sourcing soldiers wasn't too big of an issue. Abandoned Cave Society could provide some more people, and some of the 3,000 slaves he had brought down from the starship could also be allocated. Those slaves were not originally suitable soldier material, their physical condition couldn't even match that of the mechanized infantry. However, they surely wouldn't be worse than those malnourished people from Abandoned Cave Society. Under Gu Hang's system, people from the abandoned cave could undergo a metamorphosis, turning into soldiers with acceptable training standards. Not to mention the former slaves. The quality of the soldier source wasn't high, limiting their ability to upgrade further, but with the capabilities of the system, getting them trained up to T5 level, to achieve regular army capabilities, was not an issue. Besides the materials he was entitled to, as well as the captured weapons, equipment, and ammunition, a larger gain was the bounty awarded after the victory in battle. Complete victory, 33 points of grace received. Losses, 20, killed, 116, captured, 42. 1st Automaton Light Infantry Battalion, partial losses, 16, killed, 43. Abandoned Cave Company, losses, 4, killed, 21. Navy Marine Corps, partial losses, 0, killed, 52. In this battle, a total of 158 people were killed or captured, with a total loss of 20 on his side. A T5 level army with an additional 30 T4 level Marine Corps members combined was much stronger than those second-rate mercenaries. Even though the defenders had more advantages and, under Gu Hang's orders, the soldiers went on the offensive, the final exchange ratio was still an impressive 1-8. Of course, if not for the walkers operated by Marine Corps members and the participation of Gu Hang, the psychic, the exchange ratio would have been less favorable. Most of the losses on his side came from machine guns and rocket launchers. Heavy machine gun fire hit major arteries in the thighs, causing severe blood loss, or soldiers were killed directly by rocket explosions at close range. Among these 20 people lost, aside from a few who were immediately killed, many were severely injured and unable to return to the battlefield. This level of loss was still within the bounds of what Gu Hang could accept, as one could not expect to go to war without casualties. However, replenishing the forces was something that Gu Hang also had to consider. The losses to Abandoned Cave Company weren't significant. He could easily replace the 4 soldiers from Abandoned Cave Society. In contrast, there was nowhere to replenish mechanized infantry soldiers. In the future, Gu Hang could not rely on mechanized infantry as the main force of his troops. Instead, he would have to conscript soldiers from the local population. These are matters for another time. What he had to consider now was how to use the newly gained 33 points of grace. The order of the chapters was posted incorrectly yesterday. Chapter 23 was posted before Chapter 22, and actually, both chapters were meant for today. The schedule was set to the wrong date. Consider it an extra update for yesterday. Those who only saw Chapter 23 and missed Chapter 22 yesterday can go back and read it. Chapter 25, Chapter 25, Chapter 25, New Technology, G9 Gun Family. Chapter 25, Chapter 25, New Technology, G9 Gun Family. 33 points of grace, that was the largest sum Gu Hang had received so far. He planned to save 3 points to train 3 more squads. As for the remaining 30 points, he contemplated the possible directions he could allocate them. First, he opened the Hero interface. His own personal information panel was still stuck on the message that he lacked enough experience to level up. The way to gain experience was through war. Beyond that, Gu Hang didn't know if there were other means, such as whether dealing with government affairs would grant experience. Gu Hang felt it should, but he hadn't verified it, so he wasn't sure. In any case, the war he had just won was not enough to allow him to reach the leveling threshold. Instead, he spotted a new name there. New hero activation available, Yen Fengshu. Activation requires 10 points of grace. This caused Gu Hang a bit of a dilemma. Should he activate Yen Fengshu as a hero? After becoming a hero, he could accumulate experience, level up, and gain talents. That guy didn't seem to have any spiritual energy talents, so probably, once activated, he'd just be a warrior template. And if he truly invested effort into cultivating him, once the Elysia starship left in a couple of years, Yen Fengshu, this Navy captain, would likely leave as well, and by then, all the resources invested in him would have gone to waste. Gu Hang wouldn't distrust him just because he was in the naval hierarchy, but investing in cultivating him was another matter entirely. Let's wait on that, Gu Hang decided, and then opened the Technology panel. He tried by investing 10 points of grace. Invest 10 points of grace to illuminate new basic level technology with a 70% probability. Confirm investment? No. Gu Hang was taken aback. The probability could decrease? Before, 10 points of grace directly exchanged for a basic level technology. He had thought that every exchange for 10 points would get him 2 black box manufacturing machines, but now they're saying the probability will drop? A 70% chance wasn't low, but Gu Hang was concerned that it might continue to decrease. Every successful technology illumination causes the success rate of the next attempt to drop? Gu Hang guessed at the system's technology panel's function. A heavy blow. He had thought that with such a huge advantage, he would easily become invincible later on, since technology was the primary productive force. Even if the imperial taxes became oppressive, by selling black box manufacturing machines, wouldn't organizations such as the Empire Commerce Guild and the Empire Mechanical Church come eagerly handing over money? There was no need to worry about tax issues at all. The issue with the declining probability was a real setback. Looks like I have to do this the honest way, Gu Hang thought reluctantly. Lucky for him, he had never considered the sale of technology as his only lifeline. If he could resolve the tax issue normally, he would. These black boxes, including those accumulated from future technology illuminations, were the capital for him to continue growing stronger. In his position as governor, he wasn't just planning to grit his teeth and get through a few challenging years before figuring out how to be transferred elsewhere. The position of a planetary governor was very special. Governors of places like Rajalstar, of course, weren't held in high esteem, but for planets with top-notch productivity and military capability, the governor's voice could be immensely powerful. Pei Desi, the leader of the Tianma star sector, was able to secure his current position primarily because his younger brother was the governor of the Flying Wing Planet, the star sector capital, with a population of tens of billion and a vast, stable production capacity as his solid backing. Technology was the primary developmental force. Unless absolutely necessary, Gu Hang would certainly not sell the black box manufacturing machines. Currently, the success rate for the technology function had decreased, but no matter, the remaining 70% was still a decent probability. With over 30 points of grace in hand, he should at least be able to successfully exchange for one. Invest 10 points of grace to illuminate new basic level technology with a 70% probability, confirm investment? Taking a deep breath, this time he clicked yes. Basic level technology, G9 rifle plan. Developed by the Empire Mechanical Doctrine to fulfill the order requirements of the Star Realm Army's new generation of kinetic rifles. They continued to advance in lightweight and modular design while managing to lower overall costs compared to the previous generation of rifles. With different accessories and simple modifications, they could be transformed into machine guns, automatic rifles, precision rifles, and short submachine guns, further adapting to alloy bayonets. Gu Hang's mouth curled into a smile, and then he could not help but laugh more and more joyfully. What a treasure! I don't know about other places, but at least in the Tianma star sector, whether it's the main force of the Imperial Guard Star Army or the main force of the Navy's Marine Corps, the firearms in use are still predominantly the G7 type, also known as the striker rifle. Previously, Gu Hang's memory also indicated news about the gradual replacement with G8 rifles, but at least until now, the scale of the replacement has not been large, and the production capacity has not been sufficient. And now, he has directly obtained the even more advanced G9. Another great weapon. If Gu Hang could integrate the entire planet, just the production of the G9 rifles could bring in a massive amount of orders. The Star Realm Army of Tianma Star Sector, the Navy, and even the local defense forces of various planets, shouldn't bother switching to the G8, just directly upgrade to the G9 and call it a day. Taking those orders would be enough to pay the Empire's taxes. Of course, this is just wishful thinking. For one thing, ramping up production capacity that much is a difficult task, and for another, if he made such a big move, he wouldn't be able to explain the origin of the technology. Unlike the production process for foundational, widely used materials like alloy steel, the G9 gun family is still very scarce. If he made too much noise, he wasn't afraid of much, but would the greasy folks from the Mechanical Church come knocking on his door? And if he really couldn't explain the origins of this thing, even the tribunal might come calling. Possessing knowledge of an unknown origin is a sign of chaos and corruption. Of course, Gu Hang was not going to throw the baby out with the bathwater. He still had to use it. At the very least, there should be no problem equipping his forces on a small scale. He was just planning on utilizing the weapons and equipment captured from those mercenaries, now, it seems, there is not much need for that anymore. With great enthusiasm, Gu Hang clicked on the technology interface again. Invest 10 points of grace, with a 40% chance to unlock a new basic level technology. Do you confirm the investment? As expected, it had dropped again. One successful technology unlocking leads to a 30% drop in the success rate? If this happens 2 more times, won't it plummet to 0? Outrageous! Who would want to keep investing in this? Gu Hang cursed under his breath. Then he invested another 10 points. What else to do? The technology system's offerings were too tempting. Unlocking failed. Gu Hang's face fell, and, blood rushing to his head, he invested the remaining 10 points as well. Yen Fangshu can wait a bit, pulling cards is a tad more important right now. Unlocking failed. Hang on, with a 40% chance, 2 tries in a row both failed. What's the meaning of this? Actually, Gu Hang really didn't like this kind of probability-based gambling and loathed failure. But right now, he could only play at the 10 grace points tier, as the next tier required 100 grace points for a single attempt. In this way, it seems that in the technology panel, each tier's prize pool is limited. The more you draw, the more the chances decrease, so you either have to move up to a higher tier to pull better items or pay a higher price to chase the low probabilities. Under this concept, there's probably a hidden mechanism. When the odds are high at the start, you need to get the good stuff, otherwise, if the good stuff is left until the odds are low, it would be a terrible loss. Chapter 26, Chapter 26, Chapter 26, Long-Term Planning. Chapter 26, Chapter 26, Long-Term Planning. Nothing out of the ordinary happened on the way back to camp. The governor, for some reason, kept a grim face the whole time, making him unapproachable. Gu Hang's aide, Zhang Chao, was already waiting outside the governor's camp. He had received advance notice from Gu Hang and had arranged for the camp to receive the supplies. Since Gu Hang was desperately short of manpower, he was also intentionally training Zhang Chao. The kid didn't seem cut out for soldiering, but he appeared to be quite capable of handling clerical and administrative work. No choice though, as there weren't many literate people under Gu Hang's command, and he had no better candidates. Moreover, Zhang Chao was doing quite a good job. They hadn't had time to build a big enough warehouse, but they had cleared out some prefab houses for storing supplies. Items that didn't require shelter from the elements were simply piled up on open ground, covered with large tarps enough for temporary storage. After that, Zhang Chao busied himself with inventorying the supplies and arranging their distribution, including deciding how much to send over to the abandoned cave society. He was reliable enough, so Gu Hang felt reassured and his expression brightened slightly. As for the frustration of coming up empty in the previous 2 couplets, that had almost entirely dissipated by now. Technology lotteries always required grace points to draw from. The odds just lay there, and if you didn't hit, there was nothing to be done about it, just hope for better luck next time. Retreating to his own room, Gu Hang took out paper and pen and began to plan for the upcoming events. He didn't plan to instantly materialize the G9 gun family black box obtained from this round of the technology lottery. Based on his experience with the alloy steel black box, these 2 items would also be quite large and couldn't be put away once materialized. Zhang Chao was already arranging for people to dig bunkers. Gu Hang intended to set up a core secret base within the camp, to serve as the future research center, requiring strict confidentiality. It was best to keep items like the black box out of public view as much as possible. The technology lottery was a minor detour. The key was what to do next. The supplies extorted from Revival City had alleviated the shortage of goods in the camp, especially the scarcity of food. He couldn't achieve self-sufficiency in food within his territory just yet. The Mantan River Valley Manor could indeed produce grains, but a bountiful harvest wouldn't be possible until autumn, a few months away. For the time being, they could get by on these supplies. The prerequisite was that the population he had to feed would not expand further. But that was impossible. Gu Hang's next goal was to expand the population. the alloy plastic steel industrial line needed to grow, the G9 gun family's production line also needed workers, construction work needed workers, and in the future other technologies might be drawn to establish other production lines, all requiring more people. Where would these people come from? That was an easy question to answer. Despite being a wasteland planet with a sparse population, especially compared to nest capital worlds with populations easily topping hundreds of billions, people on Rage All-Star were incredibly cheap. The wandering survivor tribes, the destitute living hand-to-mouth around Revival City, these were Gu Hang's sources for population intake. But he couldn't just take anyone in. With people coming in, Gu Hang also had to provide jobs and consumer goods like food. To put it plainly, he had to be able to afford them and allow them to add greater value. This required more materials and greater production capacity. In practical terms, the first step he had to take was to sell the currently most important and future key output alloy plastic steel. Only by making successful sales could he talk about expanding production. Thinking thus, Gu Hang's gaze once again fell upon Revival City. It wasn't that he insisted on fleecing a single sheep, primarily, it was so close and his identity was so suitable that it made fleecing exceptionally convenient. Besides, he had long regarded Revival City as something in the bag. What's yours is mine, what's the harm in borrowing it first? After all, he was definitely going to take control of that city eventually. He only had 2 years, and it was impossible for him to cultivate a white field from scratch and grow enough economic and material wealth to pay the taxes of an entire planet in 2 years. Starting anew outside was fundamentally another attempt at a different approach to gain control of the entire planet. To completely control Revival City, he could not just barge into the city and engage in a political struggle with the local big shots, that would be a dead end. But if he had his own force to rely on before taking over Revival City and even the administrative power of the whole alliance government, that would be a different situation entirely. In the near future, when he was ready to take charge, there would certainly be a time when he could be confident in purging the entire power hierarchy of the city up and down, enabling the entire city's forces to truly serve him. Such power could not rely solely on the quintet's deterrence from the sky. Mutual destruction meant ruin for himself as well, and the council members of Revival City were also aware of this fact. Nuclear deterrence alone was not effective. Gu Hang requested 100 tons of materials and they provided them. If Gu Hang wanted to conduct a major purge, if he wanted their lives, then they would brace themselves against orbital bombardment and fight to the death against Gu Hang. It was a matter of life or death for all. He needed a real usable, conventional force to support the things he wanted to do. Still have to expand the army, Gu Hang concluded. Expanding was easy. Picking 200 people from the slaves brought down from the starship. 100 would use the remaining G7 assaulters, and the other 100 could make do with local mixed brand guns for the time being. With a systematic approach and a bit of grace spent, together with the 100 people from the abandoned cave company, another light infantry battalion was formed. Gu Hang delegated the work of recruiting new soldiers from those 3,000 servants to Yen Fangshu. Captain Yen was numbed. He knew that his governor would once again demonstrate that sort of training which could produce a regular army in a few days that would normally take 1 to 2 years to train. He genuinely couldn't fathom it and eventually could only assume that it was simply the governor's capability. His lord was a military training genius. This explanation might seem far-fetched, but he could not think of any other. Of course, even though he knew that under the governor's command, even the worst sources of soldiers could become decent within a few days, he still conscientiously picked the best 200 from those 3,000 servants when selecting the soldiers. After distributing the equipment and weapons, Gu Hang casually spent 2 points of grace in the Yi soldier token to get a package deal for the training of these soldiers, and then he didn't pay much more attention to it, only making a token appearance each day. It wasn't long before new information emerged. 2nd Infantry Battalion, Light Infantry, overall rating, non-upgradable. Number, 300 men. Equipment, T5, training, T5, experience, dash. The commander of this troop was Prabhav from the Abandoned Cave Society, who had been promoted to battalion commander. Chapter 27, Chapter 27, Chapter 27, took away my wallet. Chapter 27, Chapter 27, took away my wallet. This was a sight Dennis and Henry had never seen in the abandoned cave society. He simply could not have imagined that such earth-shattering changes could have taken place in the mere month he had been away. He was from Rubbish Town and worked as a merchant. The ores produced by the abandoned cave society were the ones he would purchase and then sell to Rubbish Town for primary processing into usable pig iron before selling them off again. He had heard that a group of plunderers had set their sights on the abandoned cave society. He thought it was the end for them and had even offered a silent prayer for these unfortunate people, while also feeling a pity at having lost a cheap resource import site. This meant he would earn less money. But to his surprise, not only had the abandoned cave society survived, but it had also received help from the planetary governor. What was this if not a blessing in disguise? In the abandoned cave society, Henry saw rows of factories, and the erect smelting furnaces emitting white smoke, signifying industrial power. He saw the residential areas that were being constructed nearby, and as it was mealtime, he could see the cooking smoke. The standard of food the residents of the abandoned cave society were eating was actually better than that in his hometown, Rubbish Town. He also saw the soldiers on guard, wearing combat suits, vests with bulletproof plates on the outside, and their left eyes uniformly transformed into mechanical ones, shining with a cold blue light, looking very elite. Patel saw the expression on Henry's face and took it all in. The surprised look of this old friend gave Patel immense satisfaction. He really enjoyed seeing others surprised. It affirmed from the bottom of his heart how utterly right he had been to fully embrace the governor and to become his lordship's subject. He patted Henry on the shoulder and said, "Stop gawking, let's go. There's even more great stuff to see." Returning his gaze, Henry turned to Patel. Is the governor really that generous?" Patel's expression was devout. "Yes, and this is just the beginning. I believe that under the rule of the governor, we will live better and better. Honestly, why don't you go back and talk to your bosses, too? Get them to join under the governor's command sooner rather than later." When this topic came up, Henry grew a little more composed. "We are already under the governance of the governor, we are also members of the alliance." Patel could hear the perfunctory tone in his voice. He felt a bit disappointed. He genuinely believed that Rubbish Town could join in and contribute to the governor's cause. Of course, he also knew that his old friend Henry was just an ordinary merchant from Rubbish Town, and his status was a so-so. Rubbish Town had a population of over 100,000 and was a massive settlement. Those who had a say there were called agents. These agents, big and small, determined the direction of the entire Rubbish Town. Henry was just a merchant, and he was even still striving to qualify as the smallest of agents, so he didn't have much say in Rubbish Town. Patel simply hoped that Henry could go back and persuade those agents. But it seemed, indeed, he had been naive. Those agents were making money from raw materials and energy, from scrappers and adventurers. With their bellies full and their minds content, why would they easily let go? Unless they witnessed the governor's authority with their own eyes. Putting aside those thoughts, Patel's face broke into a smile again. He took Henry along to see some more good things. These were alloy steel products created by the abandoned cave society. Seeing the neatly stacked alloy steel, Henry was once again dumbfounded. "This is alloy steel? You can actually produce something like this?" He truly hadn't anticipated this. Watching those smelting furnaces, he thought at most they could produce steel, which was already very impressive to him. He had been calculating in his heart, in the future materials would be transported from Rubbish Town, then produced by abandoned cave society, and sold to Revival City. This route would be much more economical than profiteering from mineral resources. But unexpectedly, what abandoned cave society was producing was not just any steel, but alloy plastic steel. This material's performance was far superior to steel. With different formulations, it could exhibit very strong resistance to compression and tensile strength as well as great plasticity. From a merchant's perspective, its selling price would naturally be higher than that of steel, but in reality, the increase was limited. Mainly because those manufacturers, whether using alloy plastic steel for munitions, machinery manufacturing, or construction materials, most of the large demand low-end product lines are very sensitive to cost. If the cost of alloy plastic steel is too much higher than steel, then they'd rather continue to use the cheaper steel. Of course, if there is some alloy plastic steel with particularly special properties, then for some particular devices, like making better gun barrels or more robust mechanical structures, when used in high value-added production, it's definitely valuable and can fetch an especially high price. But even though ordinary alloy plastic steel materials can't be sold for a very high price, with a reasonable pricing strategy, there's no worry about their marketability. At the same time, currently, there are very few powers in the wasteland that have the capability to produce alloy plastic steel. Perhaps Blackbird Heavy Industries has this capability, but their production capacity is barely enough to meet their own consumption, and they have never been seen selling this material externally. From this perspective, the alloy plastic steel produced by Abandoned Cave Society is practically a unique business. Beyond making money, this represents a huge power of influence. Dennis and Henry was bursting with impatience. "How much for these?" "Sell them to me," he said, rubbing his hands together. "Don't rush." Patel chuckled and then took Henry to another place. Here, there were some finished products made of alloy plastic steel, individual armor vests and helmets. Patel proudly introduced, "Take a look at these things. If you shoot them with an iron pipe rifle, it'll at most leave a mark." Having said that, he was worried Henry wouldn't believe him and actually took out an iron pipe rifle. The weapon looked crude but was especially common on the wasteland. A basic iron pipe was tied to a wooden handle with the most simplistic firing mechanism, capable of shooting gunpowder bullets. Because there was really no technology to speak of, its power was rather unpredictable, and its accuracy even more so. A well-made one might be passable, but a poorly made one was just a noisemaker that could or couldn't hit a target. It all depended on luck. The Abandoned Cave Society had hundreds of these guns, confiscated from the bandits after the doomed prisoners were annihilated. The planetary governor thought little of this junk and gave it to them for self-defense. Patel put the armor vest on a target, pulled the rifle bolt, and at a distance of more than a dozen meters, he fired more than a dozen rounds at it. After the deed was done, Henry stepped closer to take a look. There were bullet marks, but not a single one penetrated the single soldier's vest, and the back of the target was knocked slightly askew, but indeed there was no real damage. This level of defense was sufficient. Henry even tried on the vest himself and found the weight completely within an acceptable range. Alloy plastic steel was able to maintain enough strength and toughness while ensuring light weight. This stuff, on the wasteland, was a deadly weapon. Equipped with such a set, the most common iron pipe rifles on the wasteland would indeed turn into mere fire sticks. He could already imagine how enthusiastically these individual armor vests would be sought after by scavengers and adventurers in Rubbish Town. This was all money. "Stop talking. I'm buying. Take away my wallet." Chapter 28. Chapter 28, Corpse Starch. Henry truly wanted to buy. The alloy plastic steel material itself, as well as the single soldier vests that had been made from it, had already shown him the huge profits to be made. In his hometown, Rubbish Town, he was indeed just a merchant, but he harbored greater aspirations. He was pursuing the status of an agent. Rubbish Town was a chaotic place, but also a holy land for business, rich in resources and with a substantial population. There, if you conducted big enough business, had enough people under you, and strong enough military force, you could gain enough influence to become an agent. And in the chaotic political ecology of Rubbish Town, it was the agents who called the shots. Each monopolized a unique line of business, competing and allying with each other, wielding enormous power. Henry didn't have enough people under him or a big enough business. But if he could really secure the alloy plastic steel business, then he would have his own unique line of business. As long as he had support from the abandoned cave society to monopolize it, he could rapidly gain a huge profit. The remaining issue was money, but that was an easy problem to resolve. The status of an agent was already beckoning him. Truth be told, if it weren't for the governor behind the abandoned cave society, he would have definitely turned around and left by now, and then tried to gather a team to wipe out the abandoned cave society completely, to firmly grasp the production capability of alloy plastic steel in his own hands. Unfortunately. But it didn't matter, as long as he could secure the exclusive agency rights for this business, that would be enough. Henry solemnly said to Patel, "I'll take all the goods you have, and I'll offer you the best price. We can also sign a long-term cooperation agreement. Trust me, I can definitely help you sell these treasures throughout the entire wasteland world. We will become the best partners, as long as you sign an exclusive agreement with me." Wait a minute, just wait a moment. Henry's brows deeply furrowed. Do you have any other conditions? Just speak up. Patel quickly waved his hand. I don't have any conditions, but I can't make this decision. Without waiting for Henry to speak, he continued, everything here belongs to the great Mr. Gu, the governor. I wouldn't dare to promise you anything rashly. Without Mr. Gu's nod, not a single piece of alloy plastic steel can be sold. Mr. Gu, Henry calmed down and began to feel a headache coming on. Convincing Patel might not be difficult, but to persuade the governor. The deeds of the governor named Gu Hang had also reached Henry's ears. He was independent and unconventional, and after landing, he didn't take over the power from the alliance government but instead went to the rural wilderness to undertake construction work. Could construction save the entire Rage All-Star? Henry didn't believe it. Even if the abandoned cave society had undergone drastic changes under the rule of Mr. Gu in a very short time. But just this kind of change was far from enough to alter the ecology of the entire Rage All-Star. 2 years down the line, Mr. Gu, the governor, would probably be dealt with by the Empire's tax authorities, just like his predecessors, right? But before that happened, he was the governor, the nominal supreme ruler of this planet. What capital did a small merchant like himself have to hoodwink an imperial governor? Seeing Henry's dilemma and hesitation, Patel didn't know what kind of intense thoughts were turning in this old friend's mind. He just grinned, soothingly saying, Mr. Gu is a good man. As long as you serve him with sincerity, you will surely receive a generous reward. When Patel said this, he appeared very sincere. But somehow, Henry vaguely felt like there was another meaning behind his words. If you're not sincere enough, you're doomed. It must be an illusion. Where would Patel find such deep thoughts? Henry took a deep breath and said firmly, I'm off to see the governor now. The great governor, Gu Hang, was at that moment studying a corpse. It vaguely resembled a biological creature, with limbs and a semi-upright posture, somewhat like a headless ape with disproportionate limbs covered in boils, its chest cavity grossly swollen. It was fast, incredibly ferocious, and its limbs bore sharp claws. After hunting, it would tear its prey to pieces and then use the boils on its body to corrode and dissolve the fragments before absorbing them into itself. This creature, referred to by the locals as boil monsters, was a common menace in the wasteland. He was napping in his house when he suddenly heard noises outside. Then Zhang Chao reported to him that a dozen boil monsters had appeared at the expansion site on the perimeter of the camp, attacking the workers. Even though the soldiers guarding the camp arrived quickly and annihilated this group of monsters, 3 workers had still met their deaths. Death and injury were, of course, very unfortunate events. But this was the wasteland. Gu Hang did not focus on what had happened, the unchangeable past. Looking at the monster's corpse before him, he asked a soul-searching question. Can this thing be eaten? Yan Fanshu didn't understand what Mr. Gu was thinking, but he was shocked nonetheless. Mr. Gu was somewhat displeased by Yan's shock and he emphasized, in the wasteland, food is of utmost importance. Every day, as soon as I open my eyes, I have to think about how to feed the several thousand people in 3 camps. Living off existing stores just won't cut it, we need to find a way to tap into every possible source of food. I think these creatures hold potential. It's said there are plenty of them in the wasteland, and other creatures like zombified dogs. If they're all edible. Please wait, Mr. Gu, Yen Feinshu said helplessly, these monsters carry a large amount of highly corrosive boils on them. How could they look edible? How do you know if you don't try? Gu Hang remained persistent. Of course, I don't mean to let our people eat it directly. I've heard that on most planets in the Nest capital, there is a technology capable of breaking down all organic material to produce food. They call it corpse starch? In any case, it's starch blocks. I wonder if Rage Owlstar has this technology. Anyway, we surely have it on Quintet. We still need to get our hands on it by any means necessary. Yen Fonshu became even more helpless. Big brother, I've eaten those starch blocks too. Essentially, those are a type of food chemical product that can take recycled organic waste, including old textiles and wood scraps, industrial organic waste, and even plant fibers and animal limbs, and break them down into smaller molecules to refine and process into synthetic starch blocks. While it's true that some nest capital planets, particularly those with scarce resources and high population densities, do recycle the dead and even fecal matter, leading to their being humorously and darkly referred to as corpse starch, you shouldn't say it out loud. After all, the primary components of synthetic starch are still normal. The minor, trace elements. Let's just stay friends and not talk about them. Chapter 29, Chapter 29, Chapter 29, What's Wrong with the Puppet? Chapter 29, Chapter 29, What's Wrong with the Puppet? Gu Hang said he was considering using those abscessed creatures as a food source, and he wasn't just talking nonsense to disgust people. He truly thought that way. If there were a choice, of course, normal food would be better than anything else. But in this wasteland, with production conditions like this, the number of people that could be sustained was limited, so wasn't one obligated to find every possible solution? Being well fed was more important than eating well. This technology, of course, could potentially be drawn from the technology panel. But the mechanism that, once a technology was highlighted, significantly dropped the probability of that technology being produced next made each technology quota precious. If there was a choice, Gu Hang would prefer not to acquire this technology from the technology panel. He'd rather achieve his goal by normal means. His gaze turned to the sky. A certain power on Rage Owlstar might possess similar technology. However, first, Gu Hang hadn't seen it around Revival City, implying that if this technology did exist, it was far away and difficult to obtain. Second, the synthetic starch technology was probably very valuable on a wasteland planet, and those powers wouldn't just hand it over. It was less effort to fleece the quintet than to go through the trouble of securing such technology. On a massive starship like the quintet, which housed a population of 100,000 and didn't always have the opportunity to land for supplies, especially during missions, they certainly had the technology to recycle almost any usable organic matter. Thinking this, he coughed lightly twice, feeling a bit embarrassed. I just asked her for 200 sets of equipment and 4 armored vehicles last time, and today I'm going right back to ask for new technology? Doesn't feel quite right. I won't ask today, I'll go ask her tomorrow. With this thought in mind, Gu Hang felt much more at ease. Gu Hang, in high spirits, hummed a tune and waited for Dennis and Henry, the traitor from Rubbish Town. Dennis and Henry finally met Governor Gu Hang. After an exhaustive body search, he was led to the entrance of the governor's house. It was just a large board house, and on the surface, it didn't differ fundamentally from the board houses inhabited by the servants nearby. It was neither specially decorated nor made from any particularly precious materials. The guard pushed open the door, and Henry walked in to find everything inside plain and unadorned. The room had no special decorations, just an ordinary long table. A man who appeared quite young sat at the far end of the table. That must be Governor Gu Hang. The governor himself seemed out of place in his surroundings. His clothing was exquisite despite the simplicity around him, yet this contrast became almost negligible due to the governor's indifferent attitude to his humble environment. Henry dared not observe further. He lowered his head, came to this side of the long table, and without daring to sit down, he placed one hand on his chest and then bowed deeply. Maintaining the bow, he said humbly, "My name is Dennison Henry, from Rubbish Town. I am here to offer my sincerest greetings to Your Excellency the Governor. Your speech upon landing on this planet was thunderous, making me profoundly understand that you came to this dying world with grand ambitions and compassionate sentiments, to save us, your subjects. As a resident of Rage All-Star, I hold your nobility in the highest esteem." A rainbow fart, firmly delivered. As he spoke, Henry also took out an exquisitely packaged box. "Upon learning that I had the honor of meeting Your Excellency, I was overjoyed and resolved to prepare a gift for you, to express my deep admiration. Sadly, due to the haste, I only have this modest offer. I hope Your Excellency the Governor will not take offense." He continued to maintain the bow, holding the gift box above his head with both hands. The guard beside stepped up, took the gift from his hands, and then brought it before Gu Hang. Gu Hang didn't even glance at the gift box, his gaze remained fixed on Dennison Henry, with an interested smile playing on his lips. "Rise, or you might just break your waist if you keep this up." Henry straightened up as instructed. "Sit down, let's have a good talk." Only then did Henry dare to sit down. Tapping the table with his hand, Gu Hang said, "Dennison Henry, I am aware of your purpose in coming." Henry cautiously replied, "I hope Your Excellency the Governor would grant me the opportunity to serve you." Gu Hang chuckled and said, "You have a way with words, and I am satisfied with your attitude. I know that what you say may not necessarily reflect your true intentions, but I don't mind that. I can entrust the business to you, but I have two conditions. First, I will supply you with goods, and you will also bring me what I need, in full quality and quantity, without any shortfall." The first part of Gu Hang's statement, the implied may not necessarily be sincere, made Henry somewhat nervous. However, the latter part immediately made his heart blossom with joy. Securing the agency rights was his primary objective in meeting the governor. As for the other condition, Henry saw it as no different than being given a freebie. It couldn't really be considered a demand, more like another generous gift from the governor. He would of course pay for the goods, and that payment, as it seemed now, he could recoup by helping the governor acquire the things the governor needed. How could that possibly be a bad thing? Without hesitation, he nodded, "No problem. I am willing to serve Your Excellency." Gu Hang waved his hand and added, "I have a second condition. You need to expand your influence in Rubbish Town as much as possible, to become an agent, even a major one." Hearing this second condition, Henry calmed down a bit. Striving to become one of the agents of Rubbish Town was his aim. Logically speaking, since the governor had offered this as a condition, it shouldn't conflict with his goals, and he ought to be pleased. However, he didn't consider himself a fool and could read between the lines of the underlying implications of the request. Supported by the governor, he would become an important agent in Rubbish Town, but then what? Who would have the final say, himself, or the governor as his behind-the-scenes boss? But he quickly cast aside these hesitations and conflicts. Wondering about such things was absurd. When a big opportunity is presented, shouldn't he seize it? So what if he became a puppet? Countless people yearn for such a position and can't attain it. And it might not even be a puppet situation. Seriously serving the governor could bring its own powers, couldn't it? With the governor managing myriad affairs daily, wouldn't he have final say over the small matters of Rubbish Town when presiding over it? He would just need to achieve the governor's goals and follow his steps, which is as it should be. Moreover, putting it a bit more rudely, who knows if the governor will still be the governor in 2 years? With that thought, he caught the quasi-smiling expression on Gu Hang's face and dared not continue the line of thinking. He felt as if his thoughts were being read. Chapter 30, Chapter 30, Chapter 30, Applying Pressure. Chapter 30, applying pressure. Denison Henry was very, very surprised at the start of his meeting with the governor. He had obtained what he wanted without much sacrifice. Of course, that doesn't mean there was no cost involved. Having taken the goods, he had to pay for them using alliance currency. The governor provided a series of lists, asking him to buy this and that. He glanced through them. Some items were difficult to procure, such as wanting Revival City's best textile and sewing machines, importing raw textile materials, desiring thermoelectric generator sets, the thermoelectric material itself, wanting to build cement and brick factories. Moreover, the governor seemed to have a good grasp of the market. The list he provided was almost equal in value to the goods he was permitted to take this time. By his own estimation, the profit margin was severely compressed. If he wanted to earn more money, he would have to try his best to sell the alloy plastic steel and armored vests at a higher price, and find cheap yet effective supplies for the governor. Difficult as it may be, Henry was still filled with motivation. Wasn't this the time to showcase his capabilities? If everything were easy, would the governor need to bother finding someone like him to take on this task? However, as the conversation moved to the latter half, he gradually lost his joy. Primarily because a crucial issue was raised. Denison Henry wanted to secure exclusive sales rights for the alloy plastic steel industry. It was a protection of his own interests. He needed this to ensure the market channels he carved out wouldn't be snatched away by newcomers. Eliminating competitors to monopolize the market naturally meant more profit. But Gu Heng wouldn't allow it. He argued with reason, saying things like, "This would allow me to serve the governor better, and this will help me expand my influence in Rubbish Town, and assist you with more matters in the future." However, none of these arguments could persuade Gu Heng. Gu Heng simply responded with 2 sentences, blocking any counter-arguments. "I can grant you the powers you desire, but I won't give them to you for nothing. You haven't done anything yet, so why should you demand so much from me? Prove your loyalty through your actions." With the conversation reaching this point, what more could Henry say? He nodded emphatically. "I will prove myself to you, Governor. Also, do one more thing for me. Please give your command. My camp needs more labor. Revival City has so many refugees living on the outskirts. Bring them here." "No problem, I will definitely bring you healthy and reliable refugees at a very affordable price." Gu Heng shook his head, clearly unsatisfied. "What is this talk of money? Those refugees, not recognized by Revival City as official residents, but I recognize them. Every human on Rage All-Star is a subject of the Empire, my subject. I want you to convey my benevolence to them, my policies, my declarations, and have them migrate here. If they face difficulties, you should offer them the necessary help, and if needed, I will personally intervene. Do you understand what I mean?" Henry was taken aback. How could he not understand? Of course, he understood. Freeloading, right? You just don't want to spend money but still want the people brought over? Henry put on a very ashamed expression. "Yes, that's right, I was shallow." However, according to the governor, it didn't seem like there was no benefit involved. Although Revival City was large, the number of jobs and people it could support was limited. Outside the city, there were plenty of refugees who couldn't survive. It wasn't impossible through propaganda to inspire these people to migrate voluntarily. But, Your Excellency the Governor, please forgive me. If we proceed this way, we won't be able to ensure the number or the quality of the migrants. Most of the desperate migrants are the old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled. Those who are strong and in their prime can still find a job to support themselves. Gu Heng waved his hand dismissively, saying, "That's your job, to convey my will to the public and to show your loyalty. Don't disappoint me." Damn, he really wants a free ride. Denison Henry could only respond helplessly, "Yes, I understand what needs to be done." After sending away the merchant brimming with ambition, ready to embark on a significant endeavor while also meeting his own reasonable and unreasonable demands, Gu Heng immediately busied himself with another matter. He had his attendant, Zhang Chao, send another communication to Revival City. As for the issue of Wohan, the Alliance councilman being a cult member, Gu Hang needed Revival City to give him an explanation. Of course, the nature of the explanation was not important. What Gu Hang needed was an excuse to take action. This excuse was something he had to work hard to find originally. Now, there was one ready-made. An adherent of a heretic cult had emerged within the ruling structure of the Alliance Council. When Wohan resisted, employing storm sorcery which Gu Hang identified as definitely not his own spiritual power but originating from a certain source, Gu Hang almost burst into laughter. After capturing Wohan, the necessary interrogations and the intelligence he had to obtain were almost in his hands. The man was indeed a follower of the cult, there was no mistake about that. Although he was not a devout believer, he did believe in the teachings of the Primal Owl Beast sect and was willing to use his status as a councilman to provide convenience for cultist activities and to contribute money and resources. He wasn't a core member, he was just a wealthier believer. He also received certain things in return, such as being blessed by the gods and mastering storm sorcery. He could have cultists do some dirty work that he could not handle directly himself. Indeed, the very reason he sought to trouble the governor this time was to request the primordial Rathal sect's intervention, but they rejected him due to their busy schedule and inability to arrange manpower on short notice. With these confessions, and with Wohan still alive, Gu Hang had the perfect opportunity to attack. Upon connecting with Revival City, the person Gu Hang faced was still the chairman of the Alliance Council, Milian Hodgson. "Good day to you, Governor," Hodgson began with a greeting. Gu Hang offered no pleasantries in return, his tone severe. "Mr. Hodgson, I am extremely disappointed in your work." Upon hearing the governor's words, Hodgson felt a nerve in his head throb with pain. The governor is at it again. "I gave you the massive supplies you wanted, I sold the people you asked me to betray, what more do you want now?" Hodgson replied wearily, "Please instruct me, Governor." An Alliance councilman corrupted by a heretic cult? What kind of job have you been doing as chair of the council? Is the Alliance's council still loyal to the Empire? Has Revival City now become the nest of the Primal Owl Beast sect? Gu Hang launched a series of accusations, hitting Hodgson hard and fast. Hodgson was completely caught off guard by Gu Hang's revelation of such news, the accusation leaving him utterly dumbfounded. He had no prior knowledge that Wohan was a cult member. Let the investments heat up. Chapter 31, Chapter 31, Chapter 31, is it this governor? Chapter 31, Chapter 31, is it this governor? Hodgson indeed did not know that one of their Alliance Council members, Wohan, was a cult member. He had no prior knowledge of this information. Now that Gu Hang had exposed this, he was completely dumbfounded. When he had slightly regained his composure, his first reaction was to suspect, was the accusation against Wohan of being a cultist fabricated by Mr. Gu himself as an excuse to cause trouble for Revival City? This matter is of great significance. Do you, Governor, truly have concrete evidence to prove this? The evidence is irrefutable. The people who attacked the transport team were directed by Wohan. I have wiped out the bandits on his manor and captured him. I personally saw this scoundrel use storm sorcery. Right now, you seem to know nothing about it, President of the Council Hodgson. I'm very disappointed. With an Alliance Council member corrupted, and you, as President, having no knowledge of it, is this negligence, or has the Alliance Council been condoning the spread of the cult in Revival City all along? Hodgson immediately denied it, absolutely not. We have been intensifying our efforts to crack down on the cult. How could we possibly condone its spread? I will investigate this matter. Before Hodgson could finish, he was interrupted by Gu Hang. Investigate? How much longer will we have to wait for you to slowly go about your investigation? Revival City will become what? With even council members being corrupted, how can I believe you'll uncover anything? Hodgson was under immense pressure from Gu Hang. This totally unexpected news caught him off guard. He had no contingency plans in place, and at this moment he could only insist, "We will definitely take effective measures to deal with the problem. We will carry out background checks on all council members and also strengthen the investigation into the cult in the entire city." Gu Heng said, "I'm giving you this chance. But I also want to remind you that our city is facing a severe threat. I need you to resolve this problem quickly and thoroughly. If I don't see a more proactive attitude from you, then I will personally take action, and you will be held accountable." Hodgson could only strive to assure, "We will do everything necessary to ensure the safety of the city. I assure you, we will give you an explanation. You had better keep your word." After hanging up the phone, Hodgson's brows were tightly furrowed. He did not wish to always be at a disadvantage in communications with Mr. Gu. Yet, what could he do? The first time, he demanded supplies by wielding his authority, with a not inconsiderable amount, yet just within the limit that Revival City was capable of paying, forcing them to reluctantly agree. Nobody wanted to entirely offend the governor over such a matter, risking a fallout with him. The second time concerned Wohan's unauthorized attack on the transport team, an action he undertook alone. Hodgson sold him out without any psychological pressure. In both instances, the governor hinted at using his authority, even suggesting orbital bombardment from the heavens to exert maximum pressure and make threats, his goal being to obtain something. Once the conversation reached this point, not wanting a confrontation, Hodgson had little choice but to concede. This third time, though the governor had neither made too many threats nor demanded anything, he used the sternest tone thus far, directly accusing the Alliance Council of either negligence or treason. The accusation could not be more pointed. Yet Hodgson could not refute it. The governor now held the high ground. The primal owl beast sect, the common enemy of the many forces on the wasteland, who do not worship the divine emperor but instead follow that primordial owl beast, skillful in storm sorcery, they have indeed caused many devastating disasters that annihilated settlements. How could an alliance councilman be a member of this cult? How can this be explained? It can't be explained at all. Mr. Gu was justifiably angry. He thought he was just dealing with a greedy grain merchant, and if that guy wanted to go against Mr. Gu, then let him stick his neck out and be the target, he deserved to die. But it turned out this person was actually a member of the cult, which completely took Hodgson by surprise. He also realized the seriousness of the situation. After hesitating, Hodgson turned to his grandson Lambert and asked, "Mr. Gu said that Wohan is a member of the cult, do you think it's possible?" "Maybe it's true, maybe it's not," Lambert Hodgson, having listened to the entire conversation between his grandfather and Mr. Gu, cautiously offered his considered answer, "but that's not the key issue now. Since Mr. Gu is acting on this trump card, it means he must possess some evidence. Even if that evidence isn't real, Mr. Gu would have forged it well enough. We're truly on the defensive now." In response to Lambert's speculation, Hodgson sighed and continued to ask, "What do you think Mr. Gu will do next?" Lambert pondered. He might use this as an excuse to further intervene in the politics of Revival City, to strip us of our power under the guise of striking at the cult, and eventually take control of the entire Revival City. "From what you say, it sounds like you're quite unhappy with this?" Lambert was taken aback. "Grandfather?" He didn't understand why his grandfather would ask this. Mr. Gu, the planetary ruler appointed by the Empire, is also the head of the Alliance government. If Mr. Gu takes complete control over Revival City, isn't that justifiable and proper? Lambert frowned deeply and spoke with difficulty. "You're saying, but..." Hodgson brought up another matter. "I remember, you once said your dream is to save the world?" "Yes, the nonsensical babble of my reckless youth. So I ask you now, is that dream still buried in your heart?" Lambert didn't want to answer. "Grandfather, why are you bringing this up? I've told you, only the governor can save this world. I don't know if Mr. Gu is the one, so I've always hesitated, just like the previous governors have all failed. But I recently realized something. How many more governors can we wait for?" "I don't understand. Do you mean, you want to?" No, it's not that stage yet. I just feel that this governor is a bit different from the previous ones, said Hodgson. As for now, I think you've got the emphasis wrong. Please enlighten me. The focus now isn't what the governor will do next, but what we must do. What we need to do is simple: ascertain how widespread the primal owl beast sect has become in Revival City, and what their aim truly is. That's the most important thing, a matter of life and death. What's the point of all these power struggles? It would be ridiculously tragic to defeat Mr. Gu only to have the cultists destroy the city afterward. I understand. Chapter 32, Chapter 32, Chapter 32, Courtesy light but affection deep. Chapter 32, Chapter 32, Courtesy light but affection deep. The news of cult proliferation sent everyone in Revival City into a frenzy. However, the instigator of the crisis, His Excellency the Governor, seemed to have no sense of urgency at the moment. Early the next morning, he began to address the food supply issue of his territory and once again made contact with the quintet above. Colonel Elysia still showed him no kindness in her expression. Gu Hang was indifferent to this, even understanding. Had he been in her shoes, having his will sheared by others haphazardly day after day, his reaction would have been more intense than Elysia's. Considering how empathetic I'm being, why don't you just hand over the synthetic starch technology to me? Of course, Gu Hang knew he couldn't just ask for it for nothing, he had to offer something in return. Colonel Elysia, I've brought you another piece of good news. Upon hearing this, Elysia remembered the loss of her 3,000 slaves, 300 mech servants, a pile of weapons and equipment, and the 4 Strider verses. Her heart ached. As for the previous gift of a Marine Corps captain? Was there such a thing? She didn't recall. Elysia said with a stern face, Your Excellency's good news always comes at a high price. How could that be? I am sharing our achievements with the best of partners. If you have something serious to say, then get on with it. About the issue of heretic cultists brewing on Rage Allstar, I've already made some progress. I've captured a cult member, who happens to be a high-ranking official in the planet's government. On hearing this, Elysia became grave. Has it deteriorated to such an extent? Tell me where the enemies are, and I will eliminate them. No, it's not time for that yet. I'll soon track down the exact whereabouts of these cultists, and by then, I may need you to send your elite Marine Corps, even the power of the shipborne church, to assist me in cleansing these heretics. It's possible, but it would be best if you could create an opportunity for me to conduct orbital bombardment directly. I'll try my best. Elysia had no reason not to agree to this. Orbital bombardment was the most convenient. If ground troops were needed, that was fine too. She didn't mind, as long as it meant earning merits. Moreover, deploying the Marine Corps was different from the previous situation where people were said to be lent but were essentially given away. The people lent to Gu Hang were working for him on a long-term basis. With regards to missions, to fight or not, and how to fight, the entire command system was still under the starship's control, with Gu Hang at best providing a target and some advisory suggestions. It was not a conceptually similar situation. Elysia's expression became somewhat calmer, and her heart relaxed a bit. Her investment in the governor seemed to be finally showing some sign of return. Eradicating the heretic cult entrenched in the capital city of the planetary government somewhat counted as a noteworthy achievement. Although it wasn't a major victory, the prospect of a return on investment invited anticipation, and there were still 2 years left. Elysia, in a better mood, asked a question she would later somewhat regret. Very well, is there anything else? Yes, I need synthetic starch technology, Gu Hang said. Elysia's face stiffened. I originally thought you were just here to deliver a message, but it turns out you're here to ask for things, huh? I am only responsible for striking down the enemies of the Empire, Elysia said. Supporting construction is not my job. But this is for the purpose of striking down the enemies of the Empire. Gu Hang argued. What is at the core of the growth of cults? It's when people see no hope. When they can't even have enough to eat, they are easily tempted by cults. Synthetic starch technology could help us solve this problem. Yalizia felt that Gu Hang made sense, but could saving people with this method be considered a naval victory? As she pondered, Gu Hang's voice came again. Colonel Yalizia, please understand, it is necessary to wipe out our enemies with thunderous might. But if the situation deteriorates to an uncontrollable state, where salvation can only be achieved through utter destruction, that may not necessarily be a good thing. A city corrupted by a cult then destroyed, or the heretic cultists spread to a terrible extent, but are completely annihilated under the command of the Madam Colonel, with hundreds of thousands of citizens of the Empire saved. Please compare, which of the two scenarios is better? The destroyer, or the savior? The former seems a bit cooler, but within the Empire, at least in the Tianma star sector, the latter holds more value. Moreover, the identity of a savior aligns more with Yalizia's current mission. She came to orbit Rage Allstar for 2 years not to fight and destroy enemies but to assist the governor in reviving the planets. At this point, Yalizia had to admit that Gu Hang's argument had moved her once again. She began to calculate what it would take to provide Gu Hang with the synthetic starch technology. Was the price too high? The conclusion was, not particularly. Starships of course have synthetic starch technology. During the long interstellar journeys, when resupply is scarce, the ability to recycle nearly any organic material into edible starch blocks is an essential auxiliary technology. However, as important as it is, the synthetic starch machines aren't used frequently. In peacetime, starships can get supplies fairly smoothly, and no one really wants to eat starch blocks. Currently, the food reserves on the quintet are quite abundant, enough to last for several years. And besides, there's more than one synthetic starch machine on the starship. Handing over one shouldn't be a big problem. Of course, what Gu Hang wants is the technology, not just the machine. But that's not too troublesome either. Send down a logistician from the starship with one machine, some spare parts, and that should meet Gu Hang's demands. In theory, this should be enough for Gu Hang to produce his own synthetic starch manufacturing machines, provided he has a certain industrial base. If he does not, there's not much Yalizia could do. I'm not your mother, can I possibly feed you milk directly? I agree, she said. Having given her consent, a transport with technicians and equipment arrived on the ground and, when it returned, Gu Hang loaded it with a fair amount of goods. According to him, these were gifts for Colonel Yalizia from Rage Allstar, the specialty of the place. But in fact, they were just a small portion of the food and textile supplies brought from Revival City, allocated to be sent skyward. It wasn't meaningless, though. It would improve the crew's diet on the starship and provide some supplies. It was, in any case, a way to show that the governor did not take without giving in return. As for the difference in the value of the two, it's the thought that counts. After watching the transport fly off into the distance, Gu Hang plunged back into his grand plans for expanding production. Chapter 33, Chapter 33, Chapter 33, The Fast Track to Development. Chapter 33, Chapter 33, The Fast Track to Development. In Gu Hang's plan, he intended for the abandoned cave society to serve as the heavy industrial production center of his territories. It was well located, being closer to future raw material and energy sources in Rubbish Town and already possessed some mineral resource output. The production line for alloy steel was there, and once the merchant named Denison Henry brought back the heat-generating limestone power unit, Gu Hang planned to set up a power plant in the abandoned cave society. However, with the heavy industry and energy industry of the abandoned cave society developing, a workforce of merely 800 would certainly not suffice. Gu Hang had been continuously sending workers from the governor's camp, who were originally expanding the camp and building an airport, to the abandoned cave society to meet the labor needs of the alloy factory there. But this labor pool had its limits, and the governor's camp needed people as well. Production required people, expansion of the army required people, and right now, Gu Hang's demand for labor was very high. It was inevitable to absorb population from outside, which was precisely why he had made a special request to Denison Henry to find ways to promote and bring in people. Of course, those refugees recruited from outside Revival City might not necessarily be qualified industrial workers. Let alone the refugees, even the people from the abandoned cave society and the former slaves brought down from the starship were not really qualified. Illiteracy was a significant issue. Illiterates could perhaps toil, but it would be hard for them to grow into skilled technicians. However, this was a solvable problem. Gu Hang had already requested the creation of night school classes in the abandoned cave society, including his own direct camp, starting with literacy work before moving on to some basic skills training, experience summary, and sharing. Inside the abandoned cave society, there were indeed many who were willing to learn and eager to advance. These people did not need much worrying over. As long as they were given the opportunity, they would be keen to strive upwards. But not everyone had such a drive to improve themselves. Now that they could live above ground, security concerns were no longer an issue. They could eat their fill, have clothes to keep warm, and they heard that soon there would be electricity and heating. Such treatment was enough to make them quite content. Freed from the motivation to improve. Gu Hang was certainly not pleased with this. If no one strives to work hard, how am I to expand production and rebuild the world? To address this, Gu Hang introduced a strategy, a work point distribution system. Work resolved into work points, which determined material and welfare allocation. If you wanted to eat well, live well, and dress well, even allowing your closest kin to also lead a good life, then you needed to work diligently. Moreover, several technical job categories were introduced at the worker level. Becoming a skilled technician through assessments meant earning more work points than an ordinary worker. The requirement to become a skilled technician was to study diligently. Also, although attending school did not grant work points, it did provide a free evening meal, which spared one from spending their allocation and saving money in the process. With tangible upward motivation and a real increase in food allocation, night schools launched in the abandoned cave society and governor's camp were widely welcomed. On the other hand, finding teachers was not easy. For now, they could only use a few literate individuals among the servants brought down from the quintet starship to act as teachers. As for so-called professional technical training, it mostly comprised some experience and tips formed by a handful of sharp-minded workers during their labor, which were summarized and disseminated. With an inadequate teaching force, expecting to educate exceptional students was unrealistic. Gu Hang understood this point. Given the circumstances, all he could do was to make the best of the situation. As for the work points mentioned earlier, Gu Hang did initially consider whether to introduce a currency. In the wasteland, the circulation of goods was extremely chaotic. Currency existed, the Alliance had issued the revival currency, and several major forces had also issued their own. However, these currency systems were not only disorganized, but the exchange between them was also cumbersome, and some remote settlements might not even recognize certain currencies. The most popular method of trade on the wastelands still involved the very primitive barter trade. The scale of Gu Hang's power was still too small to issue his own currency without exerting great effort to promote it, and using others' currencies could easily overwhelm the internal system with their volume. Thus, he simply decided not to implement a currency and instead created an work point system for internal use only, to serve as a motivational tool. Earn work points by participating in production, consume work points to obtain housing and rations. This became a simple prototype of a currency under a planned economy. Gu Hang did not plan to stick with a planned economy forever, but it would certainly constitute a major component. Concentrating efforts to accomplish big projects was, in Gu Hang's view, a very successful experience during development stages. If the goal of the abandoned cave society was to develop towards an industrial hub, the role Gu Hang envisioned for the governor's camp was as a transport hub and a center for light industry. Transportation requires no further explanation, with its core task being the connection with the great treasure trove in the sky, the quintet. When Gu Hang chose the location for the camp, he picked a flat terrain with no natural defenses, primarily for this purpose. The textile machinery and related technologies that Gu Hang requested Dennis and Henry to purchase were part of the light industry that Gu Hang had planned. Apart from textiles, there was also the food industry. The synthetic starch manufacturing machines brought down from the quintet had already begun operating under the guidance of technicians who came down with the ship. Additionally, a new synthetic starch production line was being constructed, mainly relying on various parts that had also been brought down from the starship. The alloy factory at the abandoned Cave Society had also received orders to manufacture qualified components as per the technicians' requirements. For parts with high demands on processes and materials, Guhang would produce them using black boxes of finished alloy plastic steel. Of course, there were still some core components that the current industrial capabilities under his power couldn't produce. The technician who had come down from the starship was, at the governor's request, trying to figure out a way to master this technology. There was a good chance of success. The industrial base at the governor's camp started from scratch but had developed quickly, mainly thanks to some incredibly powerful materials and technology. Even if the alloy plastic steel produced by the abandoned Cave Society was not satisfactory, the premium alloy plastic steel produced directly from the finished black boxes was of outstanding quality. However, the scale of the synthetic starch production line could not be further expanded until the technology had been mastered. Even so, the current production capacity was more than enough. As long as there were sufficient raw materials and the production line was running at full capacity, there would be more than enough food to ensure that everyone under Guhang's command was well fed. In fact, there was significant excess capacity to stockpile food, or even sell it for export. All these various plans of Guhang were waiting for Dennis and Henry to bring back the first batch of goods and people before they could truly get underway. The merchant from Rubbish Town did not keep him waiting too long and soon returned. The inflow of people and resources was devoured by the power under Guhang's command. With the two major industrial centers, along with the Mantan River Valley Manor already gradually restoring agricultural production, the overall productive power of the governor's power began to embark on a rapidly developing fast track. Chapter 34, Chapter 34, Chapter 34, A Ray of Light. Chapter 34, A Ray of Light. Osnia surveyed her surroundings, her vision filled with a vast construction site. The land of the esteemed planetary governor, proclaimed by that kind-hearted person as the land of salvation, seemed quite different from what she had imagined. After the end of last winter, a massive surge of mutated monsters erupted in Osinia's homeland, an area called the Southern Provinces by the people of Revival City. It was a huge disaster that completely destroyed many settlements. Barely surviving the wave of mutant creatures did not mean the end of the disaster. Unable to sow seeds in spring, having endured another winter, and due to fighting against the alien creatures, various factors caused a significant loss of food reserves. Hunger and shortages of supplies plagued the southern provinces. What do people do when they can't survive? They become monsters. Osnia and her younger brother originally lived a comfortable life. The soil in the southern provinces was more fertile and suffered less from the low energy storms, so many of the local settlements could live off agriculture. In fact, the southern provinces were an important food-producing area, with hundreds of thousands from both the inner and outer parts of Revival City relying mainly on grain imports from the south. Osinia's father was the owner of a plantation. Before everything collapsed, their plantation had a population of tens of thousands. During productive times, they not only fed everyone but also had ample surplus to sell in exchange for industrial goods. Understandably, Osinia's standard of living was akin to that of a little princess, far exceeding that of the vast majority on this wasteland. But all of that fell apart at the turn of spring and summer. Outside, a great number of raiders besieged the plantation, then, a riot broke out within its bounds. With their guards' protection, her family tried to break out and flee from the plantation at the last moment. Many who didn't take part in the riot attempted to escape alongside them. But amid the chaos of war, she was separated from her father. Concealing their identities, smudging ash on their faces, cutting off their hair. She took her brother and followed the stream of refugees, finding herself aimlessly in Revival City. Along the way, she suffered through many hardships. For a morsel of food, she was willing to do anything, no matter how small the job, as long as it procured some sustenance. Even more desperate measures included begging, fighting tooth and nail, stealing, and deceiving. Before the collapse, she was educated to be a proper lady. She had never imagined herself in such a state. But she persevered. Throughout these past months, she was so hungry she felt dizzy. Her just over 10-year-old brother was malnourished. Yet at least, they were both still alive. However, she often found herself lost in confusion. If one has never experienced goodness, perhaps they can fall endlessly in darkness. But just months ago, she was a little princess, the apple of her father's eye, worried daily about authenticating and restoring expensive pre-war art, helping manage the estate, and overseeing accounts. Now, she hesitated over what to eat the next day. More critically, there was no end in sight to such a life, no hope, no glimmer of light. She felt she could hardly hold on any longer. More than once she had thought that living in such a terrible world, perhaps death would be more of a relief. But every time she looked into her brother's eyes, she shoved that thought away, clenched her teeth, and continued the grueling struggle. Oddly enough, she hadn't been very close to her brother, 7 years her junior, in the past. She even often found the mischievous little devil quite annoying. However, over these past few months, she would rather die than abandon her brother. Once, when her brother was kidnapped, she bit the kidnapper like a madwoman, taking a beating that left her bleeding without loosening her grip. She didn't know why, but she knew that if anyone dared to harm her only remaining family, she would fight them with everything she had. But she deeply understood they were on the brink of not being able to survive any longer. The great chaos in the southern provinces had a huge impact. The shortage of food imports caused food prices in Revival City to keep rising. Her part-time jobs were becoming increasingly insufficient to feed herself and her younger brother. Recently, an even worse piece of news had spread: the largest grain merchant in Revival City had disappeared. Shortly thereafter, the city's food prices became even more volatile. It was at this time that a traveling merchant opened a free porridge shop outside Revival City, in the slums. Anyone could receive a warm serving of porridge in the shop, provided they listened to the entire declaration made by Mr. Gu Hang, the planetary governor, on his first day on the wasteland. She had fought someone to secure a spot for her and her brother there. The so-called governor's declaration was a long one, and she was thinking about skipping some parts to get to the meal quicker. She couldn't remember much about what the governor's declaration actually said. Only one phrase remained clear in her mind: the governor would ensure that everyone who submitted to him would have a good life. The next day, the porridge shop was still open, and she came back. But this time, she was told that those who had eaten once were not allowed a second serving, unless they were willing to follow the caravan to the governor's camp and become subjects of the governor. She didn't hesitate and pressed her handprint on the paper. After waiting for a few days, she headed to the camp with her brother when the caravan set off. Although driven by desperation to follow the caravan to the governor's camp, wasn't there also a desire to change their circumstances and seek some light and hope? She thought she would see a city that was quite well developed, but instead, she saw vast areas of dust. There were many rudimentary cement buildings already erected, but even more were under construction. However, looking at the large-scale construction across the camp, there should at least not be a lack of work opportunities. But could her small frame handle construction work? Osnia, who was full of confusion and uncertainty about the future, held her brother's hand and went to the registration area as arranged by the caravan. When it was her turn, the registrar asked for some basic information. Name, age, skills, desired occupation. She answered truthfully according to her actual situation. "Ha!" The person registering her suddenly exclaimed, "You're literate?" Yes. "That's great." The registrar was overjoyed. "Head over to that table and fill out another form. Congratulations, you will receive a good treatment." Osnia went over bewildered. There were hardly any people at that table. After she filled out a form, she was assigned 2 tasks. During the day, she would work as a clerk in the soon-to-be-established textile factory, arranging and implementing production plans, keeping track of the output, and managing the production process. The second task was to teach literacy classes at the evening school. The work content reassured her quite a bit. This was something she was truly adept at. Back at the estate, she would assist her father with some management tasks. While then it was agricultural production management, now she would be a clerk at a textile factory. That was still closer to her skill set than manual labor. Especially when she heard about the treatment, she became even more excited. According to the work points system, she could earn more than enough supplies every day to support herself and her brother, with some to spare. Although everything was incomparable to her days as a little princess in the past, this was the only ray of light she had seen during her months of hardship. Chapter 35, Chapter 35, Chapter 35, Henry ah Henry. Chapter 35, Chapter 35, Henry ah Henry. Dennison Henry discovered that every time he visited the governor's camp, he would see something new and surprising. This time, having completed a business deal and coming to meet the governor again, he was accompanying Gu Hang, inspecting the newly established synthetic starch production line. He saw workers mixing the decomposed corpses of exotic monsters, scrapwood materials discarded after construction, and leaves and branches collected from the nearby woods, and feeding them into a machine. The other end of the machine output rectangular blocks of starch after crushing, decomposing, and restructuring the materials. Each block weighed a standard 50 grams, and a few pieces could keep an adult from starving to death. Even though the raw materials used in production seemed somewhat strange, Henry still realized the enormous value of this technology. Toxic monster carcasses, wooden waste, weeds with very low nutritional value, old clothes, torn fabrics, these things of little worth could be transformed into precious food in the wasteland after processing by this machine. So what if the ingredients were disgusting? When people were starving to death, who cared about that? This was bona fide food, carbohydrates, high in calories. Wasn't this much better than foraging for wild vegetables, grass, bugs, and mixing them with a bit of grain to cook up a bowl of watery porridge? Henry pinched his nose and personally tried eating a block. The taste, it could be said, was virtually tasteless, like eating plaster, at most with a hint of sweetness from partially saliva-digested starch, and a bit of saltiness. But again, these issues were not problems in the wasteland. Not to mention the life-threatening environment of the wasteland, even in the Imperial Star Realm Army and the Imperial Navy, when supplies were not so smooth, a significant proportion of food rations were met through corpse starch. So who was nobler than whom? It was a terrifying technology. Henry was so amazed that his eyes bulged as he said, "Incredible, I." Before he could finish his sentence, Gu Hang raised his hand to interrupt him. "No talking, I just brought you to have a look." Henry's face turned slightly red with embarrassment. But he quickly understood that this part of the business, especially the production line and technology, was something he could not obtain from the governor. In a sense, this technology had the potential to change the whole world, and it was immensely significant. He could only feel regret and even more determined to cling closely to the governor's coattails. After visiting the newly established synthetic starch production line, Gu Hang took Henry to his office. Henry, who had just completed a business deal, had quite a few things to report to Gu Hang. Sitting in front of the governor, Henry was somewhat reserved. "This time I've successfully accomplished my mission, and the alloy plastic steel has caused a sensation among the material merchants in Revival City. This material, which used to be available only in small quantities from Blackbird Heavy Industries and was tightly controlled by them, now has an additional channel, and those merchants are very happy, and our goods sold very well. The items you wanted, I have mostly exchanged for you. The generators powered by thermoelectric stones should be enough for establishing a small-scale power plant. Moreover, I have mobilized connections in Rubbish Town to allocate a batch of thermoelectric stones. The looms are also adequate to open a production line. The gruel shops cum propaganda stations we set up recruited over 2,000 vagrants. However, Revival City has been somewhat turbulent lately, affecting our prices. The Alliance Council has gone mad with a citywide hunt for heretic cultists. Many people got caught up in it, leaving everyone on edge. Rumor has it that a counselor responsible for food was discovered to be in collusion with the cult. It's said that you, Governor, even lost your temper? Henry paused, stealing a glance at Gu Hang. Seeing no response to that question, he understood the silence was as good as an affirmation, right? Maybe the person was even taken care of by the governor himself. He continued, this matter has caused a great commotion, the whole revival city is in chaos. And now that the counselor is finished, the food trade market he controlled has also become disordered, and the entire market is unstable. If not for this, we could have sold our alloy steel at an even higher price. But still, things aren't too bad now, are they? Revival City is the largest market nearby, not only capable of consuming various raw materials but, more importantly, it acts as a trade nexus connecting multiple forces and regions. I have also reached long-term agreements with many agents. They can take on a considerable production volume, so there is no worry about sales. Additionally, those bulletproof vests we sold are an even bigger hit in Rubbish Town. They can even withstand a shot from green-skin orcs. Now our goods are completely popular in Rubbish Town. The activity of those green-skin beasts has been expanding recently. Scavengers and adventurers are clashing with them more frequently, and arms and bulletproof equipment are now the hottest-selling items. This is an opportunity, Governor. I don't ask for exclusive rights to everything, but if you would grant me the exclusive sales rights for the armored vests, it would greatly help me secure the position of agent in Rubbish Town. Then, I could serve you even better. After reporting a multitude of information, mainly to take credit, Denison Henry couldn't help but bring up the matter of the exclusive rights he coveted. In his eyes, Governor, you want me to prove my loyalty, but I've done enough this time, didn't I? The materials and equipment you wanted, I racked my brains to get them for you. The population you wanted to attract, I paid from my own pocket to bring them over. Isn't that enough to prove my loyalty? You're not willing to give me exclusive rights to the entire alloy steel production line, so granting exclusive rights just for the bulletproof vests isn't too much to ask, is it? Henry, oh Henry, Gu Hang murmured his name. Should I say you are smart, or foolish? I don't understand. You are so clever, you show me that you have accomplished things, made contributions. You also express loyalty and say you will do more, do better in the future, hoping to obtain exclusive rights from me. You worry that if you create a market for materials and bulletproof armor, more merchants will come to me to do the same business, preventing you from making exclusive profits. Having said this, and though it was meant to be a compliment, Denison Henry just felt awkward. What Gu Hang said was indeed exactly what he was thinking. It wasn't hard to guess. But who just lays it out so directly? Where do you expect me to put my face? He didn't speak, while Gu Hang continued, but you are so foolish, failing to see the essence of the matter. The production capacity of alloy steel isn't abundant, and expanding scale also takes time. For now and the foreseeable future, you can absorb all the goods. What is there to worry about? Are you worried that if you don't work wholeheartedly for me later, I will find a better collaborator? Are you worried that I will restrict your ability to manipulate the goods prices, limiting how much money you can make in the future? Are you afraid that you won't keep me reliant on you, the one behind the governor in power? Henry, oh Henry, tell me, are these your concerns? Chapter 36, Chapter 36, Chapter 36, Knocking. Chapter 36, Chapter 36, Knocking. Denison Henry dropped to his knees with a thud before Gu Hang. Cold sweat had permeated his forehead. The governor's 3 questions peeled away his psychological defenses layer by layer until they were completely stripped away. He had not thought this way. At least, he didn't dare to consciously think this way. But upon introspection, even by the instinct of a businessman, hadn't he subconsciously done just that? He was a merchant, and he was in the business to make money. The governor, however, was not a merchant and always wanted him to do this and that. The additional conditions attached to the business inevitably impacted his profits. He truly didn't want other merchants competing with him for this business, even if in the future he couldn't handle the full production capacity himself. As for going one step further, he indeed hadn't thought about it, but if he were the only one with exclusive authorization, and if in the future he managed to secure the agent qualification of Rubbish Town, powerful and influential under his command, and continued to grow stronger through exclusive rights, the governor, looking to expand trade routes and further development, would gradually become more reliant on him. He would become a key official for the governor. His every word and deed would have a significant impact on the governor's strategies, his voice becoming increasingly influential. These unthinkable yet inevitably contemplated scenarios were crushed to smithereens by the governor's interrogation at this moment. He kowtowed deeply. "Governor, I absolutely did not dare." Maintaining his kowtowing posture, he couldn't see Gu Hang's expression, only hearing the governor's indifferent tone after a moment. "Really? You're so clever, thinking about such deep matters, yet you can't even imagine this?" "I didn't dare to think." Henry no longer dared to play any tricks. Today, he had truly been dealt a clear lesson. "You're right, Governor, I am indeed a fool, unable to see the true nature of things. I should have realized that as long as I work diligently for you, I don't need to worry about those elusive matters. Thanks to your guidance, I've completely understood. Please give me another chance." After speaking, he lifted his head, looked at the governor sincerely, and then once again kowtowed deeply and heavily. Seeing Dennis and Henry's submissive demeanor, Gu Hang finally let a slight smile cross his lips, and his tone softened. "Since you can be a bit smarter and think deeper, that's good. Get up now, no need to kneel anymore, I'll take you to see a new batch of goods. Didn't you say that weapons and equipment are the best commodities in Rubbish Town? I think the standard weaponry widely equipped by the Imperial Star Realm Army would be very attractive to those adventurers." Dennis and Henry suddenly lifted his head, his eyes brimming with surprise. After being slapped across the face, this date stuffed into his mouth was unexpectedly sweet. The standard equipment of the Imperial Star Realm Army. If he could get a batch to Rubbish Town, wouldn't they sell like crazy? From the start, Gu Hang hadn't intended to chastise Dennis and Henry. Objectively speaking, the job the guy had done this time was not bad. Everything Gu Hang wanted was there. The thousands of workers had greatly supplemented his labor needs for the upcoming expansion of production capacity. But the guy was persistent about exclusive authorization, which had annoyed the governor. So, Gu Hang did not hold back. At the same time, he clarified something further. What exactly was Dennis and Henry's position? Maybe the guy saw himself as a collaborator. As a merchant, it was only natural to want profit from a partnership, to make money for oneself. But of course, Gu Hang didn't share that attitude. What he actually wanted to say was, "I'm not scamming you or bluffing you. I'm offering you a chance to rise to the heavens in one step. Do you want to keep being a merchant, or become my subordinate, a high-ranking official in the future planetary government? A regular merchant, even if one has made some money by relying on His Excellency the Governor, how could that compare with the status of a real senior official?" Of course, this was an extremely risky matter. Whether the governor could truly consolidate power in the future and develop his domain were decisions Henry had to make, risking his own capital investment. But Gu Hang was full of confidence in himself and generously offered the opportunity to Henry. At least for now, Henry seemed willing to seize the opportunity. That was good. What he said aloud wasn't the important part. After this statement, Gu Hang would carefully observe how Henry would perform in the future. As for providing Imperial Star Realm Army standard equipment to Dennis and Henry for sale, that was something Gu Hang had planned to do anyway. Giving him a day to eat just came in handy. The G9 gun family production line wasn't available yet, but it would be soon enough. In fact, they were already using the black box manufacturer for small-scale production. Afterwards, a complete production line replicated from the mother machine would increase the heavy industry capabilities of the abandoned cave society with another line of armaments. With the production capacity for alloy plastic steel material being sufficient, the production capacity of the G9 gun family would quickly catch up. Before long, they would be able to fully re-equip the 2 infantry battalions currently under Gu Heng's command. The phased-out G7 gun family would need a destination. Selling them to Rubbish Town was a good idea, as Gu Heng's territory was rapidly developing and his demand for raw materials was significant. Of course, he wasn't planning to sell them all. He would set aside a small portion, mix them with the local mixed-brand weapons confiscated from mercenaries in the battle at the Mantan River Valley Manor, and make a bundled sale, which should fetch a reasonably good price. The rest, Gu Heng planned to temporarily use them for the expansion of his forces. He still intended to add to his military. Currently, a portion of the newly recruited refugees, after simple registration and organization, would be assigned to the Abandoned Cave Society. Some would join the alloy plastic steel industry line, while others would participate in the construction of the hot ash stone power plant. Although Gu Heng still had enough energy crystal blocks, using these valuable high-energy batteries for industrial production was too extravagant. If there were cheap power plant construction capabilities, then saving the energy crystal blocks would be better. Apart from dispatching people to the Abandoned Cave Society to fill the manpower gaps in heavy industry, the rest would set up a textile factory here at the governor's camp. Human resources were still scarce, and yet, under such circumstances, Gu Heng was still intent on expanding his military. In this wasteland world, he did not feel secure. Frankly, everything he was doing was still like dancing on a tightrope. The quintet above was mighty indeed, but it didn't belong to him. He was the governor, the ruler, but his directly affiliated loyal forces were still too weak. If powers nearby, like Rubbish Town or Revival City, were driven to desperation by him one day and launched an all-out strike, aside from having the quintet strike back in revenge and obliterate a force from the planet's surface, Gu Heng would have no choice but to await death. And that's not even considering those low-probability events that were not yet in sight. Just the present situation alone posed a threat to his sense of security. The threat of the mutant aliens. Chapter 37, Chapter 37, Chapter 37, Hatching Nest. Chapter 37, Chapter 37, Hatching Nest. Gu Heng couldn't help but accelerate the expansion of military forces due to an imminent matter, not to mention his personal anxiety over the weakness of his own direct lineage and his paranoia about being persecuted. Previously, there had been an attack by pustule monsters within the governor's camp. Subsequently, Yin Fangshu led an investigation into the source of the monster attacks and discovered they were coming from a forest to the west. Afterward, while Yin Fangshu took his soldiers for training, they used it as both a training exercise and an opportunity to exterminate these monsters. They had no idea until they went there and were shocked by what they found. They encountered many monsters in that forest, not just pustule monsters. And they even discovered numerous monster breeding nests. Gu Heng himself went to check it out. The infested forest where the corrupted nests were densely packed had trees with bark already riddled with holes corroded by the secretions of alien creatures, emitting a strong stench of decay. The breeding nest he saw was hidden in a damp and dark area of the forest, its entrance concealed by dense vines and thorns. Upon burning away those vines and thorns, one could enter the nest. Parasitized trees surrounded the nest, creating a breeding ground that was dark and damp inside, filled with a strong alien odor lingering in the air. In the corners of the nest, numerous alien creature eggs clung to the moist ground, with embryos of mutant monsters wriggling inside their semi-transparent shells. The eggs were covered in a thick layer of mucus, from which droplets occasionally fell, turning into pools of foul-smelling green pus. Cracks in the eggshells emitted eerie glimmers of light, casting sinister shadows on the walls of the nest. At that time, Gu Heng ordered the destruction of the nest, burning it with fire and blowing it up from the inside. However, that was just one small nesting site, and there was no telling how many more might be in the forest. According to their subsequent assessment, if left unaddressed, a wave of mutant monsters would sweep towards Gu Heng's camp, including the Abandoned Cave Society, in a few months. By then, the cost to quell this wave would be unpredictable. Fortunately, the situation was discovered relatively early, and there was still time. Gu Hang needed to expand his army to ensure the safety of the camp. According to his plan, once the troops were reorganized, apart from the necessary guard forces, the other units would take turns clearing the monster nests in that forest. The main goal, of course, was to nip the problem in the bud as much as possible. Besides that, there was also the immediate benefit to be gained, which Gu Hang valued highly. That benefit was the earned rewards points. When Yan Fanshu led his troops to destroy the first alien breeding nest, Gu Hang's interface showed the battle settlement. No losses, 2 earned rewards points gained. Afterward, he learned that there was a significant number of breeding nests within that forest. His eyes lit up at the news. You can call it a threat, and you would be correct. But in Gu Hang's eyes, it was also like a huge gold mine. He had gone to great lengths to develop his territory, bring in population, deal with light industry, heavy industry, construction industry, got his hands on everything, and had barely managed to double his monthly fixed income from the previous 12 to 25. He was planning to persevere further and increase that number a bit more when he would receive his rewards at the end of the month, but he had stumbled upon such a gold mine. Destroying 1 breeding nest for 2 earned rewards points meant that burning down 10 would equal a month's gains. Why should I bother with farming? Oh, farming is still necessary, these two matters don't conflict. However, precisely because there was something to gain, he paid it a bit more attention. The 1st Automachinery Battalion had barely moved, with forces split to guard Valley Manor, the governor's camp, and the abandoned cave society. The 2nd Infantry Battalion, on the other hand, was mostly thrown into the strange monster forest. This name was newly coined by Gu Hang. The battalion was left under the command of Captain Yan Fanshu, who was responsible for sweeping through the forest. Over the past few days, 7 nests had already been burned. Captain Yan commanded the operations with caution. He would rather progress slowly and carefully to avoid losses as much as possible. Conversely, Prabhav, the former commander of the 2nd Infantry Battalion, was not too satisfied with this. In his opinion, during this time frame, let alone burning 7 nests, he wished he could burn 70. How could he live up to the governor's trust without achieving the battle results as quickly and as much as possible? Gu Hang was very satisfied with Prabhav's high combat enthusiasm. Then, he chose to support Yan Fanshu's command strategy. The situation wasn't so dire that it required filling gaps with human lives. Gu Hang had no need to order his soldiers to die unnecessarily. The eradication of monsters within the strange monster forest could still proceed methodically, eliminate the monsters, destroy the breeding nests, and take it slowly. There were still several months ahead. Even with Yan Fanshu's cautious strategy, the problem should be resolvable. Of course, as a leader, Gu Hang needed to be even more cautious. Destroying those 7 monster nests brought Gu Hang a total of 11 Divine Grace points. He planned to recruit another infantry battalion from among the refugees and slave laborers. With the black box manufacturer, he could quickly produce enough weapons and ammunition to equip them. By spending Divine Grace points, he could also quickly train these newly recruited soldiers into qualified warriors. In Gu Hang's care, the rate of soldier production was exceedingly fast. The governor's will was quickly implemented. A recruitment office appeared in both the abandoned cave society and the governor's camp. Residents of both places eagerly enlisted. Of course, their reasons for enthusiasm were not the same. The most eager were the residents of the abandoned cave society. They had enjoyed a period of good days and fully cherished this time. They were willing to take up arms to defend the hard-earned results. Next in willingness were the refugees who had just been allocated. They didn't have any particular thoughts, purely attracted by the governor's generous treatment for recruiting soldiers. Guaranteed food, 2 sets of military uniforms, weapons and equipment. These were enough to attract those refugees who had nothing. Moreover, Gu Hang would also issue work points to them, which could be used at the distribution station to purchase whatever they wanted. After 2 days of explanations, they clearly understood that work points were valuable. Following Gu Hang's instructions, of the 300 soldiers in the 3rd Infantry Battalion, 150 were selected from the refugees, 100 from the starship slave laborers, and 50 from the abandoned cave society. The composition of the personnel was complex, but Gu Hang himself hoped that the military, this great melting pot, could amalgamate soldiers of different backgrounds as much as possible. The more effective melting pot, however, was the soldier tag system. With a short duration of training, Gu Hang would have a qualified infantry battalion. With 3 to 4 days of training and about 6 days of equipment production, this infantry battalion would be formed. While busy preparing the troops and planning a strike in the alien woodland, Gu Hang also didn't forget another matter. How is the investigation of the cult situation in Revival City progressing? Chapter 38, Chapter 38, Chapter 38, Attack Warning. Chapter 38, Chapter 38, Attack Warning. The cult crisis sparked by Senator Wohan reverberated throughout Revival City. Through the accounts of those refugees and the words of Dennis and Henry, Gu Hang had learned that the authorities of Revival City were already in complete disarray. He was quite satisfied with this situation. The turmoil created an opportunity to set the stage for his future intervention in the political landscape of Revival City. So, even though he knew that the Alliance Council was in a state of panic, Gu Hang had no intention of backing down. On the contrary, he was planning to fan the flames even higher. He connected with Hodgson. "Hodgson, why haven't you taken the initiative to contact me during this period? Where is the explanation I demanded?" Hodgson's voice was filled with fatigue. "Your Excellency, we have taken a series of actions and initially achieved some results. I had planned to report to you after gathering more information. However, since you need an answer now, I can report our current findings." "I'm listening." Hodgson began his report. Clearly, he was prepared for the possibility that Gu Hang might seek him out earlier than expected. His speech flowed smoothly, detailing the actions taken by the Alliance government in Revival City during this time. Gu Hang listened patiently until Hodgson finished. Hodgson was a bit surprised. He had been ready to be interrupted at any moment during his account, but the governor had not done so. However, he did not feel relieved. This might signify that the governor harbored even greater fury in his heart. As Hodgson's anxiety began to mount, Gu Hang's voice rose slowly. "Oh, is that all? What remarkable achievements indeed. Several cult-affiliated suspects have been arrested, some cult materials have been uncovered. But what then? There is no clarity on the extent of the cult's infiltration in Revival City, nor any understanding of the detestable heretics' plans. Those cult materials, even someone like me who has been on Rage All-Star for less than 2 months is already vaguely aware of. The few small fries caught haven't disclosed any useful information. I can't even be sure if these individuals are scapegoats put forward by someone else. Don't you think that the Alliance government should put forth more effort for the safety and security of Revival City?" As expected, the inevitable had still come. Faced with the governor's questioning, Hodgson slowly began, "You are right, the Alliance government does indeed need to exert more effort. Our following sweeps will intensify. However, as for results, we do have one piece of intelligence that hasn't been confirmed." "Oh? We have reason to believe you may be the target of a cult attack. It seems they're aware that Wohan was dealt with by you, and they may even know that the current crackdown in Revival City, which targets them, was personally ordered by you. They might be planning a retaliatory strike against you." Gu Hang's expression had turned utterly cold. "Unconfirmed intelligence mentions they want to attack me. How exactly is this intelligence unconfirmed?" "In an intercepted communication, your camp's location was mentioned, as well as an approximate number of armed forces you might have. Although the intelligence doesn't specify what will be done, our analysts believe your current situation is somewhat dangerous. I strongly advise you to return to Revival City as soon as possible, where the Alliance's military can pledge their undying allegiance in ensuring your safety." After Hodgson finished speaking, Gu Hang fell silent. This was truly a formidable warning. In an instant, Gu Hang considered many things. He finally spoke slowly, "Speaker Hodgson, you've truly given me a major surprise." Hodgson sighed. The tone of Gu Hang's voice let him know that his earlier concerns were justified. This matter, not easy to discuss, could easily be misunderstood, and he had no way to clarify. He said, "I maintain my suggestion, Your Excellency. Please return to Revival City as soon as possible, where your safety can be assured. I will take care of security. As for the cult, I hope that the next time I communicate with you, you'll have more to show for it." As for Hodgson's proposal to have him return to Revival City, he couldn't even be bothered to reply with half a word. After hanging up the communication, Gu Hang did not look pleased. A warning of an attack targeted at him. This matter had too many and too deep implications behind it. Was it true, or was it false? Regardless of the answer, it was no longer good for Gu Hang to pressure the old speaker. In terms of results, they had won. Wasn't the safety of the governor a big deal? Yet, upon learning this piece of information, Gu Hang found himself in a dilemma. How should he respond to this security threat? Focus on his own safety, and thereafter be cautious in everything? That would obviously take up his attention, and he might not have as much energy to trouble Revival City afterward, to the extent that even the fast track of his powers development that he had just embarked on could be affected as a result. But he couldn't just ignore it. What if it turned out to be true? Yet, if he were to take action, what could he do? The method of attack was completely unknown. Was it an assassin hidden among the refugees he had taken in? A bomb? A raid by a squad? An army? Even if nothing happened, Gu Hang couldn't go after Hodgson. After all, according to that old fellow's words, the intelligence was unverified, and he did not say that it was forced out by Gu Hang insisting on results. Even if nothing happened in the end, it would not have much to do with the alliance government. Telling the Lord Governor to be cautious about his safety was never going to be wrong, right? Hodgson's warning cast a shadow over Gu Hang's heart. He could even consider the issue from an even darker perspective. Was this a warning from Hodgson or the Alliance Council not to manipulate the governor's authority too much, hinting that just as he had the power to sever ties and perish together, they had it as well? Even if the information was fake, the authorities in Revival City had the means to turn it into reality. Considering this possibility, Gu Hang's expression grew even grimmer. However, the bad news today kept on coming one after another. Only a short while after ending the call with Hodgson, his aide Zhang Chao rushed in, looking somewhat panicked. "Lord Governor, we've received a distress signal from Captain Yin Fangshu. They're trapped in the monster forest, under siege by a large number of beasts." Gu Hang did not respond immediately. After a while, Zhang Chao swallowed hard, finding it difficult to speak again. "Governor?" It wasn't until then that Gu Hang let out a long sigh. "I'm aware. Gather our troops, prepare to rescue Yin Fangshu." "Yes." Watching Zhang Chao rushing off again, Gu Hang sighed once more. This warning, it's been realized quite timely. Thanks to the Great Fox Tale for the chapter recommendation. Also, a friend made a few fan arts of the characters, but it seems I still can't post a bonus chapter. You can go back to the latest chapter and click into the character page to see them. Chapter 39, Chapter 39, Chapter 39, The Fireholder. Chapter 39, Chapter 39, The Fireholder. In fact, up to now, Gu Hang still couldn't be sure whether Yin Fangshu's entrapment was part of Hodgson's warning. If it was, then the capabilities of the primordial Rathowl sect were rather significant. Not only did they wield the storm sorcery bestowed by the evil god they worshipped, but they could even control those mutant monsters to some extent? But to say it wasn't would be too much of a coincidence. He had also wondered, could this possibly be a case of luring the tiger away from the mountain? Surrounding Yin Fangshu, drawing away the main forces from the camp to rescue him, and then attacking the camp? But soon, Gu Hang discarded the idea. Not very likely. If his enemies were simply those mutant monsters, it seemed those creatures didn't have the intellect for it. If his enemies were the cult, or even worse, certain individuals within the alliance government, then destroying Gu Hang's camp wouldn't be of much value to them. After all, whether Gu Hang was causing trouble for the cult members or the alliance government, his main reliance was always his power as the governor. As long as he was alive, what did it matter if his camp was destroyed? Those people's troubles would not lessen one bit. Of course, it wasn't entirely impossible. If the rescue troops sent by Gu Hang weren't led by him personally, then the enemies might take the opportunity to kill him by attacking the camp. And if he personally led the rescue team, he would have to be prepared to face an ambush. No matter how one looked at it, the situation was complicated. But Gu Hang was not one to dwell on issues. Since the challenge had arrived, he would meet it head-on. Within Revival City, Hodgson sat in his wheelchair, gazing at the entire city through the large glass window of his office. Truthfully, Revival City wasn't particularly large, nor did it have many tall buildings. The planning of the buildings and roads within the city was orderly, a sound foundation laid by the first governor when establishing the alliance. However, after so many years, although the inner city still looked decent, the outer city clinging to the perimeter of the city walls, and considerably larger, was chaotic. Hundreds of thousands, nearly 1 million people, depending on the city for their existence, yet unable to live within the city walls, formed vast slums. There, lacking planning and order, everything was a mess. Sewage ran openly, supplies were scarce, and living conditions were harsh. These issues hung over the area, an undesirable sight not fitting for a capital city of an alliance planet. Many alliance councilmen and inner city residents disliked those displaced persons. They believed these people brought chaos, and considered the slums a breeding ground for filth. But the smarter ones clearly understood that Revival City in fact could not do without those people. The displaced living in the outer city consumed the worst and least food, with hardly any clothes to cover their bodies and their dwellings haphazardly constructed. The inner city did not pay them for any public services or welfare benefits, yet they labored in the most grueling jobs, receiving only a dismal amount of compensation, just enough to keep them alive. Without them, how could the inner city residents live comfortably? How could those councilmen earn wealth far exceeding their contributions? Therefore, these smart individuals occasionally displayed their compassion generously. They offered more work, distributing charity to the displaced, as if they were truly saving them. But they had no intention whatsoever of seeking welfare for those who barely counted as residents. Letting nearly 1 million displaced live a better life? That was simply unthinkable. Inner city residents were still dissatisfied with their own lives not being good enough, so how could they spare the energy to care for the outer cities displaced? Their only kindness was allowing fewer to die. The even smarter ones might see the crisis lurking in the lowly, broken houses beyond the city walls. Under those submissive and numb expressions, was there not also rage? Indeed, the fire had burnt numerous times before. But the sparks were too feeble. The sporadic resistance was either crushed under the immense inertia of the deformed system or scattered in the face of armed police. In summary, these sparks had not yet become the inferno that could consume everything. But that day would inevitably come. What was needed was a fuse, what was missing was a firebearer. Hodgson was acutely aware that he belonged to the smarter ones. He could see all of this, but his wisdom ended there. He could not find a solution, nor did he have the ability to unite and consolidate everyone. He couldn't even control the Alliance Council. There were those in the council who secretly supported the cult, unbeknownst to him. There were those who dared to attack the goods bound for the governor, which he could not stop. The endless obstacles when mobilizing military police to investigate the cult, combined with endless debates and queries in the council, left him exhausted. More than once, he felt that he had truly grown old. But he dared not step back. The investigation into the cult was originally an order from the governor, meant to stir Revival City's political scene. However, as he delved deeper, he began to sense that something was amiss. The fuse he had feared, the firebearer, seemed to have already emerged. Grandfather. Lambert Hodgson pushed open the doors to the office. Hodgson did not turn around, merely asking, "Is there a result?" We have still not located the whereabouts of the supplies. Councilwoman Marlene has denied the supplies passed through her hands. 2 agents responsible for this line have vanished. In the outer city, we found many rage owl statues, supposedly originating from a relief station. A group of police attempted a search there but sparked a minor riot among the vagrants, returning empty-handed. When we deployed more forces, the place had already been torched. Hodgson sighed deeply. This time, we are in serious trouble. Lambert agreed with his grandfather's assessment, and for that reason, felt somewhat helpless. He asked, "We thought it was just the governor giving us problems, but as we kept investigating, it really sent chills down one's spine. Those cult followers are planning a big event in Revival City, but we still don't have any clear intelligence. What do we do next? The governor could very well be attacked. Shouldn't we offer support? Who should we send? I can't even be sure that the ones we dispatch won't turn out to be the same ones attacking His Excellency the Governor. The governor himself might think the same and wouldn't trust us easily." "Then we must make our stance clear," Lambert insisted. "I'll go, leading a squad of absolutely trustworthy men." "Do you understand what this means?" "I do. It means we'll face the governor's suspicion and be considered by those council members as completely siding with the governor, getting squeezed from both sides." Despite speaking of grave consequences, Lambert's tone grew firmer as he went on. "But I've come to understand what you meant when you said only the governor can save this world last time. We can't be sure if this governor is the right one, but at least right now, he seems a bit different from his predecessors. He's chosen a path the previous governors dared not take. He has the support of a starship that previous governors lacked. I want to try. If he isn't the governor we're hoping for, I'll do everything in my power to help him become one. We don't have much time to wait for more governors. The whole planet is yearning for revival, the sooner the better. I would rather contribute now instead of continuing to wait in silence. Being a catalyst for the times is far more meaningful than waiting for the times to change before frantically jumping on board." The young man spoke of his grand ideals in front of his elder, who just quietly watched him. After a long while, Hodgson let out a long breath. "I'm quite old now, living to this age in this wasteland. I have lived enough and can't make bolder decisions." "You've always been better than your father. If that's what you want to do, then go ahead and do it." Chapter 40, Chapter 40, Chapter 40, The Storm is Coming. Chapter 40, The Storm is Coming. As the young man bid farewell to his elders, within the confines of Revival City, Prabhav, the primal high priest of the primordial Rathal sect, was performing his daily mandatory ritual. In a brightly lit hall, stood the divine statue of a god that resembled a bear with the wings of an eagle. Carved from white marble like stone, the furious visage of the Rage-All god threatened to engulf any onlooker in its wrath. Those who stood before it felt as if a storm was hurtling toward them, and the faint of heart could be shattered by its winds. Primal High Priest Prabhav sat steadily before the statue of the primordial Rage-All god. He was receiving the baptism of the storm, while also hearkening to the fury of the divine spirit. At that moment, a cleric wearing a grey hood silently appeared behind the high priest. Keeping his distance, he did not feel the wind, but he knew well the consequences of standing before the stormy effigy. And the high priest had been standing there for a long time. The cleric's eyes were filled with fear and devoutness as he reported in a low voice, "High priest, our actions within Revival City have encountered some resistance. The governor who is not in the city has put too much pressure on the alliance government. They have increased their scrutiny of us substantially. Many supplies can no longer be transported openly using official channels, and our proselytizing among the outer city's vagrant population has been forced underground." The high priest turned around, his gaze deep, as if peering into the soul of the cleric. Though his lips did not move, his voice, like a gentle breeze, arose at the cleric's ear. "The power of the storm is boundless, and we shall overcome all obstacles to fulfill our divine mission. Any hindrance will ultimately be destroyed by the storm, even if it is that governor." The cleric was wholeheartedly convinced. "You are right. The howling wind divine envoy sent a message earlier. The enemy has taken the bait. We should soon receive good news." Once the governor is dead, all of Revival City will be thrown into chaos. They cannot endure the fallout of the governor's unnatural death. They will be too afraid of the starships above, and no one will have the capacity to care about what we are doing. The high priest sighed, time flies, and humanity still wallows in ignorance. Only the storm can lead them out of the darkness. Our mission is to spread God's glory to every corner of the world. The cleric respectfully responded, as you say, High Priest. We will spare no effort and not disappoint the expectations of the storm. The high priest prayed in silence once more, then lamented, May the storm guide our path, that we might be a beacon to those wandering in the dark. Go now, my child, and be blessed by the Lord. The cleric bowed reverently, then slipped away quietly, leaving the high priest alone before the statue of the Rage Owl god. Yen Fanshu was becoming acutely aware that something was amiss. He led the newly formed 3rd Infantry Battalion, freshly equipped, on a cleansing mission through the alien woodland. 4 hours earlier, his troops had purified a monster nest. They had slain dozens of the creatures lurking around the den, and the tasks that followed were no different from before. Although the size of this hatchery was larger than any they had encountered before, it still hadn't exceeded their imagination. After destroying the nest, they prepared to depart for the next location. Then, the surrounding woodlands erupted with the sound of dense gunfire. Yen Fanshu's command style had always prioritized stability. Even though he had already destroyed many hatching nests before, upon encountering this one, he still didn't relax his vigilance in the slightest. He didn't miss a single perimeter alert that should have been set, and when it came to destroying the hatching nest, he also didn't neglect to establish a temporary defensive position. In short, his approach highlighted methodical combat, leaving no flaws whatsoever. He knew that old fellow Prabhav had been grumbling behind his back about his slow efficiency, wishing to get the 2nd Battalion to do the job, allowing the newly formed 3rd Battalion to stay at home. But obviously, the Governor-General trusted him, a bona fide Imperial captain, far more than the crash-trained Prabhav. And he didn't let the Governor-General's trust down. Since the operation began, the team he led had suffered very few casualties. Especially today, his caution paid off. The soldiers on perimeter alert discovered a very large group of monsters approaching. They opened fire first, delaying the monsters' advance, and also bought time for Yen Fanshu here. The alert soldiers fought as they retreated, and by the time they returned, Yen Fanshu had already directed his troops to construct a triangular defensive position. Each of the 3 infantry companies took a position, with parts extending outward to create angles, ensuring that their fire could provide mutual cover and support for one another. To be able to achieve all this in the more than 10 minutes bought by the perimeter alert soldiers was due in part to Yen Fanshu's skilled command and prior preparation, with his troops strictly adhering to discipline, without any letup. On the other hand, it was also because the overall military proficiencies of the entire 3rd Battalion were fully up to the mark. Even though they hadn't been in a tough fight yet, the soldiers were visibly tense. But their morale remained high, and they carried out their orders meticulously, meeting the standard norms of the Imperial Star Realm Army. Every time he saw this, Yen Fanshu couldn't help but sigh in amazement. Such troops weren't too common even on the Quintet starship. Most of the slave servant army or mechanized soldier servants didn't reach this level. Only a few land battle regiments were capable, and as for the land assault team he brought down, they were indeed more elite, but there were only about 1,000 soldiers of this caliber on the entire starship. The soldiers smoothly constructed the defensive position, which considerably eased Yen Fanshu's tense mood from the sudden attack. When those enemies appeared in front of them, the soldiers began to fire fiercely. Under the crossfire, the monsters fell in swathes. They quickly repelled the monster horde's assault. The disgusting, differently shaped pus monsters lay dead everywhere. The dark green pus that oozed from their bodies was exceptionally foul-smelling. Disgusting as it was, the threat was indeed not much of one. Enemies that can only rely on biting, short-range pus spray corrosion, and can die from being shot, stood no chance under the barrage of firepower. But before they could relax a little longer, the enemy's second wave of attacks arrived. It was still a large number of pus spewers, human-shaped, beast-shaped, and indescribable things covered in swellings, rushing out from the woods, screaming towards the position. And among this second wave of attack, there were some that possessed long-range attack capabilities. Pus spewers. These monsters looked similar to the ordinary pus monsters, except they had a nozzle, either in the chest or on the top of the head. They would stop at a distance of around 50 meters, accumulate for a brief moment, and then spray out a large volume of yellow-green pus from the nozzle. These monsters capable of spraying highly corrosive pus posed a significant threat to the position. Chapter 41, Chapter 41, Chapter 41, Encircle the point to reinforce? Chapter 41, Chapter 41, Encircle the point to reinforce? The appearance of the pus spewer posed a rather tricky problem for Yan Fangshu. The pus that spewed from these monsters would land on the defensive position and create a pool of pus, corroding the ground with a hissing noise. No one could stand on that ground anymore. If one was unlucky enough to get sprayed, the spattered pus that hit individual armor was okay, since it wouldn't eat through. However, if it landed on an arm or leg, it would quickly penetrate the clothing and cause extensive corrosive burns, rapidly incapacitating the soldier. The unluckiest were those who got a full-body spray and died screaming. What kind of biochemical artillery was this? If they let these monsters spray at will, chances were they might be wiped out altogether. Fortunately, there were not many pus spewers to begin with, and secondly, their spraying distance was very short at only 50 meters, not nearly as far-reaching as real artillery. Within a 50-meter range, even if there were lots of other pus monsters covering them, they were still easily hit. After witnessing the threat brought by the pus spewers, the soldiers would prioritize their fire on these monsters. The 3rd Battalion, though a newly formed unit, was the first to be equipped with G9 gun family weapons produced by the camp. The firearms, powerful and stable, were the soldiers' best companions. Especially the G9 machine gun version, with greater power, faster rate of fire, larger magazine capacity, and more sustained firepower. Against these monsters, they were like lawnmowers. Bullets were poured out like water, and the monsters standing in front of the pus spewers were mowed down in swathes, their bodies even shot to pieces. Then the bullets would shred the pus spewers as well. At a certain cost, they repelled the monster attack once more. The surroundings of the forest became eerily quiet. After 2 rounds of assaults, the monsters had left behind at least 1,000 corpses. Before this, Yan Fangshu had never discovered such a large-scale congregation of monsters in this dense forest. The event was unusual in itself, but what happened next gave him a strong sense of a sinister plot. It seemed that the monsters also realized that maintaining their previous fierce offensive was pointless and merely led to needless casualties. They stopped their large-scale attacks, but didn't leave altogether. The soldiers, including Yan Fangshu, could see shadows moving about deep within the forest from their current position. The monsters hadn't departed, instead, they were hiding behind the trees in the forest, and even from a distance, one could feel their malicious intent. The soldiers, Yan Fangshu among them, tried firing into the depths of the dense forest. The effect was poor. The area they occupied was originally a monster's hatching nest. To clear the nest, they cut down and burned many trees that were parasitized by the hatching eggs, resulting in a small clearing. When the monsters attacked, they had to approach within 100 meters of the soldiers' defensive positions, a distance with no cover. However, beyond 100 meters out in the forest, the power of the bullets diminished significantly. These soldiers, indeed, had become qualified warriors after brief training. But even qualified warriors aren't always sharpshooters. At 100-meter distance, with the enemy hidden in the dimly lit forest and largely obscured by trees, hitting them was indeed very tricky. Yan Fangshu, with his superb military skills and the powerful performance of his electromagnetic rifle, could ensure a hit with every shot, immediately taking out any target he saw. But after firing 2 shots and killing 2 suspected pus spewers, he stopped shooting. He didn't just stop firing himself, he also ordered his men to cease fire. He had now realized a problem: the enemy numbers were too large, and they might run out of bullets without being able to kill all of the monsters. Ammunition was limited. Originally thinking that they were just entering the forest to carry out the task of destroying the hatching nest, not going to war, they hadn't brought too much ammo reserve. Plus, even if they were actually going to war, the ammunition reserves would still need to be delivered by the logistics team. In field combat, how much could they carry on them? Despite being cautious, when Yen Fanshu led his team out on a mission, he had commandeered a buffalo flatbed wagon, pulling a cart full of food and ammunition supplies. But even that is not unlimited. Holding out would only result in exhaustion of ammunition and supplies. He led an attempt to break through, but it ended in failure. Once the troops entered the dense forest, their firepower advantage was significantly reduced, and the threats they faced increased. Not only were the bioweapon soldiers harder to eliminate and more likely to cause casualties among the warriors, but even the ordinary pus spewers became more threatening. After all, there was no telling which tree would suddenly produce such a monster. And a bigger problem was that no one knew how many monsters were hiding in the dense woods around them. If they insisted on breaking through, the casualties would be significant. After an initial attempt and realizing the difficulty, Yen Fanshu ordered the troops to retreat before actual casualties occurred. They continued to hold their ground and sought reinforcements from headquarters. Soon, he received a reassuring reply. "Hold your position, hang in there, the governor will lead the 2nd Infantry Battalion and the land assault team to rescue you." Receiving such a response indeed brought relief. The governor would not abandon them. But as more time passed, Yen Fanshu's sense of unease gradually magnified. He sensed intelligence in the behavior of these monsters. The first 2 attacks were quite mindless, akin to the style of these monsters. They would blindly charge upon encountering other species, displaying a complete disregard for death. But now, utilizing the terrain of the dense forest to encircle them without attacking was by no means a decision a mindless creature would make. Either intelligence had emerged among these monsters, or someone was manipulating their actions. Yen Fanshu was more inclined to believe the latter. So why would these monsters choose to surround without attacking? To starve them out? Clearly implausible. Then their goal. Did they anticipate reinforcements? Was this an ambush, a conspiracy to attack the rescue forces? Were they after the governor? A series of thoughts flooded his mind, throwing Yen Fanshu's thoughts into chaos. The path of the rescue would mostly pass through dense forest terrain. If the governor's forces were attacked by a large group of monsters while marching, the outcome would be unthinkable. He immediately activated the communication device again. This time, he successfully contacted Gu Hang and reported his suspicions to the governor. But after hearing his report, Gu Hang simply said, "Don't worry, I have a plan. Take your time." Chapter 42 Chapter 42 Fishing, just bold fishing. Chapter 42 Fishing, just bold fishing. Gu Hang indeed had his own plans. Having suspected that the situation was unusual and that the route to rescue Yen Fanshu would likely not be a calm one, he certainly wasn't about to walk into the enemy's trap unprepared. At present, he was fairly certain that the people targeting him were from the primordial Rathal sect. This cult had been pressured by his actions in Revival City and now, unable to solve the problem, they had begun to try and deal with the person presenting the problem. That is, himself, the governor. They also possessed the initial ability to manipulate mutant monsters, which was somewhat unexpected. However, he judged that the cult members' ability to mobilize forces should not be too strong. If they had that capability and wanted his life, then there would be no need for the current complications. They would have simply amassed their forces and launched a direct assault on his camp. The fact that they didn't do so was obviously because they couldn't. They had to choose a dense forest environment for the battlefield in order to leverage the advantages of the monsters they could control, thus having a better chance at victory. With this understanding, Gu Hang was not about to rashly lead the 2nd Infantry Battalion into the woods. 4 armored vehicles led the way, with a large group of foot soldiers following behind, the whole team advancing on the edge of the woodland. Gu Hang led his troops, searching for a route that was closer to the besieged Yin Finshu and had sparser trees. Even if they had to walk a bit slower, it didn't matter. After all, Yin Finshu had said that there wasn't any immediate danger where he was. So Gu Hang was content to take it slow. Actually, rescuing Yin Finshu wasn't really Gu Hang's main objective for coming out this time. His actions were not urgent. Despite appearing to be on a rescue mission, he was actually just trying to lure the enemy out. At the edge of the woods, before even entering, his troops suffered a small-scale attack. A bunch of pustule monsters rushed out, but were cleanly wiped out by a round of firepower from the soldiers. That seemed more like a probe, or a display of insufficient control over a large number of monsters. Unfortunately, it did not lure out the enemy's main force. So after some thought, Gu Hang waved his arm grandly and led the troops into the dense forest to continue the lure. After officially entering the woodland, Gu Hang's team moved even slower. They always maintained a tight formation, relying on the four walkers and refusing to let their guard down. If the trees became too dense, they preferred to temporarily stop, burn, or cut down the trees to ensure clear visibility. When fishing, using oneself as bait, one mustn't actually get bitten. The governor's army with its unruffled, unhurried demeanor was truly exasperating. Prabhav was getting a bit anxious. His 2nd Battalion had not outdone Yin Finshu recently and had missed out on the opportunity to clear the woodland of mutant monsters, which was somewhat frustrating. Stuck in the camp, they could only vent their energy by drilling the soldiers. Upon suddenly receiving orders from the governor to gather his troops, he and his subordinates instantly perked up. Especially when they heard that their mission was to rescue the 3rd Battalion led by Yin Finshu, who was surrounded by a large number of mutant monsters in the woods. He was even more eager to jump into action. An old-timer, huh? A bona fide Imperial Navy officer, huh? Still, isn't it me, this country bumpkin, who has to come save you? He truly wished he could lead his team through the entire woodland right away, confront Yin Finshu and, in front of that guy's face, loudly mock him. However, he was still able to contain his yearning for battle. Upon departure, the governor had roughly outlined the objectives of the operation. Rescue was secondary. The primary goal was to anticipate and draw out any ambushers they might encounter en route. When he heard the news, he was utterly enraged. Someone dared to target the governor? That truly made them irreconcilable enemies. In Prabhav's heart, plotting against the governor was even more detestable than plotting against himself. Some time ago he had returned to the abandoned cave society. Even though he hadn't been gone long, there had already been earth-shattering changes. Eating well and having warm clothes were the basics. Everyone had moved into houses on the surface and no longer needed to crowd in dank, sunless burrows. The residential houses were only temporary prefab structures for the time being, but plans were already in motion to build new brick and cement factories. A plot of land had also been allocated for the construction of a row of detached small buildings. Prabhav had seen the architectural designs. They were beautiful. Back when he was working in the caves, he could only dream of living in such a home. Eventually, housing would be allocated based on work points. Given the work points Prabhav earned as a soldier and those earned by his wife in the factory, they would definitely be among the first to move in once the plan houses were built. Life was getting better and better, and Prabhav deeply understood that at this moment, he was not just fighting for the governor, but also for the defense of his hard-earned, ever-improving life. All of this was brought about by the governor. Whoever dared threaten the governor, whoever dared to disrupt their pursuit of a better life, would be his sworn enemy. It was for this reason that he could fully restrain his desire to fight. He executed the governor's cautious orders without compromise, keeping all his rage inside, waiting for the moment to release it. This rage, when it burst forth, would surely burn fiercely. And this moment to unleash didn't make Prabhav wait too long. The enemy was here. They could hear the distinctive roar of pus monsters growing clearer from all around the dense forest. These roars were unique. These brainless, mouthless creatures would emit an intimidating sound to prey, a shrill and unpleasant noise produced by high-frequency vibrations of swellings all over their bodies. Upon hearing the noise, there was no need for the governor to say anything. Prabhav immediately relayed orders to each platoon. They stopped their trailblazing work on the spot and swiftly shifted to defensive positions. A short while later, the grotesque figures of those monsters could be faintly seen through the woodland. Yet the soldiers, upholding strict combat discipline, did not open fire immediately. Only the designated sharpshooters within each platoon, armed with precision rifles and superior shooting skills, attempted long-range kills. For the moment, gunfire was sparse, but with almost every shot, a creature in the forest fell. After another short while, the monsters came even closer to the edge of the woodland, even closer to the small clearing that the soldiers had made. It was at this time that the officers at all levels gave the order to fire. In an instant, bullets, artillery fire, and the machine guns of the combat vehicles blanketed the entire surrounding area. Under the storm of metal, many of the creatures were felled before they could break out of the dense woods. Those that did were met with a closer embrace of death, gunned down by bullets. The prepared human soldiers held their ground, impregnable as a fortress. Chapter 43, Chapter 43, Chapter 43, Come out quickly. Chapter 43, Chapter 43, Come out quickly. The battle intensified in an instant. Mortars began to flex their muscles, with a few shells being blocked by trees, but the shrapnel from the explosions still posed a threat. More unobstructed shells plunged into the midst of the monsters charging through the woods at a distance of about 100 meters, clearing out an entire swath of enemies with a single hit. Overall, due to the forest environment, the range and power of the mortars were greatly reduced. But after all, these were mortars, and their lethality couldn't be ignored. The machine guns were even more fearsome killers. If the enemy hid in the dense forest, it would be different. They would have cover, poor visibility, and it wouldn't be easy to hit them from afar, but as soon as those monsters charged out, or even just to the edge of the forest where the tree's obstruction lessened, the machine gun's power would rapidly increase. And once they really broke out of the forest's cover, the bullets fired from the machine guns would whip through like a steel lash, leaving no survivors in their wake. Beyond that, regular rifles were only needed to spot check and fill the gaps. A multi-layered and three-dimensional firepower network ensured that those monsters couldn't pose a real threat to the troops led by Gu Hang. Bioweapon gunners, swift-action zombie dogs, none of them were effective. What's there to fear from the pus spewer's range of 50 meters? The sharpshooters in the platoon focused on such high-value targets. Even leaving aside these shooters from the T5 level forces, the soldiers from the land assault team were truly elite. The electromagnetic rifles in their hands performed better and packed a bigger punch. With their attention, it was extremely difficult for the pus spewers to get within 50 meters and spew their corrosive pus into the formation of human soldiers. As for the zombie dogs, it's even less worth mentioning. Sure, their targets were relatively small, fast, and agile. However, under the dense firepower network, these little creatures were often taken out incidentally. Often a round of undirected heavy machine gun fire would riddle a few bullets into a zombie dog, exploding the pus-filled canine-like creature. If they actually broke through to close range, it really wasn't a big deal. Vicious as the little things were, their estimated weight of about 30 kilograms limited the threat they could pose. Soldiers' firearms were all equipped with alloy bayonets without exception. Thrust at a lunging dog and it would be pierced cleanly. Thrown to the ground, stepped on its head, pull out the bayonet, then fire a couple of shots, and it would go completely quiet. And in the midst of battle, the most terrifying presence was the 4 Strider Versus. This kind of combat vehicle, which could also play a role in interstellar warfare, was simply beyond what these monsters could handle. A very few pus spewers managed to launch their biocannon projectiles, with 2 hitting the Strider Versus, yet causing no effect whatsoever. The corrosive effect of this pus seemed terrifying to organic matter. Soldiers' uniforms provided poor resistance to the pus, and on contact with flesh, it was excruciating. But the armored vests alone worn by the soldiers could block the corrosion. Not to mention the Strider V, its outer armor was solidly made of alloy and plastic steel, and additionally covered with a layer of cermet, a more advanced material than alloy and plastic steel. Conversely, the twin-barreled 40mm autocannons mounted on the Strider's weapons platform were lethal upon contact. The terrifying rate of fire and overwhelming power meant that hiding in the forest was futile. A few more shots, and it would destroy not just the trees but also the monsters hiding behind them. In some ways, it truly resembled a long-range lumberjack machine. Facing such intense firepower, the attacking monster swarm suffered far more damage than when it attacked Yin Fangshu's team from a distance. In comparison, Gu Hang's team was at a somewhat greater terrain disadvantage than Yin Fangshu's side. After all, the clearing they were in had just been carved out as a result of their march. They were the ones being attacked, not the initiators of the battle, and did not have the choice of the battleground. However, aside from that one point, Gu Hang's team held advantages over Yin Fangshu's in every aspect. Their firepower was more abundant, their soldiers more exceptional. Although both were T5 level teams, Gu Hang was accompanied by more than 20 warriors of the Land Assault team. On this battlefield, they could all serve as sharpshooters, with utterly reliable shooting accuracy within dozens of meters. This also meant that the alien monsters died even faster. But they did not retreat. They kept surging out of the woodlands as if they were infinite. These mindless creatures, of course, didn't know fear. Their lives were worthless, merely cannon fodder. However, even cannon fodder had value. If the puppet masters behind these monsters were hoping to exchange their deaths for the ammunition in Gu Hang's hands, they were sorely mistaken. Having known beforehand what kind of enemy he would face, he had prepared accordingly before setting off. The G9 production line hadn't had time to expand yet, just meeting the equipment needs of the 3rd Infantry Battalion with the stocked black box manufacturing machine, and ammunition production wasn't on the schedule yet. But at least the ammunition stocked from the starship was still considered sufficient. And now, Gu Hang had brought out a large part of the reserve in one breath. Multiple bullish flatcars carrying ammunition reserves were right in the center of the position. With such ample quantities, not to mention fighting one battle, even if the intensity increased further, it would be enough to sustain them through several more. Gu Hang observed the entire battlefield with a cold gaze. He was currently in the middle of the position, with a Strider V serving as his command vehicle. The range of his sight was very narrow, but this did not affect his control over the entire situation. Psychic vision was activated, and he had a clear understanding of the overall situation on the battlefield. Initially, he was prepared to step in if particularly threatening monsters appeared, such as a group of pus spewers entering within firing range and lobbing biocanisters into their formation. He would act first to solve the problem. But now, it seemed there was no need for him to intervene. The soldiers were doing a stellar job, making his contingency plans unnecessary. Gu Hang was quite satisfied with this. Since there were no significant issues with the overall battlefield, Gu Hang could now focus his efforts on the possibility of cultists making an appearance. He didn't believe that the cultists' tactics were limited to merely driving these mindless monsters. Such acts had no chance of posing a threat to him. They surely had other means at their disposal. The mindless monsters have drawn the vast majority of my soldiers' firepower. Now it's your turn, come out quickly. Chapter 44, Chapter 44, Chapter 44, Howling Wind Divine Envoy. Chapter 44, Chapter 44, Howling Wind Divine Envoy. The monsters have already drawn the majority of the governor's soldiers' firepower. What are we waiting for? In the dense forest not far away, 3 people dressed in gray-white robes stood on the branches, looking towards the distant battlefield. Around them, a light breeze swirled, obscuring their view and making it hard to spot them from afar. Even Gu Hang's spiritual vision failed to detect their presence. These 3 were none other than the apostles of the primordial Rathal sect. The leader was exceptionally tall, his presence on the branch seemed somewhat out of place. But upon closer inspection, one would realize that he was not merely standing, he was only touching the branches with the tips of one foot. A pale white vortex of wind beneath his feet cradled his body. It was more like floating. His real name was known to very few. But his code name within the sect was infamous. He was one of the 12 executive divine envoys, the Howling Wind Divine Envoy. Although they were not involved in specific affairs, they had powerful combat capabilities. Within the primordial Rathal sect, each of the 12 executive divine envoys had received the true blessing of the primal fury owl, granting them the ability to use the formidable storm god skill. Their exalted status within the sect was second only to the 4 high priests. However, at this moment, the Howling Wind Divine Envoy was hesitating. Upon hearing the query from the subordinate clergy behind him, he responded, "Now is not a good opportunity. The impact caused by that pus-filled monster is far smaller than we estimated. The guard soldiers around the governor have not been thrown into disorder at all." The clergy who spoke earlier spoke up again, "But, Your Excellency, Divine Envoy, are we really going to give up this opportunity?" This question plunged the Howling Wind Divine Envoy into silence. The man waited for a moment before speaking again, unable to restrain himself. "This mission was personally given by High Priest Sakeo. It is crucial for our God's great endeavor in Revival City." The Howling Wind Divine Envoy still didn't speak. The third person beside them spoke up, "Do not disturb the Divine Envoy's contemplation." The former's face stiffened as he added, "I apologize, I did not mean to question anything, I am just a bit anxious. The controller we obtained from the life school is already in an overloaded state. To maintain control over this scale of numbers, we can hold on for less than 10 minutes. Quiet, the third clergy from earlier interrupted once more, "No need to elaborate, we are all aware, let the Divine Envoy make the decision." Finally, the man closed his mouth. A few minutes later, the tallest Howling Wind Divine Envoy standing at the forefront heaved a sigh. "Let's take action, today is the day we sacrifice ourselves to the storm." The other two felt a chill in their hearts upon hearing this. By the Divine Envoy's implications, sacrifice? Could it be a one-way journey? Has it come to this extent? But now there was no time for them to ponder further. The Howling Wind Divine Envoy leapt from the branch first. The wind that initially suspended him above the branch turned tumultuous in an instant, taking on the shape of a storm giant eagle, emitting a clear cry, carrying the Divine Envoy as it soared forward. The other two clergy hurried to follow. They too called forth their storm eagles and, riding them, quickly caught up. The three of them formed a triangular formation and swiftly flew toward the human soldier's position not far away. Not long after they started their move, the governor's soldiers had already spotted them. It was hard not to notice, 3 storm giant eagles in total, 1 large and 2 small, each carrying a person. They were too conspicuous. Bullets immediately covered the 3 of them. However, they were of little effect. Moving targets, especially those flying at high speeds, are not easy to hit. The training package provided by the system made all the soldiers qualified within a few days, but that didn't mean every qualified soldier was a marksman who never missed. Most people couldn't guarantee accuracy when shooting at distant and fast-moving objects. Even with machine gun fire, chasing after the targets, the results were very poor. Of course, with bullets flying everywhere and the number of shots increasing, there would eventually be hits. But with the fierce attacks of those pustule monsters on the ground, most of the firepower was needed to suppress these enemies. There were only a few who could redirect their guns to shoot at the 3 unidentified flying objects above. Originally in short supply, and with questionable accuracy, the number of bullets that actually hit was even fewer. It was only the specially trained sharpshooters and the Marines who could guarantee a certain hit rate. But soldiers with such abilities were far too few. Moreover, even if stray bullets or those from sharpshooters did hit, they were not very useful. Even Wohan, who had only gained storm sorcery because he had paid enough money, could use a wind shield to block a few seconds of concentrated fire from electromagnetic rifles. Not to mention a divine envoy and 2 official priests. Underneath the wings of the storm giant eagles, the power of the wind swirled around the 3, and the few bullets that did hit had no effect at all, they were simply deflected. Howling Wind Divine Envoy led the 2 priests, riding the storm giant eagles, to the airspace above the governor's troop position. They began to circle. Then, the winds picked up. A white storm enveloped the area below. Wind, by all accounts, is colorless, just the movement of air. But the gusts called forth by their hands carried a white mist. The mist that came with the wind was not cold nor damp, but rather had a cutting sensation. Putting aside the slight pain of the wind against the skin, many soldiers were even blown about haphazardly. Afterward, as the mist thickened with the wind within minutes, it started to affect visibility. Direct casualties were limited for the moment. Many people had minor cuts from the wind imbued with supernatural energy, but these cuts were certainly far from fatal. If these three cult divine envoys and divine envoy had concentrated the storm in a much smaller area, those minor cuts could actually be lethal, like death by 1,000 cuts. But not now. Compared to just killing a small portion of the main troops, the storm sorcery they released was more about disrupting the human soldiers' ability to continue fighting below, allowing the pustule monsters on the outskirts to breach their defense line. That was more efficient. The storm sorcery they circled and cast above the position indeed affected the soldiers' firepower output. Blown about, struggling to even stand steady, feeling sharp pain when the wind struck exposed skin such as the face, these factors prevented the soldiers from shooting accurately. And the white fog that came with the wind, continually swirling, impacted visibility as well. As the soldiers' firepower weakened, a large number of monsters closed in. Chapter 45, Chapter 45, Chapter 45, the governor will make a move. Chapter 45, Chapter 45, the governor will make a move. Prabhav felt a chill in his heart. He understood all too well what would happen if these monsters actually broke through the fire blockade and reached their faces. The pus spewers, previously thought to be very dangerous among the enemy, were actually nothing at all. The most terrifying were those ordinary pus monsters. It was mainly their numbers, there were simply too many of them. Once engaged in close combat, the soldiers, even though they were equipped with bayonets, naturally couldn't fire their weapons at close quarters. And when more and more, almost endless, monsters rushed in, how could his men possibly outfight the enemy with just their bayonets? Even if a soldier could kill 3 or 5 pus monsters in close combat, it would be useless. The enemy would use their overwhelming numbers to completely drown them. In fact, signs of this were already showing. Twice as many zombie dogs as before had already taken the lead and rushed into the soldiers' formation after the fire support weakened. This was the first step in shaking the entire defensive line. The zombie dogs that rushed in had to be dealt with up close by the soldiers, and if they took even a little more time to handle these zombie dogs, it would further weaken the firepower, and more zombie dogs might rush in subsequently. The situation would quickly enter into a vicious cycle and collapse rapidly. Prabhav could see this trend. But he felt somewhat powerless. He had already shouted himself hoarse, demanding his soldiers hold on and maintain fire. But it was difficult. His warriors were not cowards, but pain, strong winds, and white fog were objective difficulties that could not simply be overcome. Especially the white fog, which severely compromised the soldiers' visibility. Even those who could stay at their combat posts could only fire blindly into the surrounding fog. Only at a much closer range could they see some vague silhouettes. The decline in shooting accuracy greatly reduced the effectiveness of the firepower grid. What he could truly do effectively at the moment was to ensure the more critical fire support units maintained their assault. The mortars, unified under the command of the battalion headquarters, could not stop, and Prabhav also demanded the mortar operators drop their shells closer to their positions. Previously, the shells were mostly targeted at the edge of the woods, as the first wave of killing and interception. Not placing them too close was due to fear of friendly fire, as well as because the enemy's formation would become sparse due to casualties on the charge, which would reduce the lethality of the shells. But now he couldn't care about that. Additionally, the machine gunners positioned at various points were also trying their best to hold their positions. Their situation was slightly better, with the temporary fortifications made of wood and sandbags at the fire points providing some protection from the wind. The machine gunners endured the pain, lying on the ground with their fingers wrapped around the trigger, not caring if the barrel would overheat and fail, wildly pouring bullets into the mist. At the same time, the fire from the 4 Striders never ceased. It was because the mortars, machine guns, and autocannons, these 3 major fire points, had not been silenced, that the entire defensive line still had a certain level of fire support. If this were not the case, the defensive line would have already collapsed. However, Prabhav knew that with just his command, this was all he could do. The fragile balance could only slow down the process of the defensive line collapsing and could not return to the previous level of keeping all the monsters completely outside the range of fire. In frustration, he looked up through the fog and saw the vague figures of 3 storm eagles, 1 large and 2 smaller ones, flitting through the sky. He knew that there lay the root of the problem. But for those 3 creatures in the sky, Prabhav truly had no solution. He had already ordered all the sharpshooters in the company to shoot at the sky, but to little effect. He himself had also drawn his sidearm, firing shots up into the sky, but that seemed more like a venting of frustration, utterly useless. He had tried his hardest, but what followed seemed to signify that his efforts were about to be destroyed. The current stability of the defensive position was due to the mortar positions and the machine gun fire points still being active, a factor clearly seen by the storm apostles flying above. They didn't trouble the Strider V, their storm sorcery lacked the means to penetrate the armor and injure the drivers inside, and to damage the armored vehicles themselves. Forget it. By comparison, the machine gunners and mortar men were easier to deal with. The sky unleashed wind bullets. A wheel-sized wind bullet, tearing through the white fog from mid-air, descended rapidly and exploded upon a machine gun position with a thunderous blast. It was as if the sudden explosive pressure of the bullet sent people flying. The high-pressure dispersed wind blades cut bodies to ribbons, truly like shrapnel. The machine gunner and the 2 soldiers beside him, when they hit the ground, were already lifeless. The removal of a machine gun fire point had a significant impact. The area it covered was immediately breached by several zombie dogs, followed by pus spewers. The pressure suddenly increased. Seeing 2 more wind bullets descending from the sky, Prabhav was panic-stricken. Instinctively, he moved towards the landing point of the wind bullets, trying to block them with his body. But just then, a rather familiar voice rang in his mind. "Don't worry, lead your team with your heart." "Governor?" Prabhav recognized the voice, but when he looked around, he saw nothing. It was only then that he came to the belated realization that the voice had sounded directly in his mind. A light bulb went off in his head, and he recalled that battle beside the valley, those people with peculiar deaths. The governor possessed some mystical power known as spiritual energy, not powerless at all. If it was the governor, there would be no problem at all. Prabhav had such deep trust in the governor in his heart. And indeed, Gu Hang did not let him down. The 2 wind bullets that he was desperate to block with his body dissipated into nothingness before they even touched the ground. Immediately after, the 3 storm giant eagles flying in the sky also vanished. 3 figures fell from the sky. In an instant, the situation had greatly changed. All of this was, of course, due to the intervention of Gu Hang. At this moment, he had already disembarked from the Strider V. The transmission of spiritual energy through the armor of the Strider V to cast spells outside would attenuate to a certain extent. To ensure success, he left the Strider V and went outside. Spiritual energy cutting is indeed a handy spell. Gu Hang did not use this spell directly on those 3 cultists. The soul strength of those 3 was quite high, distinctly visible in his spiritual vision. Even if he had exerted his full strength, it was not certain that he could sever their heads or kill their souls. The target Gu Hang chose to strike was the spiritual energy link they used to control the storm eagles. Destroying the flight sorcery and causing the 3 to fall, then annihilating them physically, was a more convenient method. And beside him, 11 soldiers of the land assault team darted out, each targeting one of the falling figures. These assault team members, while sprinting at high speed and firing their guns, were uncannily accurate, their metal spikes precisely targeting the free-falling figures in mid-air. This was a standard far beyond their comrades. The reason why these 11 Special Forces soldiers were able to perform at such a high level was that they had transcended the T4 level of warriors and reached the T3 tier. Chapter 46, Chapter 46, Chapter 46, T3 Troops. Chapter 46, Chapter 46, T3 Troops. Before heading out on the mission, dubbed a rescue but in reality a fishing expedition, Gu Heng had emptied his savings. Originally, the grace he received from the battle at Mantan River Valley Manor was spent on extracting technology and during the training of the 3rd Regiment. However, a few days ago, when Yen Fanshu led a team to burn the alien breeding nests in the wilderness, Gu Heng would receive 1 to 2 points of grace for every nest they destroyed, depending on the scale of the breeding nest. After 7 breeding nests were burnt down, Gu Heng had gained 11 points of grace. And he invested this grace into 11 soldiers of the Land Assault Team. The elite assault team soldiers, descending from the starship, were starkly different from regular soldiers. They wore dark brown, one-piece combat suits with masks, skillfully equipped, with no inch of skin exposed during combat. The seemingly lightweight combat suits, once fitted with ceramic steel plates, were even more useful than armored vests. These were the elites of the Imperial Naval Marine Corps, considered special forces. The training level of these forces was already ranked at T4 by the system. To elevate their training to T3 level would cost 1 point of grace per soldier. 1 point of grace was enough to train 100 ordinary people into a whole company of warriors, equivalent to the level of the Imperial Regular Army. But when it came to training T3 level soldiers, it was only enough for one individual's advancement. To further train them to T2 level would require 10 points of grace per person, which was enough for Gu Heng himself to level up on the hero panel. Nevertheless, despite the high cost, the value was extraordinary. At that time, he took the 11 Marine soldiers aside and conducted some secretive, special training maneuvers. The maneuvers were made up by him, but when declared, he claimed they were blessings from the Emperor, derived from a special training method he possessed. Ordinary people would find it hard to believe in such things, but not when it came to Governor Gu Heng. These Marine soldiers had seen with their own eyes how those country bumpkins transformed into competent soldiers in an incredibly short period of time. How could they not believe? The Land Assault Team soldiers were ecstatic. All 11 individuals, meticulous and devout, completed the motions as instructed by the governor. Then, in an incredibly short period of time, they truly felt revolutionizing changes within their bodies. They became stronger, even to a somewhat superhuman extent. They could run faster, had greater strength, more resilient to impacts, and even small caliber bullets might not penetrate their foreheads. Their strength had nearly tripled, and rocks they couldn't lift before now seemed somewhat light. Their neural responses also became quicker, with birds in flight appearing to them as slow-moving paper planes. Their military skills improved massively in a short period of time, with each transitioning from a tolerable marksman into a sharpshooter. They also felt they had mastered highly efficient close combat techniques. Paired with their combat knives, they were capable of taking down 5 or 6 past selves in close combat. Profoundly feeling the changes within themselves, they felt as if they were in a dream. Why was this happening? It was too unscientific. But it was indeed reality. They could only attribute it to the Emperor's grace, the governor's magic. And they were one of the trump cards Gu Heng had prepared for this operation. At this moment, these soldiers, enhanced to T3 level, were also making good on the role Gu Heng had expected of them. 11 Eagle electromagnetic rifles were firing at the falling evil god priest. They didn't need verbal communication, with every 3 soldiers taking on one target. The metal spikes followed like lock-on tracking, rarely missing their mark even though they themselves were running, and their target was still in freefall. Meanwhile, Gu Heng was up to no good. The opponent was strong, so Gu Heng wouldn't frivolously expend his limited spiritual energy. Just like he cut off 3 evil god priests' control over the Storm Eagle moments ago, he could do something with minimal effort at some critical junctures. And this time, the mischief he was causing was disrupting and severing the 3 priests' control over the storm shield. Although the Navy Marine Corps soldiers had been enhanced to T3 level, it was the soldiers who had been upgraded, not their rifles. The Eagle electromagnetic rifles in their hands remained unchanged. The metallic spikes hit those three individuals, all blocked by the storm shield. To break through the storm shield with just the force of bullets was difficult. One would need to stand still and be shot for quite a while. But it still had some effect, reducing the intensity of the storm shield and forcing the evil god priests to mobilize spiritual energy to maintain the shield's intensity. This gave Gu Hang an opportunity. All he needed was a light touch, not even needing to put in much effort to completely dismantle the storm shield, just destabilizing it was enough. A storm shield that suddenly weakened and even showed gaps and flaws was quite fatal to the falling divine envoys. The least skilled among them suffered particularly dreadful. In midair, at least 5 or 6 metal spikes penetrated his body. With the overwhelming power of the electromagnetic rifle, the human body couldn't withstand it. That guy was destroyed midair, and by the time he hit the ground, there was no discernible human shape left, just shattered remains. But the other two were in better shape. In Gu Hang's view, he could see that the strongest of the pair was barely affected. After his storm shield encountered problems, he quickly compensated, preventing himself from being hit. The other reacted similarly, but there was a clear gap between his level and the strongest one. He ended up getting hit twice, breaking an arm and a leg. The two divine envoys who were still alive after hitting the ground each had their actions. The strongest one, almost unharmed, suddenly sprouted a pair of white storm wings from his back. The wings resembled turbines, and as he suddenly jetted backward, he reached extreme speeds in the blink of an eye. He ignored the land assault team soldiers rushing over and instead directly targeted Gu Hang, who was in the back. The Howling Wind Divine Envoy hadn't forgotten his mission. His most important target on this trip was to kill the planetary governor. He had planned to use the white fog, to disorient the soldiers' position, letting those pustule beasts charge in and eliminate all of the soldiers, leaving only the governor hiding in the armored vehicle to be dealt with later. But to his surprise, the governor had left the protection of the armored vehicle on his own. However, that Governor Gu Hang surprisingly possessed psychic powers and was even using very advanced techniques, which greatly shocked him. This caused a significant flaw in his plan. The governor's actions not only halted their destruction of the human soldier's position but even put him and his two subordinates into dangerous territory. But he still had a chance. As long as he could kill the governor on the spot. Chapter 47, Chapter 47, Chapter 47, Luckily I'm one step ahead. Chapter 47, Chapter 47, Luckily I'm one step ahead. The whirlwind carried the vortex-formed wings, providing Howling Wind Divine Envoy with explosive speed. He charged straight for Gu Hang. As long as he killed Gu Hang, his mission would still be considered complete. The soldiers, who appeared to be very elite, seemed to have sensed his intentions. Half of them set out to suppress the other living Divine Envoy, while the remaining soldiers attempted to block him. Bullets flew towards him, but the storm shield remained faithful to its duty and could not be easily breached. Two soldiers who were relatively close stood in his way, pulling out daggers in an attempt to engage him in combat. The reaction speed and agility of those soldiers surprised the Howling Wind Divine Envoy. He was moving at ultra-high speeds, with the storm turbine wings bursting so quickly that ordinary people could not possibly react in time, much less intercept him. But those soldiers could do so. And their willpower was beyond imagination. Getting near to him meant bearing the force of the storm. High-pressure wind blades cut through their combat suits, and even slashed dense wounds on their bodies. Yet, they remained resolute and unshaken. More crucially, the daggers in their hands, when they slashed down, could indeed pierce through his surrounding wind. This was definitely non-human strength. If he hadn't reacted extremely fast and detonated a wind bomb between himself and that soldier, sending him flying, he would have been stabbed. But he could only repel one. The other soldier fiercely thrust the knife into his body. If it weren't for the power of the wind helping him to deflect the blade at the critical moment, it wouldn't be his abdomen, but his heart that got pierced. But the current situation was still critical. The soldier very quickly released the knife-holding hand, ignoring the blood, picked up an electromagnetic rifle, and prepared to give the Divine Envoy a close-range volley. If hit by that, Howling Wind Divine Envoy feared he would fall on the spot. His storm shield had been punctured by that recent stab, and he didn't have full confidence to completely block the eagle's shooting. In the nick of time, Howling Wind Divine Envoy became fierce. He spread his arms, didn't retreat but advanced, embracing the soldier to prevent the Special Forces elite from firing his bullets directly. His physical strength was no match for his opponents, and he would be released eventually, but the storm sorcery was spectacular at that moment. Wind blades instantly spun around him, showing no mercy as they poured into the soldier's body. The ceramic plate armor wouldn't be easily destroyed, but it wasn't full body coverage. The combat suit was cut open under the high-pressure wind blades, followed by the flesh. Blood spurted wildly, blown about by the wind. In an instant, a fully grown person was chopped down to nothing, leaving behind a gun, bulletproof plates, helmet, fragments of personal items, bones. The blood-soaked Howling Wind Divine Envoy dared not linger for a moment. In his moment of desperation, he had unleashed all his might, achieving such a terrifying effect. However, he had first-hand experience of the strength of these elite soldiers, unlike ordinary soldiers, and the knife stuck in his belly was proof of this. If he hesitated for a moment longer, soldiers would immediately rush at him. If he could create some distance, relying on the bullet-deflecting storm shield, he might be confident in killing all the soldiers. But firstly, there was Gu Hang, who could manipulate delicate psychic spells to interfere. Secondly, he could not create distance now, and the storm shield's defenses against close combat blades were not as effective as against bullets. Moreover, his bodily strength and combat skills, which were not much stronger than those of an average person, put him at too much of a disadvantage against those elite soldiers. He clenched his teeth and forced himself to muster strength again. The storm turbine wings formed by sorcery on his back let out an intense roar, as he once again burst from his position with a limit speed. And this time, finally no one stood in his way. With an extremely fast speed, he rushed toward Gu Hang. Flying close to the ground, the already thin mist was completely dispersed. He was like an arrow in flight. The next moment, he slammed into Gu Hang with great force, sending him flying through the air. The wild wind completely enveloped Gu Hang. Howling Wind Divine Envoy was even more brutal to Gu Hang than to the soldier he had just slashed to pieces. He once again overloaded the power of storm sorcery, heedless of the severe backlash that might ensue, determined to ensure Gu Hang's death. Gu Hang slammed hard into the ground. Then, he stood up. Howling Wind Divine Envoy's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly unable to understand why this was happening. The force he had exerted should have been enough to completely shred Gu Hang's body, so why did the governor appear to be completely unharmed? Clenching his teeth, he tried to unleash his power once more, but this time the winds did not heed his call. Instead, he felt an intense pain in his lungs, as if the wind was cutting through his chest cavity. Unable to bear it, his body convulsed, and opening his mouth, he vomited blood profusely, mixed with pieces of his lungs. As the pain subsided slightly, he raised his head and saw the assault vehicle beside him, its cannon already aimed at him. Fire! In an instant, several large-caliber cannon shells shattered his already fragile storm shield, and then destroyed his body as well. Gu Hang still felt a bit scared afterward. After the enemy appeared, he had sensed that one among the three was particularly strong. While dealing with these three, he proportionally allocated his strength. The other two presented no surprises. One was dead before he hit the ground, and the other was nearly dead, with severed hands and feet still trying to resist. Now, he was held down by a group of special forces and stabbed to death in a frenzied assault. But the strongest one was still beyond expectation. He had already made his move. When that man flew towards him and was intercepted by the elite Marines, had it not been for Gu Hang taking the opportunity to strike him from the shadows, he would not have been so easily stabbed in the stomach. But unexpectedly, even though the guy had clearly pushed his sorcery to the limit and had a knife embedded in his abdomen, he was still able to unleash a tremendous amount of power. He not only used the storm to dismember a marine elite in a horrific manner but also continued to burst forth towards him, blowing him away, and a violent storm swept around him. Under normal circumstances, he should have been dead, like the dismembered marine elite. At the crucial moment, it was his talent spiritual energy shield, which he had gained when he last upgraded his personal level to LV2, that made the difference. This thing didn't need activation, it triggered passively and came into effect as soon as he took a hit. It indeed saved Gu Hang's life. As he was sent flying, Gu Hang could feel the violent winds surrounding him, constantly clashing and grinding against his spiritual energy. The power of the storm was so fierce that in almost an instant, Gu Hang's spiritual energy was almost depleted. Fortunately, the force of the storm came fast and left just as quickly, representing the total power of the opponent's burst. Once withstood, it was gone. However, after surviving that wave of attack, Gu Hang's spiritual energy was almost completely drained. But he was not alone, the assault vehicle helped him take the final step. Looking at the enemy that had been blown to smithereens, certain never to rise again, Gu Hang sighed in relief. Luckily, I had a bit more skill. TSK, the female captain's fan hearts have surpassed the protagonist? LSP. I mean, there really are many discerning readers and lords. P.S. There was a data bug earlier, there are 11 members of the T3 Marine team, not 9, corrected. Thanks for pointing out the issue. Chapter 48, 48 chapters, shall we practice together? Chapter 48 chapters, shall we practice together? The Howling Wind Divine Envoy was dead, left without any human shape to speak of. The priest that had been blown up by the metal spikes also had no recognizable shape left, just a pile of broken remains. The last one looked slightly better in death, but only slightly. He was struck in midair, breaking an arm and a leg, and even as he fell to the ground trying to resist, he was faced with the onslaught of elite ground warriors, who broke through his storm shield and then stabbed him to death with a flurry of knives. After the death of the 3 priests wielding storm divine power, the winds quickly subsided, and the fog dissipated just as fast. In that short period, the soldiers indeed fell into chaos, their firepower network was affected, and many monsters breached their defenses, with over a dozen pus spewers entering range and causing casualties among the soldiers with their spray of pus. However, overall, the chaos caused serious damage but was not fatal. Once the winds and fog cleared, the soldiers regained control of the battlefield. Despite the casualties, they killed all the monsters that had breached their position, and the pus spewers, which had only fired 1 or 2 volleys of bioshell, were eliminated by machine guns and the cannons of armored infantry vehicles. Even though the 3 storm priests had perished, the battle did not end immediately. The monsters, to some extent, did follow the storm priest's command, but after the priests' deaths, the uncontrolled creatures were still tremendously dangerous, maintaining their ferocious state as they constantly surged out of the woods, attempting to attack any living being they could see. But despite their ongoing frenzy and reduced firepower within the position due to earlier casualties, they still couldn't break through. The gap in firepower was something these primitive monsters couldn't contend with. It's said that during a large-scale, mature other tide, even more advanced monsters would appear, not just limited to the inferior pus monsters and spewers. But at least Gu Hang and his men didn't encounter any this time. The nests within the woods were still in the phase of accumulating power. Perhaps given a few months to slowly hatch and consume one another, they could grow into a batch of higher-level monsters, and the situation would become troublesome. But now, the primordial Rathaul sect, in an attempt to kill Gu Hang, prematurely accelerated the maturation of most of the nests in the woods, resulting in what seemed like a large-scale attack but was in reality not fraught with many high-level monsters, therefore the threat level was relatively average. In fact, to some extent, the primordial Rathaul sect's actions even helped Gu Hang. A large number of nests were matured ahead of time, and a vast number of monsters were gathered here, which could be dealt with all at once. This reduced a significant workload for the troops under Gu Hang's command in their subsequent task of clearing the entire other species' woods. As the battle continued, it was evident that the number and density of monsters charging from the thick forest were significantly decreasing. Clearly, they were not truly endless. After being massively culled, there were not many left. Eventually, with Yan Fengshu's forces arriving on the scene, the battle essentially entered its final stage. When he learned that the governor might be ambushed, he couldn't stay put waiting for rescue. He took the initiative to lead his troops out, breaking through slowly and methodically. According to his plan, it was not necessary to break through successfully. Even if they could draw some attention to help the governor, that would be good enough. As it turned out, as they moved on, he soon noticed a sudden decrease in the number of monsters he encountered, as if they had all run off elsewhere. He speculated that this was because the battle on the governor's side had already begun, and he could even hear the roar of gunfire. So, they sped up and reached the battlefield, meeting up with the governor. But by that time, the battle was already drawing to a close. He could only lead the 3rd Battalion to join the fight and help clear the remaining monsters. Soon, there was not a single active monster left in front of the soldiers. Prabhav stepped on a pus monster that had lost its lower half, relying on its hands to crawl on the ground, and he watched as it vainly stretched out its arms to grab him. After pondering for a moment, he lifted his pistol and fired at the monster's head, silencing it for good. Hearing the footsteps behind him, he turned to see a weary-looking Yan Fengshu approaching. His gaze naturally fell on the other's shoulder, where the corrosive-ridden fabric revealed reddening, wounded skin underneath. He grinned and said, "Yo, Captain, you look quite a mess." Yan Fengshu rolled his eyes irritably, walked up and punched him in the chest. "You're not looking any better, limping as you walk. Isn't that to come and save you?" Having reached this point, Yan Fengshu couldn't deny it anymore, and his complexion turned a bit dark. Prabhav, on the other hand, comforted him. "It's not your fault, this bunch of trash, rubbish, conscience-fed to dogs traitors, they just wanted to use you to ambush the governor. It's not on you. Our mission is to be the sword and shield of the governor. Today, both of us didn't do a very good job at that, but from now on, I'll put in even more effort. What about you?" Yan Fengshu looked at the officer who had risen through the ranks of the abandoned cave society with some surprise. Why had this guy suddenly voiced such sentiments? He wasn't aware that the storm priest had just charged at Gu Hang, directly threatening the governor's life, nor could he imagine how deeply this scene had impacted Prabhav, the captain. Unaware of these things, Mr. Captain could only scratch his head and nod, agreeing to it. After saying goodbye to Prabhav, Yan Fengshu went to find Gu Hang. The governor was inside an armored personnel carrier. One of his old subordinates stopped him. "The governor is resting. I have something I need to report." The Marine seemed torn but still barred his way. "But, Captain, the governor is resting. It's better not to disturb him." Yan Fengshu was again surprised. This was not one of the soldiers recruited by Gu Hang on Rajal Star, but one of the Marines he had brought down from the starship, a direct subordinate. Historically, they had been closer. Even to speak a bit disrespectfully, in private, they had not refrained from complaining about various matters regarding the governor. The soldiers were loyal to the governor, but it seemed more out of duty and role. But now, he truly saw respect for the governor in his old subordinate's eyes. A question mark slowly rose in his mind: what had just happened? It wasn't that he found the deep respect and loyalty his subordinates had for the governor problematic. On the contrary, it was as it should be. But that didn't stop him from being curious about what had caused these changes. He decided not to wake Gu Hang, but instead pulled his old subordinate aside to ask in detail what had exactly happened in the recent battle. After learning about the situation, Yan Fengshu also fell silent. The governor had been approached and attacked by the heretic cultists but escaped unharmed, only a bit tired. The governor's psychic spells had once again proved powerful. His own old subordinates had undergone earth-shattering changes after the governor's rapid special training. All this information was like a fantasy to Yan Fengshu's ears. Why was there no harm done? Why did those cultists fall from the sky while flying so properly? All this could only be attributed to the marvel of spiritual energy. The news that the governor was a spiritual master, Yin Fangshu could more or less accept. After all, it was not his first day knowing the governor was a psychic, it was just that his feat seemed more miraculous now. Yin Fangshu tried to convince himself it was no big deal. But could his old marine elites become even stronger? And in such a short period of time? Just like how the governor trained those ordinary people? Yin Fangshu found it hard to accept and believe. He joked, "So, you lad, are you even more skilled than me now? Want to have a go?" In the past, no Marine would dare to accept the challenge. Captain Yin Fangshu was famously tough, and sparring with him meant seeking discomfort. But now, things had changed. The soldier, brimming with eagerness, said, "Sure, let's do it." "Hey, don't just look at the girl. Why did we exceed that much in one night? The governor is pretty handsome too, right?" Chapter 49, Chapter 49, Chapter 49, Battle Settlement. Chapter 49, Chapter 49, Battle Settlement. Gu Hang sat in an armored infantry vehicle, his face pale as he closed his eyes to recuperate. He was aware of the noise outside, but he was too lazy to bother with it. The battle had just ended, and it had drained him significantly. The main issue was that he had been directly charged. Spiritual protection had blocked nearly all the damage, but it had also depleted all of his spiritual energy. In fact, this was a very dangerous situation. According to the education on psychic spells he had received from his memories, completely depleting one's spirituality could lead to uncontrollable consequences: death, madness, mental abnormalities, personality disintegration. All of these were possibilities. After the battle ended, Gu Hang rested while checking the state of his spirituality, which fortunately allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. The severe conditions hadn't appeared, his current symptoms were just some fatigue and a slight headache. Generally speaking, they would improve after some rest. But he still took away some lessons from this experience. This time, it was slightly risky, to the point that he had put himself in danger. But upon careful reflection, Gu Hang didn't think there was anything particularly wrong with his actions. It was true that he was a governor, but it wasn't to the extent that he would avoid risk altogether. His enterprise was still in its early stages, and there were times when he had to fight. This time, there was no second psychic in his entire domain. If he hadn't taken action himself, today's situation wouldn't have been resolved. He couldn't just stand by and let Yin Fangshu and his 3rd Infantry Battalion be trapped and perish in the woods. But the outcome was definitely good. The methods of the primordial Rathal sect in nurturing and controlling so many monsters certainly weren't easy, otherwise, they wouldn't still be rats in the sewers. Having used such tactics and lost 3 formidable priests here, the sect must have suffered significant losses. Even before that, they must have been in a lot of pain already. If it weren't for him urging Revival City to intensify the crackdown on the cult, forcing them into desperate action and attempting to assassinate him at a great cost, they would not have done so. Well, that's good. If you didn't finish me off this time, wait until I get to Revival City and uncover everything you're hiding. After resting for a good while, he felt his condition had recovered a lot. It was only then that he truly had the energy to properly tally his gains. This time, the victory was substantial, though the losses were also the greatest compared to previous battles. But the results were equally significant. Having a slight upper hand, 86 points of grace obtained. Losses 103, exterminated 6597, captured 0. 2nd Infantry Battalion, losses 77, exterminated 4447. 3rd Infantry Battalion, losses 24, exterminated 1613. Navy Marine Corps, losses 2, exterminated 537. Just looking at the casualty ratio, it was impressive, but Gu Hang wasn't the least bit happy about it. All that had been exterminated were brainless monsters. If they acted according to Yin Fangshu's strategy, they could almost no loss cleanse each of these monsters' lairs one by one over the next few months, rather than facing them all at once after they had been rallied. Not to mention facing 3 storm priests at the same time. In total, 103 soldiers were lost, with the 2nd Battalion already exceeding a 25% casualty rate. Most of these casualties happened amidst the raging winds and dense fog. Among them, 2 recently promoted Tier 3 members of the Marine Corps had been killed by the most formidable priest, meaning the invested 2 points of grace were gone. The 2 regular infantry battalions, especially the 2nd, needed a substantial number of replacement troops. Gu Hang's total population under his control amounted to just under 6,000. Excluding the mech servant battalion, he had already supported 2 infantry battalions totaling 600 men, with a mobilization rate exceeding 10%. In fact, given the composition of the population, this was already a significant pressure, not to mention Gu Hang needed manpower for various rapidly expanding production lines outside the military. The excessively high mobilization rate was already affecting production efficiency. Especially for the young and able-bodied workers, the shortfall at the abandoned cave society was significant, becoming a limiting factor in development. The army's casualties would require a further 100 men to be drawn from the labor pool, which was going to be a strain. Gu Hang could already foresee Patel, who was in charge of heavy industry at the abandoned cave society, tearing his hair out. The guy wouldn't put any obstacles in the way of the young men joining the military for the governor. In his heart, that was an honor, a defense of their labor achievements. But after the decrease in manpower, how to maintain or even expand production was certainly going to be a headache for him. As for other costs, the textile factory had been set up, and uniforms could be produced in-house, with the relevant design plans already passed on. Alloy and plastic steel production lines could turn out armored vests, firearms could either be salvaged from battlefield remnants or newly produced. Even if it was just for soldier training, 100 soldiers would only cost 1 point in grace. All of these were not an issue. The problem was still the population. They still needed to bleed others dry. The quintet in the sky was no longer easy to exploit, and going after the lower-end population was also not very meaningful. Gu Hang had other plans for the female captain. On the quintet, there were plenty of talents he coveted. To annihilate the primordial Rathal sect, or at least give them a severe blow, he would need to borrow the female captain's power and also consider it as a form of repayment to Elysia, but that could be discussed later. What remained were Revival City and Rubbish Town. Most of those in Rubbish Town were adventurers dreaming of striking it rich, and it wasn't ruled out that some who had been through trials and tribulations now wanted to live the life of an honest person, no, to settle down as an honest person, but it couldn't be forced. Revival City was a huge source. Gu Hang did not disdain the refugees who could no longer survive outside the city walls. Tens of thousands of people were unrealistic to take in all at once, but he now had ample job positions and abundant food to support many. Having thought through the losses, it was now time to consider the gains. 86 points of grace, the largest sum Gu Hang had accrued thus far. It was even more than all the previous ones added together. This gave Gu Hang a sense of having struck it rich. The heavy shadow of the soldiers' massive casualties and losses was much dispelled by this joy. Of the 86 points of grace, it was estimated that over 30 were contributed by those 3 priests, with the strongest one alone providing over 20 points. That high priest, just in terms of spiritual energy strength, was even greater than Gu Hang. However, when it came to the application of spiritual energy, Gu Hang had the nuanced soul-severing inherited from an ancient family and spiritual protection provided by the system, which were much stronger than the high priest who could only use the native evil god's power to perform storm sorcery. In other words, Gu Hang's victory was due in part to his powerful spells and numerical advantage. In terms of sheer strength of spirituality, Gu Hang at LV2 still couldn't match the opponent. Eliminating such a formidable enemy and receiving extra grace seemed only fair. As for the remaining 50 points, they were the spoils of war from the soldiers wiping out over 6,000 different monstrous creatures. Clearly, the lives of these creatures were cheap. But the sheer number was impressive, and after more than 6,000 fell, they had brought a fair amount of grace to Gu Hang. It was just a pity that the victory rating only reached a slight advantage, so the grace coefficient gained post-battle was not high enough, otherwise, there might have been room for more. Next came the issue of how to spend this windfall of grace. Feeling elated, he summoned the panel and then saw one old item flashing and a new item appeared. The flashing one was the Hero panel. The new appearance was a function named Event. Chapter 50, Chapter 50, Chapter 50, Battle Group? Chapter 50, Chapter 50, Battle Group? The movement within the Hero interface was something Gu Hang had anticipated beforehand. After such a brutal battle had ended, he should be able to level up, right? Indeed, upon checking, he was the only one in the Hero panel who met the criteria to level up. But the cost of upgrading made him furrow his brows. 50 points. The price to advance to level 2 was simply too expensive. However, after this ordeal, his desire for personal strength had grown considerably. Leveling up would not only provide him with greater safety but also, a powerful wielder of spiritual energy could have a tremendous influence on battles below a certain scale. Even though it was pricey, he was ready to grit his teeth and upgrade himself. But there was no rush. There were some other changes inside the Hero panel. He saw that there were 2 more characters eligible to be activated as heroes. One was Prabhav. This mine foreman from the abandoned cave society, following this battle, seemed to have been recognized by the system as a person of talent, capable of being activated as a hero. And the other one was named Osnia Kinko. Who is this person? Gu Hang was completely baffled. Did he have such a person under his command? Oh, it seemed that he did. Gu Hang remembered skim reading the list of literates among the refugees who had recently moved from Revival City, and it seemed that this name had appeared there. What had this person done to make the system believe she had the capability? Gu Hang's curiosity was piqued. It wasn't that he wanted to promote her to a hero right away, but if the system had identified her potential, then even if she wasn't upgraded, she could be pulled out and entrusted with an important task. Gu Hang felt like he had discovered another way to use the hero function. He could find capable people without upgrading them. Satisfied, Gu Hang closed the hero panel and opened the newly appeared event panel. An unknown event is occurring, and you can steer the event in a direction related to you. Initiating this event will cost 50 grace points. Event countdown to the end, 1 day and 6 hours. Is that it? They want to swindle 50 grace points from me without any information? Without a second thought, Gu Hang closed the event function. Then, after pondering for a bit, he reopened it. He just couldn't contain his curiosity. The allure of the unknown was just too strong. Generally, the quality of the system's products strongly correlates with the number of grace points spent. The more you pay, the better the stuff you get. Except for those 2 draws of the technology card, where I had a 40% chance but missed twice in a row, it seems it hasn't duped me yet. Hiss? But wouldn't drawing an unknown event card also likely be a scam? What if there's some hidden probability? In just this short while, Gu Hang's mind wavered, and many thoughts surfaced. He wasn't usually one to agonize over decisions, but what could he do? Too poor. All problems are problems of poverty. If Gu Hang had enough favor, wouldn't he have immediately activated this event to see what it was all about? But if he activated the unknown event, the remaining 36 favor would not be enough to upgrade. After thoughtful deliberation, Gu Hang decided to trust the system once more. Although it was a gamble, he still upheld the belief that system products are worth their value and made his choice. Of course, another important reason was that he had a fallback plan. In a couple of days, a month would go by. By then, the fixed monthly income would come in. With the development trend of the forces under Gu Hang's command, it should be possible to earn 30 or 40 points by then. Adding them up, it should be enough for him to upgrade to LV3. By comparison, the unknown event might be a bit more precious. After all, it had a countdown, and once time expired, the event would disappear. Limited time lottery, got to win something, right? With that mindset, Gu Heng made his final decision. The 50 points of favor were gone in a snap, and what replaced them was the new information that appeared before his eyes. Event activated, Phoenix on the brink of death. A starfighter battle group that is on the verge of annihilation ended its century-long penance expedition and is approaching Rajal Star, which seems to have what they're seeking, redemption and hope. Please make your decisions cautiously. Your actions will determine the next phase of this event. Event branch, unknown. Seeing new event prompts that mentioned a starfighter battle group nearing Rajal Star, Gu Heng nearly couldn't control his facial expression. If a starfighter battle group was offering help, what was there to worry about? Any difficulties on Rajal Star would not be able to halt an entire battle group's progress. The term starfighter symbolized glory, greatness, and death within the empire. They are the death angels of the emperor. It is said that thousands of years ago, the divine emperor used himself as the template to create many different genetic seeds. He selected the finest people, implanted them with these genetic seeds, and formed the initial starfighters. Each of them was extraordinary, possessing bodies that were countless times stronger than ordinary people, wearing specially made power armor connected to their nerves. Their solo combat power was extremely formidable. Fighting against 100 was just standard procedure for them. Often, just a few starfighters in a squad could slice through tens of thousands of soldiers, behead generals, and that was just their routine duty. They were true killing machines, and the Death Angels lived up to their name. During the founding era, the various starfighter legions were the sharpest swords in the hands of the emperor, and they made indispensable contributions to creating the empire's boundless territories. Later, about 10,000 years ago, after the emperor ascended to divinity, all starfighter legions were divided into smaller battle groups. According to the Holy Scriptures, the size limit for the starfighter battle groups was set at 1,000 members. Typically, a battle group would have a home planet. The home planet of a battle group did not need to pay taxes to the empire, all its manpower and resources were at the battle group's disposal. A battle group could establish a mortal auxiliary army and a battle group fleet, possessing immense autonomy. They would respond to the highest calls to arms from the empire and engage in the most terrifying of battles. Aside from that, their actions were often whimsical and enjoyed high freedom. In Gu Heng's understanding, it was like a combination of warlords and feudal lords. Such a battle group was coming to Rajal Star? Gu Heng quickly became calm again. It's that same old phrase, system products are worth their value. 50 points of favor likely couldn't even exchange for a single starfighter, let alone a battle group. It couldn't be that good of a deal. He also noted the information provided in the event interface, this was a dying battle group. That's good. If it were a thriving battle group, he wouldn't have any say. The status of a battle group commander might even be higher than that of a star sector leader. Gu Heng realized that this event could be a blessing or a curse. He truly had to be as cautious as the system prompt suggested, or the consequences would be dire. But overall, this also meant opportunity. If a starfighter could provide him with help, he would have an absolute guarantee in terms of military power on Rajal Star. Chapter 51, Chapter 51, Chapter 51, Phoenix on the brink of death. Chapter 51, Chapter 51, Phoenix on the brink of death. In a void of the universe infinitely distant in physical space, a fiery red spaceship was sailing. It was scarred, it was not huge, and it carried a battle group on the brink of death. The Phoenix battle group had ended their long redemption expedition and now their glory had been restored. The Tribunal of the Eastern Star Domain, representing the Central Empire, personally announced this to the world. But what of it? We have won the victory of the 100-year redemption expedition and achieved the victory we most desired, yet we are about to be annihilated. Salas Matins, the leader of the Phoenix battle group, would always think sorrowfully. He was the 64th leader of the Phoenix battle group. This battle group, with its countless glorious histories, was very likely to come to an end in his hands. What was life like for the battle group before the redemption expedition? Back then, the Phoenix battle group was glorious and powerful. They guarded their mother star, received the worship of countless mortals, selected the most excellent youths from among them, subjected them to gene seed modifications, and turned them into one of their own. All the manpower and material resources of the entire planet were at their disposal. Besides being responsible for the defense of their mother star, they would also answer the call of the Emperor, heading to all corners of the universe, participating in one glorious and great war after another. They either crushed each of the Emperor's enemies to dust or defended one world after another on the brink of destruction. He and his brothers were called the Emperor's Angels. This glory, accumulated over thousands of years, came to a sudden halt 100 years ago. Matins bore no resentment. In the Crepe Myrtle catastrophe, the Phoenix battle group found themselves on the wrong side. By the grace of the divine emperor, they were not purged as traitors, but they were still guilty, and the tribunal sentenced them to a 100-year redemption expedition.